Chapter 2843. After Zi Chen left the city of trade, other people walked out one after another. Among them, there was a celestial with a jade plate in his hand. He glanced at the jade plate and then disappeared. Zi Chen and Ang Wei headed due south. Not long after, they saw a huge mountain range. This mountain range was continuous and undulating. It was the famous 100,000 Mountains. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the mountains. The sound pierced through the sky and cracked the stones. In such a huge mountain range, humans were like a drop in the ocean. They were very small. As far as the eye could see, the mountains overlapped and stretched out. Zi Chen was very satisfied with this place. After entering the 100,000 Mountains, even if someone schemed against them, they wouldn't be able to find them. Let's go. The two didn't hesitate and immediately flew toward the 100,000 Mountains. As soon as they flew into the 100,000 Mountains, a desolate aura hit them in the face. The two didn't stop and continued to move forward. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from below. A huge rock whizzed up like a meteorite at an extremely fast speed. The two of them noticed this scene and immediately dodged. Zi Chen's spiritual senses were still affected, so he couldn't investigate from a long distance. Zi Chen lowered his head and looked down. He saw a tall beastman. At this moment, he was holding a huge rock in his hand and smashing it upwards again. The huge rock whistled like a meteor. Zi Chen turned around and attacked. A finger light formed by the power of yin and yang slashed down. Puff! The yin and yang finger light slashed and the huge rock was split in two and fell to the sides. Roar! The half-orc below let out a roar. This roar spread out layer by layer, reverberating through the mountains. "Oh no, Zi Chen, run!" Ang Wei exclaimed. Zi Chen looked back again and found that there were many light shadows in the distance. Those light shadows were all battle beasts. Among them was a pack of green wolves. Each of them was huge and exuded an 8th level aura. On the other side, there was a half-orc holding a bone in his hand. His figure soared into the sky and rushed toward them. In addition, there were other battle beasts coming toward the sky. Seeing so many different types of beasts, Zi Chen was startled. Just as he was wondering if these different battle beasts would kill each other when they encountered each other, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. That was the sound of numerous sharp cyan blades cutting through the void and shooting towards them. A half-beast man was carrying a huge rock. The huge rock tore through the sky and followed the two of them. It was obvious that these beasts did not kill each other, but instead attacked the two of them. As a result, the two of them had no choice but to speed up their escape. However, as they fled, more war beasts appeared around them. It was as if all the war beasts in the 100,000 Mountains regarded them as enemies. Moreover, every beast that appeared was a level 8 existence. How could this be? The two of them sped up again, heading straight into the depths. Once they went deeper, they would be able to shake them off, and the situation would improve. However, the two of them soon realized that not only did the situation not improve, it had become even more dangerous. More and more beasts appeared and surrounded the two of them. In the sky, there was a high-pitched cry. A giant eagle swooped down from the clouds, shattering the surrounding clouds. The giant eagle stared at the two of them with cold eyes. Then, two rays of light burst out from the giant eagle's eyes. Like two rays of sword chi, they shot toward the two of them with a sonorous sound. The two of them flashed again and dodged the attack. A blazing light shone from the horizon. Fireballs tailed them and exploded behind them. All kinds of terrifying attacks followed the two of them closely. The two of them did not understand what was going on. At this time, facing the siege, Zi Chen was still calm. However, Ang Wei was extremely flustered because these war beasts were too strong. "Look, there's someone there." Looking around, Ang Wei suddenly saw a person below. At this time, that person was looking up at the two of them. Hearing Ang Wei's exclamation, Zi Chen lowered his head and saw a person. They were very far away, so he could not know the person's realm. Before they could ask what was going on, they saw the person turn around and disappear. Similar situations kept happening. He saw more and more figures in the other mountains, but none of them came to his aid. Instead, When they were spotted by the two of them, they immediately turned around and disappeared. I know. Looking at the disappearing figures and the increasing number of war beasts around them, Zichen said, "We shouldn't fly like this. It's too eye-catching." After saying that, a door appeared in front of him. He and Ang Wei walked into the door. The two of them stepped into the door, and the door disappeared. The war beasts that came later did not disperse. Instead, they attacked the area where Zichen disappeared indiscriminately with all kinds of attacks. They did not disperse until the space kept shaking. The 100,000 Mountains was a famous dangerous place in this area. It was also an excellent training ground. However, all the people who came here did not dare to fly in the sky. They would go deeper step by step on the ground or fly at a low altitude. Countless ignorant hotheads like Zichen and Ang Wei had died over the years. Those people in the forest appeared one after another to wait for them to die and then quietly take away their wealth. Unexpectedly, they disappeared. In the canyon between the two mountains, Zichen and Ang Wei leaned against two big rocks and looked up at the sky. After the two of them appeared from the door, they went straight to the ground. During this time, no war beasts found them. They stayed here for a while, but the war beasts did not chase after them. That was close. It seems that we were too reckless. We must be more careful next time, Ang Wei said. Zichen nodded. The number of war beasts here was far beyond his imagination. However, this was definitely a good thing for him, because this indicated that he would be able to hunt more beasts here and obtain more resources. Next, we'll go deeper slowly from here, Zichen said, turning his head to look into the canyon. Ang Wei nodded. After a short rest, the two of them went deeper into the canyon. 2 hours later, they found a half-beast man. Zichen stood there without moving, and Ang Wei went forward to kill him. Ang Wei's figure disappeared into the void and approached the half-orc. Zichen, who had also refined the rule shadow skin, could sense Ang Wei's existence, but he could not pinpoint his exact location. When Ang Wei approached the half-orc, the latter seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked around. His bell-sized eyes seemed to be looking for the source of the abnormality. Whoosh! Ang Wei appeared and stabbed the black sharp blade in his hand at the half-orc's temple. Roar! The half-orc roared and immediately turned his head, smashing the beast bone in his hand to the side. The beast bone whistled past, and Ang Wei's figure disappeared. He did not make a move. Seeing this, Zichen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the half-orc's perception to be so sharp. After Ang Wei disappeared, the half-orc's attack missed. He seemed to be particularly irritable and kept growling. Ang Wei hid there and did not continue to attack. Zichen stood in the distance and watched. He was not afraid of the level 8 half-orc, but he was surprised by his sharp perception. At the same time, he wondered if this was the reason why no level 9 half-orc had come to bid for the rule shadow skin. In the same level, the rule shadow skin was invisible, but in front of a level 8 half-orc, could it be sensed? Or was it because the rule was incomplete? This was because the old man had divided a complete rule shadow skin into 5 portions to refine. Just as Zichen was hesitating and in a daze, Ang Wei attacked again. This time, his attack was more decisive and faster. He stabbed the half-orc's temple. However, the half-orc also attacked in an instant. The beast bone in his hand whistled and hit Ang Wei's body. Ang Wei coughed up blood and flew backward. The sharp blade in his hand slipped out, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The half-orc let out a roar. He staggered forward a few steps and fell to the ground, dead. Ang Wei succeeded, but he was also injured. If it were not for the defense of the soft armor, his injury would have been more serious. At this moment, there was a vibration in the distance. Some half-orcs appeared. There were 5 of them, and they all had beast bones in their hands. After seeing the scene in front of them, they did not hesitate to charge at Ang Wei. Zichen's body flashed with light. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. As a level 7 half-orc, he had no problem dealing with level 8 half-orc. A sharp spike appeared in his hand. It was the mother-child spike. He immediately activated the rule shadow skin, and his figure disappeared. With his extreme speed, Zichen reached the side of a half-orc in an instant. The moment his figure appeared, the mother-child spike in his hand pierced into the half-orc's temple. This was the half-orc's fatal spot. Other than killing from here, it would be very difficult to kill from other places. Puff. Blood spurted out. Chen disappeared again and appeared in front of the second half-orc. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chen was unbelievably fast. The half-orcs did not have time to react before their temples were pierced one by one. Their souls were extinguished, and they died. The battle was over. When he landed, Ang Wei had already stood up. He looked at Chen and exclaimed, "You're really fast." Chen rolled up the corpse on the ground. He turned around and asked, "What happened just now? I should have been sensed." After all, the higher the level, the deeper the understanding of the rules. Ang Wei also put away his spoils. As the two continued to move forward, Ang Wei said, "The half-orcs only have one fatal spot. It's a bit troublesome for me. I think I'd better find other battle beasts to fight." Chen said, "That's not urgent. We're just here to improve our strength. We can fight as we go." "Well, the half-orcs are yours. The rest are mine," Ang Wei said. Chen nodded in agreement. The two continued to move forward in the trial. During this time, they would refine the resources they had obtained and strive to improve their strength to level 8. Chen hoped that he could break through to the next realm because the Life Star needed such a strong existence to guard it. This time, they had been walking for more than 10 years. Chen continued to move forward as usual. However, he found that he had not encountered any battle beasts for a long time. This was not normal. Chapter 2844. Chen, something doesn't seem right. While moving forward, Ang Wei looked around with doubt in his eyes. It's indeed abnormal. It shouldn't be that we haven't encountered any battle beasts for so long. Chen said in a low voice. His spiritual senses were blocked here, so he couldn't detect anything far away. The two of them had been in the 100,000 mountains for more than 10 years and had refined many resources. Whether it was Ang Wei or Chen, their combat power had improved a lot, but it would take a long time for them to break through. Chen said, "This situation is indeed abnormal. Why don't we wait for a while?" "Wait." Ang Wei was startled. He immediately thought of Chen's ability to predict the future. Chen didn't explain much and moved forward with Shadowless. With Shadowless' help, Chen saved a lot of trouble. 3 days later, Shadowless returned and told Chen about the abnormality he found. When Chen heard this, his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Ang Wei looked at Chen. "There's something abnormal in the depths." The two of them continued to go deeper. This time, they were much faster and even started to fly at a low altitude. Following Shadowless guidance, after 2 days, Chen and Ang Wei finally found something. They were battle beasts that they hadn't seen before. At this moment, they were gathered in groups and spread out in front of them. There were half-orcs, sword tigers, horned dragons, rhinoceroses, and other battle beasts that lived in the 100,000 mountains. "No wonder we didn't find anything. They're all here," Ang Wei said in a low voice. These battle beasts were all looking forward and didn't notice the two behind them. In front of them, there was a tall mountain peak. At this moment, the mountain peak was green. It wasn't the original color of the mountain peak. It was dyed by many green wolves. To dye an entire mountain green, how many green wolves were there? There were countless of them. Ang Wei's eyes were filled with shock. Chen's gaze moved to the top of the mountain peak. There was a platform on the mountain peak. There were also green wolves on the platform. Among them, there was a very conspicuous existence. It seemed to be the Wolf King and was protected by a group of green wolves. At this moment, the tall green wolf looked up at the sky. The sun was scorching above its head. The other green wolves stared at the battle beasts outside, their expressions full of vigilance. What is going on? When Ang Wei saw this scene, he was very puzzled. Of course, Chen didn't know either. Shadowless said, "It looks like he's using the essence of heaven and earth to break through. Look at the greedy eyes of those battle beasts. Maybe they have taken a fancy to the rule's divine crystal in the Wolf King's body." Chen's gaze shifted to the front. Sure enough, He saw the greedy glint in the eyes of those beasts. Green Wolf's body contained a rule divine crystal. Refining it would be extremely beneficial for cultivation. In the past decade, Zi Chen had also refined some of it. However, those rule god crystals couldn't help Zi Chen break through quickly. He believed that it was the same for these beasts. Even the Wolf King's divine crystal was no exception. Why were all these beasts gathered together? Could it be that it was just for the Wolf King's regulation divine crystal? Wasn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Moreover, there were so many green wolves guarding this place. It should be extremely difficult to succeed, right? Just as Zi Chen was filled with doubts, there was a fluctuation in the distance. When he turned back, he saw a person coming in his direction. It was an 8th-level heavenly clan. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were immediately filled with shock. Then, that shock turned into surprise and greed. Zi Chen saw the change in the other party's expression. He was even more puzzled. If it was for the Wolf King's rule divine crystal, he wouldn't have revealed such an expression. After the other party appeared, he quickly came in their direction. When he saw Zi Chen and Ang Wei, a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. He continued to fly forward. The other party didn't deliberately hide and flew straight ahead. Some battle beasts noticed him and looked back. They didn't attack him. He stood behind those battle beasts. There was a short distance between them and then he stared ahead. Zi Chen and Ang Wei looked at each other. They saw a look of confusion in each other's eyes. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air again. One after another, light figures flew over from afar. Those light figures were all humans. There were divine clans, and they were all 8th level. They arrived without any scruples. They flew directly from the sky with the sound of something breaking through the air. Their movements were very loud. Many battle beasts raised their heads. After glancing at them, they still didn't make a move. Those 8th-level beasts landed one after another. Their expressions became very excited. Zi Chen and Ang Wei were even more puzzled. Unfortunately, no one could explain to the two of them. Just the two of you want to get the vast sun divine crystal? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. A team of 5 people walked over. They were all divine clans. The 5 divine clans looked at the two of them with contempt. One of them said, "A mere 7th level dares to come here to join in the fun. You have guts. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, when the battle breaks out, just the aftermath of the energy will be enough to kill you." With that, the few of them laughed and left. Although their expressions were full of contempt, Zi Chen still heard useful information. Vast Sun Divine Crystal. Although they didn't know what it was, they finally understood the purpose of these people's arrival. There were even more powerhouses coming from all directions. After they appeared, they all went forward and stood behind those battle beasts. There was no big battle between the two sides. It was strange that they coexisted peacefully. The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another. The number of 8th-level beasts was increasing. Soon, there were more than 100 of them. Zi Chen looked at these powerhouses. His expression was changing. What's wrong? Ang Wei found that Zi Chen's expression was not right. There are so many people here. Every one of them has a black order. There should be more than one. If they take it back to exchange, then the black order can be upgraded to 5th level, Zi Chen said. Ang Wei looked at Zi Chen strangely. At this stage, shouldn't they be paying attention to the vast sun divine crystal? And look, there are so many battle beasts gathered here. What if they are all exchanged for resources? Zi Chen said, "This is an extremely huge number. I haven't thought about this problem. I only know that once we make a move, we will be torn to pieces in an instant," Ang Wei said. "There are too many battle beasts here. It will be a problem for us to protect ourselves. As for resources, you don't have to think about it. Come, let's go too." Zi Chen and Ang Wei flew forward. Although someone warned them, they certainly wouldn't retreat. If there was really an opportunity, Zi Chen planned to fight for it. At this time, there were still people flying in the sky. They should be the trial takers nearby. After discovering that there were no battle beasts around, they all headed deeper. This situation lasted for an entire day. The number of 8th-level beasts that arrived exceeded 200. The next day, at noon, there was some commotion in the peaceful surroundings. Zichen and Ang Wei looked forward. They saw that the green wolves that were previously in a state of alert were now looking up at the sun in the sky. Zichen also looked up. He found that the sun seemed to be a little different today, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. The wolves suddenly howled in unison. It was deafening, forming a sound wave that spread out in all directions. The surrounding space began to distort, and the earth trembled violently. Zichen felt a powerful force appear out of thin air. Then, the surrounding space seemed to be isolated from the earth, becoming an independent space. The scene around them didn't change. The battle beasts and humans were still there. The green wolves and the mountain were still there. The only difference was that the 100,000 mountains in the distance had disappeared. It was as if they had really entered another space. The sun above them was still there, and the light became more and more intense. It was like a flame, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Just as Zichen was puzzled about what was going on, the sunlight that fell on him changed. It turned into a solid energy. This energy was warm and contained pure law. Zichen, this is an opportunity. Hurry up and refine it. Ang Wei's voice came from beside Zichen. Zichen looked forward and found that the divine clan and divine clan in front of him were beginning to emit light. There was a devouring power in the light that devoured the law energy that had turned solid. At the same time, all the green wolves in front of him looked up at the sky. More and more law energy was being absorbed by them. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, Zichen obviously wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to improve his strength. The space behind him distorted, and the law energy that reached here disappeared. A blazing power of law entered Zichen's body. After being refined by him, it entered the world. This power of law was very similar to his extreme yang power. It would repel extreme yin. Zichen's devouring speed wasn't slow. He believed that if there was no extreme yin repulsion, it would be even faster. He thought of a possibility. Light flashed on his body, but he retracted the extreme yin power. His body shone with golden light, and the pure extreme yang aura was revealed. When the extreme yang aura was revealed, Zichen clearly felt that his absorption speed had increased by a lot. This method obviously worked. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then the light beside him flashed again. A golden body appeared. This golden body also suppressed the extreme yin, and it released extreme yang light. At the same time, an extreme yang clone appeared. One true body and two clones combined to devour the law energy that fell from the sky. This made Zichen's refining speed increase by a lot. Next to him, Ang Wei saw this scene and was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, his speed was far inferior to Zichen's. Even the battle beasts and humans in the distance couldn't compare to Zichen's speed. The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. When they saw this scene, their faces changed. However, they didn't go forward to stop it. Obviously, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. While refining these nomological powers, Zichen discovered that his own realm was actually slowly increasing. This was clearly a perceptible speed, which was much faster than when he was refining those resources. This situation didn't last for long. The sun in the sky disappeared. When the sun disappeared, dazzling law crystals began to descend from the sky. Chapter 28:45. Zichen didn't know what the vast sun divine crystal was at first, but when he saw the crystals falling from the sky, he naturally understood. The vast sun divine crystal released a bright and glaring brilliance as it fell from the sky. The rule light flowed on the surface of its body. It was extremely gorgeous. To all the powerhouses here, the vast sun divine crystal was extremely attractive. In fact, this was their goal. With it, we can definitely break through, Zichen said with certainty, looking very excited. The separated vast sun divine crystals were of different sizes. The big ones were the size of a human head, and the small ones were the size of a fist. These vast sun divine crystals were all falling towards the mountain peak. Among them, only 3 pieces were falling outside the mountain peak. Looking at the direction they were flying towards, It was coincidentally where Zi Chen was. Boom! The surroundings that were originally extremely quiet exploded with a powerful aura in the next moment. Those powerhouses moved. Those battle beasts also erupted. Some flew towards the mountain peak in front, and some flew towards the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals above. At this moment, the space began to distort as powerful energy fluctuations surged continuously. Roar! 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 There was a deafening roar as those green wolves started to attack those battle beasts. A chaotic battle instantly broke out. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations surging around, Ang Wei's face became extremely pale. He turned around and wanted to escape. Just as he turned around, he realized that the original path had disappeared. They were still in the space and couldn't get out. How could this be? Ang Wei's face was extremely ugly. Among a group of level 8s, his level 7s were obviously not enough. Even if he could deal with a level 8s, it was only limited to a few. However, there were hundreds of level 8s in front of him. This was a battle that he couldn't and didn't dare to participate in. Above the sky, there were people approaching the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals quickly. During this period of time, the battle broke out continuously. They were the ones who stood out. Swoosh! A level 8s arrived in front of the vast sun divine crystal. Just as he reached out to grab it, he saw the surface of the vast sun divine crystal erupt with a ball of strong light. Then, the vast sun divine crystal disappeared as though it teleported. Seeing the vast sun divine crystal suddenly disappear, the level 8s were stunned. The same situation also appeared in the other 2 directions. Those 2 pieces of vast sun divine crystals also suddenly disappeared. The expressions of those experts who were fighting for the vast sun divine crystal were all stunned. Then, their gazes swept around, searching for the vast sun divine crystal that had disappeared. In the end, his gaze landed on Zi Chen. Zi Chen was holding a piece of vast sun divine crystal in his hand. At the same time, his 2 clones each had a piece. Seeing this, Ang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how hard others tried to snatch it, they still couldn't get it. You, who didn't even try to snatch it, actually got it. However, under such circumstances, the vast sun divine crystal falling into Zi Chen's hands not only did not represent an opportunity, but instead represented endless danger. Zi Chen was also stunned. He did not expect that instead of fighting for the vast sun divine general, that thing would end up in his hands. This surprised him. He noticed that the vast sun divine crystals previously all landed on the mountain peaks. Only these 3 crystals were exceptions. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that this was trouble for him. The gazes of all the experts in the vicinity landed on him, their eyes revealing thick killing intent. Zi Chen was very clear on what he should do now. It was only to see him disband his clones without hesitation and directly threw out the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals. The 3 pieces of divine crystals tore through the sky and flew forward. Everyone's gazes shifted away from Zi Chen. The battle that had just stopped erupted once again. Ang Wei heaved a sigh of relief, admiring Zi Chen's decisiveness very much. One had to know, facing an opportunity, not everyone was willing to let go. Following that, the 2 retreated towards the back. Very clearly, this level of battle, the 2 of them would not take part. Billowing energy surged continuously, causing this stretch of space to start distorting but did not shatter. The battle on the mountain peaks was extremely tragic. Many azure wolves pounced towards those battle beasts. Both sides engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Sharp blades, flames, and all kinds of attacks were spread all over every place. The beast men aggressively dashed forward. The beast bones in their hands danced crazily, smashing the azure wolves to death one after another. At the same time, wounds were left on their bodies. However, these wounds healed quickly. However, the number of azure wolves was too much. They constantly pounced on the beast men. Soon, a beastman fell down. After struggling for a while, he stopped breathing. With those azure wolves blocking, those battle beasts couldn't reach the top. The vast sun divine crystals smoothly fell on the mountain peak and were swallowed by the azure wolves. Apparently, Those vast sun divine crystals were distributed by themselves. Among them, the Wolf King's crystal was the largest. After swallowing the vast sun divine crystal, the Wolf King did not refine it directly. Instead, he walked to the edge of the mountain peak and watched the fierce battle below. His eyes were filled with coldness. The Wolf King and the azure wolves beside him didn't join the battle. They just watched in silence. Chen was also watching from behind. However, his attention was mostly on those dead battle beasts and human corpses. To him, this was a big fortune that could be exchanged for many resources, which could be used to cultivate many experts for the Life Star. Ang Wei was extremely tense. He was worried that the battle would affect the two of them even though they looked like they couldn't withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, he discreetly glanced at Chen, wondering if he was as tense as he was. Then, he saw Chen's sparkling eyes and his excited face. He was speechless. He didn't expect that at this moment, Chen was still thinking about those resources. Anyway, those resources were really abundant, which could make people envious. Chen, didn't you notice that we can't get out? Ang Wei sent him the message. At this moment, the battle was too fierce. The explosions were unceasing, so they couldn't hear him. Yeah, it seems like we're trapped in this space. Chen replied. His eyes continued to move around, looking around as he answered absent-mindedly. Aren't you worried in this situation? Ang Wei sent him the message hurriedly. We can't leave. It means we're trapped. In this situation, we can only be killed. That's not necessarily true. What if they kill each other and all die in the end? Chen's line of sight was still moving. This time, he started to pay attention to the top of the valley. At this moment, no battle beasts had arrived there. However, the mountainside had fallen. You're really optimistic. A scorching energy fluctuation came from not far from them. It was a level 8 God Clan warrior. He was holding a flaming saber in his hand, which was releasing a scorching aura. All the experts who tried to approach him were repelled by his saber. He hovered in the air, his face cold and indifferent. A piece of vast sun divine crystal hovered above his head. Apparently, this piece of vast sun divine crystal had an owner. Although the others were reluctant, they didn't dare to approach because this saber had killed 5 people. At the same time, there were more corpses lying around. In another direction, a god bell descended from the sky, protecting a level 8 God Clan warrior. At the same time, it was also protecting a piece of vast sun divine crystal. There were many attacks from all directions, but they couldn't break through the defense of this god bell. After seeing that physical god bell, Chen's expression changed slightly. That was actually a replica of the world-exterminating god bell. Clearly, it was a rare treasure. This piece of vast sun divine crystal also had an owner. As for the last piece, it landed in the hands of a God Clan warrior. Above his head, there was a huge vortex. There was a strong light shining in the vortex. Once an attack approached, a ray of light would appear in the vortex and destroy those attacks. Without a doubt, these 3 people were the 3 strongest existences here. They occupied 3 pieces of divine crystals. As for the others, although they were unwilling, they had no choice. Right at this moment, a person suddenly walked towards Chen. Behind him, there were 4 other people. These people were the 5 people who reminded Chen to leave quickly. At this moment, there was no disdain on their faces. Instead, there was only cold killing intent. Damn it, why didn't you give me the vast sun divine crystal just now? The leader transmitted his voice coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Sir, please spare our lives. This has nothing to do with us. Ang Wei said with a terrified face. Go to hell. A divine light swept towards the 2 of them like a waterfall. As the divine light approached, a strong pressure fell on the 2 of them, affecting their movements. Swoosh. Chen grabbed Ang Wei and retreated quickly, dodging the attack. Sir, this really has nothing to do with us. It was just a coincidence that thing flew over, Ang Wei said again. The other party did not listen at all and stepped forward again. Behind him, the few guys had a mocking look. Clearly, these 5 guys were no match for any of the 3 people even if they joined forces. However, They were extremely unwilling to accept it. Therefore, they transferred their anger to the two of them. After all, the two of them were level 7 and were easy to deal with. From Zichen's point of view, the 5 of them had the intention to preserve their strength and avoid the battle. After all, there were still vast sun divine crystals in other places. Moreover, the battle had yet to end. Zichen grabbed Ang Wei and retreated again, dodging the attack easily. "Let's see how many times you can dodge." The level 8 sneered and struck again. Zichen dodged again. "Sir, please spare our lives." Ang Wei begged for mercy. The other party's eyes were cold and full of mockery. Obviously, he would not stop. "Why do you have to be so aggressive?" Zichen said with a frown. He did not want to make a move for the time being. "Overbearing? Can't you see that I'm killing?" The other party sneered and stepped forward. "Today, the two of you must die." Hearing this, Ang Wei stopped begging for mercy. His eyes turned cold instantly. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Seeing Ang Wei disappear, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the few people. Clearly, they did not expect the guy who had been begging for mercy to be a dark shadow assassin. At this moment, the pupils of the leader suddenly shrank. He realized that the other person in front of him had disappeared too. Just as he felt that something was wrong, a golden light appeared beside him. Puff! The golden light flashed past and the level 8's head was separated from his body. Zichen appeared with a cold look in his eyes. "You're courting death." Chapter 2846. One of the 5 level 8s had died, and the other 4 were shocked. They all retreated, not expecting this level 7's, who could be crushed to death at any time, to have such skills. Buzz! As soon as the 4 of them retreated, a trembling sound came from beside them, followed by a black light. The level 8s dodged to the side without hesitation and slashed horizontally. The light of the blade flashed. The black shadow that had just appeared disappeared, and a deep bloody wound appeared on the chest of the level 8s. There was residual energy in the wound, and it was devouring his life force. It was Ang Wei who attacked. He had seriously injured a level 8's. Puff! A cold light flashed, and another head flew out from the other side. Another level 8's was beheaded, and blood splattered everywhere. Zichen's figure disappeared, and the 9 fleeting thunderbolts was displayed at this moment. The fastest speed in the world was displayed, and the opponent was caught off guard by his speed. The battle here had attracted the attention of the experts in the distance. Previously, they were all looking at the battle in amusement, waiting to see a good show. In this place, no one cared about the life and death of others, and everyone was prepared to die. They looked at the scene in amusement, waiting to see what would happen next. The counterattack of the 2 level 7's was not beyond their expectations. No one who could come here was weak. Who would not be brave in the face of such oppression? However, what surprised them was the absolute combat power displayed by the 2 level 7's after they started to counterattack. Seeing that 2 of the 5 level 8's were dead and 1 was seriously injured, their expressions changed. They had originally thought that they were people that everyone could bully, but unexpectedly, they were just pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. This thunderous attack caused the expressions of those who were paying attention to the battle here to change. Ang Wei reappeared, and the sharp spike flashed, and the black light disappeared. The level 8's who were seriously injured earlier widened his eyes and fell backward. After more than 10 years of training, Ang Wei's combat skills had become more ingenious, and it was not so difficult for him to kill the level 8's. At this moment, there was only 1 level 8's left. 3 of them were killed by Zichen, and 1 by Ang Wei. The level 8's were frightened and kept retreating, not daring to believe that this would be the result. Zichen and Ang Wei looked at each other and disappeared again. "Go away. Scram!" The level 8 expert shouted in terror. The energy in his body fluctuated violently, and the space around him began to distort. The surging energy on his body transformed into a giant beast. The giant beast roared at the sky, its aura abnormally violent. But he couldn't find his target. In the distorted space, Zichen and Ang Wei appeared one after another. The 2 of them attacked the giant beast, one on the left and one on the right. Kai! Faced with the sudden attack of the 2, The giant energy beast instantly exploded. The sharp attack speed did not decrease and went straight into the body of the level 8. Shua. Shua. After the attack ended, the two retreated and stood there indifferently. The fear in the eyes of the 8th grade expert in front of him froze, and his life force dissipated. 5 provocative level 8s died just like that. The other level 8 powerhouses in the surroundings were shocked. The strength of the two had completely exceeded their expectations. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Originally, he didn't want to make a move, but he didn't expect the other party to be so overbearing. However, since he had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his head, looked at the 3 experts above, and said, "That vast sun divine crystal was originally mine. Please return it." The 3 of them witnessed Zichen's strength, and their expressions became solemn at this moment. If it was one-on-one, they might not be Zichen's match. Because the other party's speed was too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. But at this time, Zichen directly provoked the 3 of them. This made their faces reveal anger one after another, feeling that they were insulted. "If you want the vast sun divine crystal, then ask the saber in my hand," the divine race holding the saber said coldly. "Your attack isn't weak, but it can't break my defense at all. Under such circumstances, I have many means to kill you. Kid, better play it safe. Don't be so arrogant." The divine race possessing the divine bell imitation warned. As for the divine race, he snorted coldly at Zichen, his eyes revealing cold killing intent. The battle in the distance was still ongoing. Those battle beasts were still charging at the mountain peak crazily. At this time, they were about to reach the mountain peak. Compared to the front, this area was surprisingly quiet. Although the 2 of them had easily killed 5 level 8s, Ang Wei was still very nervous at this time. Because the 2 of them had been exposed, they might become the target of everyone's joint attack next. "Ang Wei, you step back first." Zichen glanced at Ang Wei. Ang Wei nodded and used his eyes to signal Zichen to be careful. He then stepped back. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude." When Ang Wei heard Zichen's words, he didn't deliberately be cold, but it contained great confidence. Next, he saw an unforgettable scene. At the same time, he also knew for the first time that a battle could be fought like this. He saw that Zichen's body shone with 2 types of energy. These 2 types of energy were completely opposite. Every time he saw Zichen display these 2 types of extreme energy, he felt that it was unbelievable. It went against common sense. These energies quickly fused and turned into lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were the size of a palm and flew forward. Ang Wei had seen Zichen use this move before. At that time, he was dealing with the spatial worm king. However, compared to this scene, the previous battle was nothing. These lotus flowers spread out rapidly and flew forward. Their target was not only the 3 experts who had obtained the vast sun divine crystal, but also the experts. That included all the experts around them. This was the source of Ang Wei's shock. They hadn't joined hands yet, but Zichen had taken the initiative to attack. After those lotus flowers spread out, they exploded with a loud bang. After the first one exploded, the others started a chain reaction and exploded one after another. Boom after boom resounded in this independent space. Amidst these booms, the yin and yang energies that exploded spread out, forming a destructive wave. In an instant, the destructive and violent energy shrouded a large area in front of them. Angry roars rang out from the violent aura. Those level 8s tried to rush out. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, showing no signs of ending. Zichen stood in place. The yin and yang energy kept converging in front of him, turning into lotus flowers and flying forward. Like a continuous firing cannon, there was no pause. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive yin and yang energy waves were still spreading further and further, shrouding more experts. At this moment, in this space, Ang Wei could only see Zichen in front of him and the yin-yang thunder lotus flying forward. He couldn't see anything else. The yin and yang energy waves became the master of this space, constantly spreading into the distance. Is he trying to forcibly shroud this space? Ang Wei was extremely shocked. At this time, only the small area behind Zi Chen was absolutely safe. In the violent energy, the roars turned into screams, and the screams turned into wails. They gradually disappeared. So far, no one could rush out and attack Zi Chen. No attack could break through the destructive force. Boom, boom, boom. The yin-yang thunder lotus was still violent, showing no signs of stopping. And Zi Chen was using such a powerful method, as if he didn't care about the consumption. Ang Wei didn't know how far the yin-yang thunder lotus had spread. He guessed that it was close to the peak, or had already shrouded the peak. The violent energy continued to wreak havoc. Everything was still going on. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. During this period, Zi Chen didn't stop releasing yin and yang energy. The number of yin-yang thunder lotuses flying out was no less than 100,000. Zi Chen was still calm despite such a huge consumption of energy. Ang Wei felt that he couldn't see through him. He didn't know how much energy was contained in his body. The violent energy wave slowly dissipated and Ang Wei looked at the corpses on the ground. Many of the corpses were not whole. His gaze moved forward as the energy dissipated. Other than the corpses, he didn't find any survivors. Later, he saw some corpses of battle beasts and even more battle beasts. There were also some human corpses. But there were still no survivors. His gaze continued to move. At the edge of the giant peak in the distance, he finally found some survivors. It was the 3 experts who had obtained the vast sun divine crystal. Although they were standing in the air, their auras had become extremely weak. Among the 3, the God Race expert with the divine bell of annihilation was in the best condition. The other 2 were in the worst condition. At this moment, the 3 of them also saw the scene in front of them. Their faces were filled with horror. Other than the 3 of them, everyone was dead. There were hundreds of experts. As for the battle beasts, the God Race expert in the divine bell of annihilation turned around and looked behind him. He saw a light shield. The light shield shrouded the peak. And in the peak, there were more than 100 battle beasts alive. Some of these battle beasts were green wolves, and the rest were other battle beasts. This scene was obviously caused by the other battle beasts attacking the peak. After Zi Chen's explosion, a light shield appeared, enveloping the peak and the battle beasts at the same time. Zi Chen walked forward. As he walked forward, tornadoes appeared beside him. The tornadoes went straight into the sky, carrying battle beasts and human corpses. There was a black hole in the sky. That was the entrance to the world. When Ang Wei saw this scene, he recalled what Zi Chen had said earlier. He was extremely shocked. It was obvious that Zi Chen had been thinking about this since a long time ago. These were all resources, unimaginable resources. Just as Zi Chen said, just by obtaining these black tokens, he could upgrade the token to level 5 and then exchange it for enough resources. Don't come over, I can give you the vast sun divine crystal. The God Race expert with the sword said in horror. That's right, I can give you the vast sun divine crystal. The God Race expert also said in horror. As for the existence in the middle with the divine bell replica, he was a little hesitant. Because Zi Chen's previous attack did not break through his divine bell's defense. That was originally mine. It's natural for you to return it to me. Chapter 2847. The 3's expressions changed. The blade-wielding divine general shouted, "You want to take our lives? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed forward with his blade. The saber light that was like a waterfall carried a powerful aura as it headed straight for Zi Chen. Buzz! A divine light appeared beside Zi Chen. The divine light was extremely fast. It instantly reached the divine general's side and pierced his head. The blade light stopped beside Zi Chen and dissipated. A strong wind blew past Zi Chen's face and blew his hair. The divine general's expression froze. His eyes were filled with shock as his body fell to the ground. He was dead. His life force was extinguished by the heaven-connecting divine needle. That's the heaven-connecting divine needle. The God Clan expert, who was still hiding in the apocalyptic sacred bell, exclaimed when he saw this. The light shield around the mountain didn't disperse. The different types of battle beasts didn't continue fighting. Instead, They watched the battle through the shield. They were all intelligent life forms. They knew how powerful the human outside the shield was. The other party alone had killed hundreds of experts of the same level. The Green Wolf King's eyes flashed coldly. A loud shout came from outside the shield. The whirlpool above the divine race expert's head expanded. Beam after beam of destructive light fell like chains, locking down every corner. The heaven-connecting divine needle trembled. It turned into a divine light and shot forward, leaving a rainbow mark in the air. The destructive light fell, heading toward the heaven-connecting divine needle. Buzz! The heaven-connecting divine needle trembled. It sped up again, dodging the attacks and entering the destructive light. In an instant, the violent aura in the sky disappeared. The whirlpool in the sky also stopped. The heaven-connecting divine needle flew back. The divine race expert's body flickered a few times before he fell to the ground. Another person died. There was only one human left. He was protected by the world-destroying divine bell. His face was filled with shock. Many experts had come this time. Every one of them wanted to be the Oriole and obtain the final victory. They didn't expect that they would be killed by a divine race expert. A divine race expert killed a group of divine race experts. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. The two of them were already dead, and their corpses were brought back. Zichen obtained 2 pieces of vast sun divine crystal. However, this was originally something that belonged to him. His gaze landed on the third person. You can't break through my defense, so you can't kill me. Why don't we work together? The other party's expression changed before he finally spoke. Behind them, Ang Wei was also looking at Zichen. He was wondering if Zichen would accept the alliance request. I can't break through your defense. Zichen looked at him and a cold smile appeared on his face. Your heavenly god needle is a replica, but isn't my world-annihilating divine bell also a replica? I admit that I can't beat you, but with this, it's impossible for you to kill me. You have combat power, and I have defense. Wouldn't it be better for the two of us to work together to deal with those battle beasts? The vast sun divine crystal that we obtain, you and I can also share equally. Zichen shook his head slowly and said, Sorry, I don't have the habit of sharing with others. You. A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes as he shouted, Then let's just waste time like this. You think too highly of yourself. What right do you have to talk about wasting time with me? Zichen sneered as a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber flashed with black light. Ang Wei knew this weapon was very sharp, but he had also heard of the divine race's famous world-annihilating divine bell. Now that these two weapons were about to meet, Ang Wei was filled with anticipation as to which weapon was stronger. It's useless. This is a replica of the world-annihilating divine bell. Although it can be used for both offense and defense, its main function is defend. The divine race expert snorted and said, Who in the world can break through the divine bell's defense? Zichen didn't say anything. He tapped his foot and flew up into the air. The long saber in his hand was instantly unsheathed. There was no saber intent lingering on the saber light. There was only a bright light. This light was a kind of rule power. It was very unique and mysterious. Soul seize. With a loud shout, the long saber slashed down from the sky. A saber light with the rule power fell from above. It brought with it a vast aura as it struck the world-annihilating divine bell. The divine bell's defense seemed to be non-existent in front of the saber light. It instantly penetrated and landed on the divine race expert's body. Ang Wei's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Could Zichen have broken through the divine race expert's defense with one slash? Soon, he realized that something was wrong. The divine race expert's defense had not dissipated. The light shield was still protecting him. He was also unharmed. Zichen stood in the air. His expression was indifferent. He didn't feel any regret or disappointment. The divine race expert was stunned. The slash from before had given him a great shock. That slash had ignored his defense and landed on his body. However, he was not hurt at all. Even his defense was not broken. After the shock, he came back to his senses. With a disdainful sneer on his face, he said, "Your illusory attack is only SOSO. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Today, I will stand here without moving. You can't do anything to me. As for your illusory attack, it won't affect my mind at all. Is that so?" A strange smile appeared on Zichen's face. Divine light flickered beside him. The heavenly god needle appeared again and flew forward. "It's useless." The divine race expert was still sneering. His expression was full of disdain. Crack! The heavenly god needle arrived outside the light shield formed by the divine bell of destruction. It passed through the light shield without any resistance. At the same time, it pierced through the divine race expert's body. The disdain on the divine race expert's face froze. His surging vitality was extinguished in an instant. His face was full of disbelief. Ang Wei, who was behind Zichen, was also extremely shocked. Even if the heavenly god needle was so powerful, it shouldn't have been able to break through the divine bell of destruction's defense so easily. Could it be that slash from before? Ang Wei thought of that possibility. That was the only possibility that could explain why the divine bell of destruction couldn't block the heavenly god needle's attack. Zichen had already put away his saber. His body descended. The previous slash was the soul snatcher. It was a unique attack of the saber spirit. One slash was to steal the soul in the divine bell of destruction. Without a soul, the divine bell of destruction was only a shell. How could it block the heavenly god needle? After keeping the other party's corpse, Zichen lifted his head and looked towards the mountain peak. The light barrier still hadn't dissipated, and the eyes of the beasts inside it were filled with fear as they looked at Zichen. Looking at the light shield, Zichen's gaze landed on the Green Wolf King. There was a reason why the light shield didn't disappear and the space here didn't stop. This reason should be the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Human, what do you want?" "The vast sun divine crystal," Zichen said. "My goal is the vast sun divine crystal." "You already have it," the Green Wolf King said coldly. "It was originally mine," Zichen said indifferently. Then, he stood there and looked at the Green Wolf King. "You can't enter." The Green Wolf King looked at Zichen. There wasn't much emotion in his eyes. Someone said the same thing just now, but he died in the end. Zichen smiled faintly. The battle beasts that originally came to fight for the vast sun divine crystal stopped fighting at this moment. They were all very frightened. If this light shield was broken, they would all die. Zichen and the Green Wolf King looked at each other silently. Zichen's expression didn't change, and the Green Wolf King's expression didn't change. After a while, the Green Wolf King's eyes finally changed. He said, "I can give you the vast sun divine crystal." As its voice fell, beside it, vast sun divine crystals appeared in front of 5 green wolves, and they flew out of the light barrier. The vast sun divine crystal smoothly passed through the light shield and landed beside Zichen. Looking at the 5 floating vast sun divine crystals, Zichen slowly shook his head. The Green Wolf King's eyes flashed with anger. Then, he turned his head again. Another 5 vast sun divine crystals appeared. Before the 5 vast sun divine crystals flew out, Zichen shook his head again. After 5 vast sun divine crystals, 5 more appeared. When Ang Wei saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. Clearly, Zichen alone was enough to intimidate this group of battle beasts. Right now, facing Zichen's strength, they could only choose to dodge time and time again. Looking at the 15 vast sun divine crystals in front of him, Zichen's hand flashed and his saber was unsheathed once more. His calm expression slowly turned cold and stern. His voice was no longer calm. "Are you using these to buy your life? Then aren't you belittling yourselves too much? Since you don't even care about yourselves, then there's no need for me to care." After saying that, he slowly unsheathed his saber. A bright light shone from the saber. The Green Wolf King let out a low growl. Another 20 vast sun divine crystals appeared. These vast sun divine crystals were much larger than before. Zichen's saber paused. He looked at the 35 vast sun divine crystals in front of him and then at the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King no longer backed down. "Forget it. Who asked me to be so soft-hearted?" Sheathing his saber, Chen waved his sleeves and kept the vast sun divine crystals. If he wasn't wrong, the Green Wolf King should still have about half of the vast sun divine crystals. Ang Wei was speechless. If this was called benevolence, then there shouldn't be any bad people in this world. I'm going to leave. Chen turned around and said to the Green Wolf King. A cold light flashed in the Green Wolf King's eyes. In front of Chen, space distorted and a tunnel appeared. Seeing this, Ang Wei immediately ran toward them. If he didn't leave with Chen, what awaited him next would be death. Hurry up. Chen looked at Ang Wei and said with a smile. Ang Wei quickly walked forward and was about to enter the tunnel. At the same time, Chen turned around and followed Ang Wei. In the next instant, the two were about to leave. Right at this moment, a strong light suddenly erupted from Chen's body. This light contained pure law energy and spread out in all directions. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force followed behind the law energy. Chapter 28:48. Such an unforeseen event not only stunned Ang Wei, who was about to walk out of the passage, but also the war beasts hiding in the light shield in the distance. They were very worried that this human would go back on his word and attack them after taking the vast sun divine crystal. After all, in their eyes, humans had always been greedy, cunning, selfish, and capricious. At this time, the cold murderous intent in the human's eyes was much stronger than before, as if he was determined to kill. Previously, his eyes were not filled with such a dense killing intent that could not be dispersed. Soon, they realized that they had misunderstood the human in front of them. A black shadow appeared in the scattered ripples of the rules. This black shadow was retreating at this time, gradually revealing a human shape. There was a human here. These war beasts were extremely shocked. They didn't know how the other party had managed to survive the terrifying bombardment of the war beasts. When the light shadow retreated, the surrounding space began to distort. The 8 Saber Ancestors tablets appeared, forming a saber domain. The misty light spread and enveloped the light shadow. How did you find me? In the Saber Ancestors tablet, the 8th level Celestial looked at Chen in front of him with a horrified expression. Chen walked forward, his expression becoming colder and colder. There were other war beasts here, and with the walls having ears, he naturally would not explain for the other. Not hearing the answer he wanted, the 8th level Celestial's horrified face showed a touch of coldness. He said in a cold voice, "This is good, I can still kill you." His figure disappeared again, and he hid again. The light of the rules dispersed, and the other's disappeared figure reappeared. On his cold face, there was a touch of shock, and he said involuntarily, "How is this possible?" He began to retreat. After taking a step, his figure disappeared again. The light of the rules spread like ripples, and the 8th level Celestial's disappeared figure continued to appear. How is this possible? His face was full of disbelief, and his body kept retreating, but this time, he would not disappear. He retreated again and again, but still appeared. There seemed to be an inexplicable force that suppressed his concealment technique. What kind of power is this? He asked in a deep voice, his face full of fear. Chen certainly would not answer, and he moved forward step by step. Looking at his opponent, who was clearly only at level 7, this level 8 expert revealed a look of fear on his face. He had been watching the battle earlier, so he knew how powerful the other party was. Now that he had lost his greatest reliance, how could he be a match for the other party? The closer Chen got to him, the more fear he felt in his heart. In the end, this fear turned into killing intent. Die! With an angry roar, he rushed forward, and a black blade appeared in his hand. A black light flashed, illuminating the surroundings. The temperature in the saber domain plummeted. Seeing that his opponent had taken the initiative to attack, Chen's eyes flashed coldly. A strong light burst forth from his body. His body was like a ray of light as he quickly rushed forward. The light of yin and yang flowed on the surface of his body. The golden light spread out, illuminating the surroundings and suppressing the black light. Shua! The two rays of light met and instantly separated. The swirling golden light disappeared, and the black light that appeared between heaven and earth also dissipated in an instant. Chen stood behind the level 8 expert, and the strong wind that blew past lifted a part of his robe and sent it flying backward. In his hand, the saber was in a sheathed state, as if it had never been unsheathed. The torn part of his robe fell on the cold-looking level 8. His cold expression froze, and a streak of dark red blood appeared on his neck. Bang! His body swayed, and finally he fell, his head separated from his body. Looking at the lifeless level 8 on the ground, fear appeared in the eyes of the battle beasts again. This level 7 was a little too powerful. In a head-on confrontation, he actually destroyed a level 8. Ao Wei, who had known Zichen's power for a long time, was also very shocked. He did not expect Zichen to have such a powerful technique in a head-on confrontation. Zichen turned around and walked forward. When he came in front of the level 8 opponent, he shot a ray of energy at him. In the next moment, the opponent's body was completely crystallized, and then a piece of Rule Shadow Skin appeared. The Rule Shadow Skin was faintly discernible, as if it could escape into the void and disappear at any time. This was a level 8 Rule Shadow Skin. Zichen removed the Saber Ancestor's Steely, and Ao Wei walked forward. When he saw the level 8 Rule Shadow Skin, his expression changed, and he said involuntarily, "It's a level 8 Shadow Assassin. Is this person also here to snatch the vast Sun Divine Crystal?" Zichen shook his head and said, "He should be coming for us." Coming for us? Ao Wei was shocked, and he could not believe it. To be precise, his coming for me. Zichen's expression was still cold. Ao Wei thought of a possibility, and his expression changed. When Shadowless told Zichen everything about the Rule Shadow Skin, Zichen guessed this possibility. During this time, he only needed to send Shadowless to investigate, and he would definitely be able to find some clues. The opponent had been following him for a long time. During this time, he tried to get rid of the opponent without leaving a trace, but it was useless. He took the Divine Space Ring from the level 8's body, and after opening it, he found a jade plate in it. There were 2 flickering light spots on the jade plate, and the light spots marked the location of the 2. He's actually able to sense our location. Seeing this scene, Ao Wei's expression changed again. "Is it done by that old man from the shop?" Zichen nodded. Only the other party had such means. Ao Wei continued to ask, "Since we're being targeted, they might send more people over. Then what should we do now?" "Let's remove the Rule Shadow Skin's ownership seal first, and then increase our cultivation level. We'll talk about the rest later," Zichen said. He did not stay here for long and walked forward. Those battle beasts were already extremely frightened, worried that he would suddenly attack. Moreover, Zichen already felt that the light shield would not last for long and would disappear soon. As for what kind of battle would happen after he left, Zichen was not in the mood to care. This time, he obtained a lot of resources and gained a lot, so he did not continue to attack. Instead, he chose to take the vast Sun Divine Crystal and leave. Walking out of the passage, Zichen and Ao Wei reappeared in the 100,000 Mountains. This place was very far from the original place. This should be the Wolf King's intention. It seemed to be worried that he would change his mind after leaving and kill again. The Wolf King could control the light shield at will and open a place to leave. Obviously, it had absolute control over that place. This time, the Wolf King lured the nearby humans and battle beasts there. It did not seem to have good intentions. Zichen took out 2 pieces of vast Sun Divine Crystal and handed it to Ao Wei, saying, "This is for you. Break through quickly." Ao Wei smiled, but only took 1 piece and said, "Thank you. 1 piece is enough for me to break through." The vast Sun Divine Crystal was extraordinary. Even those level 8s would fight to the death for it. Moreover, there were only a few dozen pieces in total. It was obviously very important. Although it was only 1 piece, it was enough for Ao Wei to break through to level 8. Zichen did not refuse and kept the other piece. Now, he could kill level 8s and was also confident to fight level 8s. However, his strength was still level 7 after all. This realm was indeed a little low. Although he knew that he was being schemed against by that old man, he did not dare to go back and cause trouble. The most important thing now was to break through again. As long as he reached level 8, his combat strength would increase again. Walking in this area, he would obviously have more confidence. The two entered a canyon. After easily killing the battle beasts in the canyon, they found a relatively safe place and began to refine the vast Sun Divine Crystal. The vast Sun Divine Crystal was not large in size, but the power of the rules contained in it was extremely pure and rich, and its level was also very high. Wisps of energy entered Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. He was quietly refining the power of the rules. While refining, he was also comprehending. At the same time, in Zi Chen's world, his doppelganger was still using the rule crystal to comprehend the 8th Saber Ancestor Tablet's Saber Essence. As long as he comprehended the 8th Saber Essence, his realm could break through again and reach level 8. At this time, with the rule of the vast Sun Divine Crystal, his cultivation was also twice the result with half the effort. Time passed. In the innumerable huge mountains, many level 8s and many battle beasts were lost, but it did not cause a sensation in this area. The innumerable huge mountains was too big, and there were too many powerhouses here, so it was not a big deal to lose some. It would not be long before those areas without battle beasts would be repopulated by other battle beasts, and at the same time, other humans would come here. Outside the canyon where Zi Chen and Ang Wei were, Shadowless was in charge of guarding everything. Once there was danger, he would inform the two in advance. The rules in the vast Sun Divine Crystal were unimaginably huge. Even with Zi Chen's refining speed, he could not completely refine it in a short time. Moreover, the rules in it allowed him to make great progress. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed, and Zi Chen finally succeeded in refining a piece of vast Sun Divine Crystal. His comprehension of the law was not just a little bit stronger than 10 years ago. With a flash of brilliance, he disappeared from the spot. In his world, the doppelganger who was comprehending the Saber Ancestor Tablet also disappeared one by one. Zi Chen stood in front of the 8th Saber Ancestor Tablet and looked up at the towering Saber Ancestor Tablet in front of him. One Saber essence after another swept through his sea of consciousness. With a slight tremor, a Saber essence emerged from the surface of his body. This was a general level Saber essence. After it appeared, the Saber essence rotated around his body. Then, the second Saber essence appeared, one after another. These Saber essences that surrounded Zi Chen's body stopped at the 7th Saber essence. 7 Saber essences rotated around his body, and a powerful aura belonging to level 7 erupted from his body. At this moment, his aura had reached the peak of level 7, infinitely close to level 8. Zi Chen's eyes stared straight ahead, and the power of the rules he comprehended gathered in his sea of consciousness. Condense. With a shout, the laws he had comprehended converged into a new Saber intent. The 8th Saber essence was formed. Chapter 2849. 8 Saber intents circled around Zi Chen's body, and a powerful aura was released from his body. Ancestor General Level 8. After being in this world for so many years, he finally broke through again with the help of the vast Sun Divine Crystal, becoming a powerful existence equivalent to a level 8 general of the God Clan. His world was changing once again. This was a new metamorphosis. Feeling the changes in his body, Zi Chen was very satisfied. This breakthrough was of great significance to him. He, who was already extraordinary, was confident that he could defeat all the divine generals, including level 9 ones. Of course, the premise was that he would not encounter a divine general. After all, those ranked divine generals were the elites selected from the entire divine realm. There were countless divine generals in the divine realm, but only 108 of them stood out. Every one of them had extremely unique techniques and were fully deserving of being called the strongest. With a breakthrough, the world would change. It would not be long before his divine avatar would break through as well. Zi Chen began to count his gains from last time. He had not checked the spatial spirit rings of the dead God Clan and Sky Clan members. Today was a good time to do so. Ang Wei had not broken through yet, so Zi Chen had to continue waiting here. Each of the spatial spirit rings he obtained had a lot of resources in them. These resources added up were far more than what Zi Chen had obtained in the past few decades, or even many times more. At the same time, these resources were much more than what he had taken out last time. When he returned this time, his token would be upgraded to level 5. This way, He could buy twice the normal amount of resources at a 50% discount. There were beast bone weapons, half-beastmen, green wolves, and other resources. In the end, there were so many resources that Zichen couldn't be bothered to count them. He just took out the tokens and put them together so that he could exchange them for other resources. Time passed as he waited. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. A level 8 aura erupted from the outside world. Ang Wei had finally broken through. Zichen's figure flashed and arrived outside. Ang Wei's face was filled with excitement. Level 8 aura circulated around his body. In front of him, there was still less than half of the vast sun divine crystal left. Zichen was very surprised that Yi Futian had broken through to the next realm before he had finished refining it. At the same time, this could also prove the might of the vast sun divine crystal. This aura spread out without the slightest bit of suppression. It swept past the nearby mountains and spread out into the distance. Beastly roars rang out one after another. The nearby beasts had sensed this aura and were rushing over. Ha ha! Seeing those battle beasts, Ao Wei laughed out loud. His figure flashed, and he shot toward the sky. When he reached the sky, his figure disappeared into thin air. Zichen watched this scene quietly from below. When he was at level 7, Ang Wei had the ability to kill level 8 warriors. His combat strength was definitely one of the best among the Black Order warriors. Now that he had broken through again, his combat strength was obviously stronger. Puff, puff, puff. Above the dome of heaven, bloody light burst forth as those battle beasts descended from the sky. Like a ghost, Ang Wei appeared beside them and killed them with a single blow. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battle beasts were killed. The remaining battle beasts fled in fear when they saw the slaughter. Ang Wei did not chase after them. His laughter echoed in the wilderness. After a while, Ang Wei landed and put away his spoils. He came to Zichen and said, "Thank you for this time." Zichen smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me." Ang Wei nodded and asked, "Where are we going next? Are we still going to train here?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, let's go back to the trading city to trade first." Trade? Ang Wei was stunned. "I've gained a lot this time, but it's useless to have so many tokens. I plan to keep some tokens for promotion and exchange the rest for resources," Zichen said. "I forgot that you have a big family to take care of." Ang Wei smiled and said, "Then let's go back." "But what if that old man in the shop wants to do something to us again?" Zichen showed a mysterious smile on his face. "I'm afraid that he'll be honest." Ang Wei did not understand what he meant. The two began to return. Unlike when they came, they walked carefully on the ground. This time, they left directly in the air. Roar! Roar! Angry roars sounded one after another. One after another, the battle beasts soared into the sky. Ang Wei stood there without moving. Divine light flashed beside Zichen. The heavenly needle appeared. The needle turned into a stream of light and flew toward those battle beasts. Puff! 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 The battle beasts died one after another. After they died, before their bodies fell to the ground, rays of energy light flowed out from Zichen's body and wrapped around their bodies, bringing them back. They went forward and killed all the way. The angry roars gradually turned into frightened roars, causing a great commotion. Some of the experts who were cultivating in the 100,000 mountains noticed the scene in the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. Even if they recognized that it was the heavenly needle, the most precious treasure of the God clan. Even if it was a replica, it was still a rare treasure. However, no one dared to come forward to snatch it. "It seems that your move has completely shocked them," Ang Wei said with a smile in the air. Zichen said, "It's not shocking, but they know their own strength. At the very least, they don't have the combat power to fly freely in the air like we do." It was naturally very ostentatious to rush forward like this, but no one dared to rush up and look for trouble. When they came here, they spent more than 10 years. During this period, they walked and stopped, mainly to train. When they returned, they sped up and flew all the way. It only took them a few months to leave the 100,000 mountains. During this period, they did meet a few people who were not afraid of death. They teamed up to fight for the treasure, but they all died. It took them several months to walk out of the 100,000 mountains. Looking at the flat ground in front of them, Chen was in a good mood. It had been a long time since he saw such a thing. In the 100,000 mountains, there were only mountains. After staying for a long time, it was natural to feel depressed. The two continued to move forward. Their goal was the trade city. This place was as lively as it was decades ago. It was even livelier than before. In the past few decades, although many war generals had died in battle, many more had come. Compared to other places, this place could indeed help people advance quickly, but it was also very dangerous. After handing over their tokens, the two entered the city directly. Then, they went to the square and used the black tokens to collect resources. Chen and Ang Wei's appearance did not attract much attention. After all, they were only level 8, and there were too many level 8 people here. In the shop where Chen had traded before, the old man sensed their presence after Chen entered the city. He frowned. How could this be? Did I miss it? He only sensed the aura of 2 level 7 laws, but he did not sense any level 8 aura. Under special observation, he naturally saw that the two of them had broken through to the next level. In just a few decades, they had broken through to the next level one after another. Obviously, they had encountered an opportunity. Before confirming the level 8's fate, the old man did not take any further action. Chen exchanged a lot of resources at the square and almost used up all the tokens of his faction. Then, the two of them stayed in the city for 3 days. Chen, what do you plan to do next? Ang Wei looked at Chen. Tomorrow, I'll exchange for some resources and try to break through again. Chen said, although the vast sun divine crystal is a good thing, it's best to use it when you reach the limit of your realm. Otherwise, it'll be a waste. Ang Wei smiled and said, you'd rather use poor resources for yourself and leave good resources for your friends. Speaking of which, it's really lucky to be your friend. Chen also joked, you're also my friend, but why don't I feel lucky from you? Ang Wei said, I'm already very lucky to reach level 8 so quickly. Let's go and exchange for resources first. Chen walked forward. Isn't there a shop here? Where are you going to exchange for resources? Ang Wei asked in surprise. Of course, I'm going to an acquaintance's place. Chen smiled, but his smile was somewhat strange. After entering the shop again, Chen saw the old man behind the counter. The old man raised his head and looked at Chen. He smiled and said, it's you. Yes, senior. I'm going to exchange for some resources this time. Chen was still polite. Oh, you've already broken through? It's only been a few decades. That's quite fast, the old man said with a smile. Thank you for your help, senior, Chen said. The following exchange went smoothly. Chen and Ang Wei exchanged for some resources for level 8 divine generals. The old man didn't give a high price. Seeing the two leave, the old man frowned again. He's not back yet. Did he fail? But, why can't I feel the level 8 shadow skin? Or is he delayed by something else? Chen and Ang Wei walked on the street. After a while, Shadowless caught up and said, that's right. He sent out that level 8 divine generals. Chen had already guessed it before. This time, he just confirmed it again. A terrifying aura suddenly swept in from outside the city. It was like a huge storm. Sensing this powerful aura, the expressions of the experts changed. They immediately flew into the air. Through the light barrier, they saw some white fog outside the city. This white fog was spreading in their direction. It's coming from the fog forest. Some experts cried out in alarm. Fog shadows lived in the poison fog forest. They were the rulers of the forest. Until now, no expert had been able to cross the fog forest. But today, the expansion of the poison fog forest was very puzzling. Help, help. I know the secret of the fog shadows. I also know how to kill them. Help. There's a spirit shadow fruit in the depths. After eating it, you can break through to the next level. You can also see and kill the fog shadows. At this moment, a terrified cry for help came from the misty forest. Immediately after, a Tien clan staggered out of the poison fog forest. As he ran, he screamed in fear. At this moment, a white fog appeared behind him and turned into a fog shadow. Whoosh! A sharp light flashed. The head of the level 8 divine race expert left his body and rolled into the distance. After flying a few meters, the headless body fell to the ground. He was dead. Chapter 2850. The thick fog was still rolling, and the city was completely silent. The level 8 expert who had asked for help earlier was already dead. The misty shadow didn't take his body away, and no one came forward. His words echoed in everyone's mind. The shadow spirit fruit. Breakthrough. Kill the misty shadow. These words combined to form a fatal temptation, tempting all the experts here. The misty shadow had always been the greatest opportunity here. Killing them and refining the law shadow skin was equivalent to killing dozens of experts of the same level. Last time, a level 8 law shadow skin was sold for 50 level 8 black tokens. It was obvious how valuable it was. Moreover, they were secrets that all the experts wanted to find out and control. So far, no one had succeeded. Now that this voice sounded, it was equivalent to lighting up a beacon for everyone. As long as they followed this beacon, they would succeed. Of course, this path might be full of thorns and dangers, but the experts who could reach this level had all experienced life and death situations. They weren't afraid of danger. The silence in the city only lasted for a short while. Then, there was a huge commotion. Many experts immediately flew towards the plaza to purchase the divine spiritual pills. God spiritual pills were life-saving items at critical moments. Buying these pills at this time was obvious. The people selling pills in the plaza were stunned for a short while. Then, they immediately waved their sleeves, packed up their shops, and left. Originally, these pills weren't easy to sell. Very few people bought them. Now that there were people buying them, they didn't want to sell them. The poison fog forest was extremely dangerous, but it also meant that there were great rewards and opportunities. Even they wanted to try their luck. There were no God spiritual pills to buy here. Those people went to the shops. It was obvious that they were going to buy God spiritual pills. Without a doubt, those God spiritual pills were expensive. Seeing the bustling city, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately flew toward the plaza. What are you going to do? Ang Wei followed behind Zi Chen. Zi Chen said, sell God spiritual pills. This was a business opportunity. He naturally couldn't miss it. He killed many experts last time and found a certain number of God spiritual pills. Now was the time to sell them. Most importantly, he was very satisfied with the price. In any case, he didn't need too many God spiritual pills. The tokens he exchanged for could be exchanged for even more pills in the future. Occupying an empty space, Zi Chen laid out some God spiritual pills and shouted, selling God spiritual pills at a fair price. Of course, this so-called fair price was only slightly cheaper than those shops that had raised their prices. However, Zi Chen's price was indeed fair in a situation where the supply of God spiritual pills could not meet the demand. Very soon, all the divine spiritual pills that he had taken out were swept clean, and their prices were 80% higher than normal. Aren't you going to take a look? Looking at Zi Chen, who was happily counting his loot, Aegis asked. Zi Chen turned around and looked at the sky outside the city. The poisonous fog still hadn't dissipated. He wondered if it was the fog shadow's demonstration to the city. Go, of course we're going. After returning to the city of trade, Zi Chen planned to go to the poison fog forest. He was very interested in those fog shadows. Even if there was no unforeseen event, he would still go, not to mention such an unforeseen event. The spirit shadow fruit was related to his advancement. He wanted to obtain it. As for the method to kill the fog shadow, he didn't want others to obtain it. Without the God spiritual pills, the others immediately left, leaving only the two of them in the plaza. When the two of them left the plaza, they heard a series of shouts. Team up! Team up and enter the poison fog forest. Level 8 team up. Only level 8. Level 9 team up. Join the team quickly. Hearing these shouts, Zi Chen smiled. Sure enough, everyone was on guard against the poison fog forest. In a short period of time, large teams appeared one after another. Should we join a team? Aegis looked at Zi Chen. Chen smiled and said, "Do you think any team will want us?" At this moment, the teams were very tacitly divided into two camps. The Sky Race and the God Race were in one camp. Although the two sides wouldn't fight each other, it was impossible for different camps to form a team because they didn't trust each other. Chen and Aegis were in the God Race's camp and the Sky Race's camp. Under these circumstances, it didn't seem appropriate for them to join either camp. Aegis looked around and said with a wry smile, "That's true. Let's go." Actually, even if they formed a team, they wouldn't necessarily trust each other. After all, they didn't know each other. They just wanted to take care of each other and give each other some psychological comfort. The two of them immediately walked out of the city. "Little brother, aren't you forming a team? Why don't you join our team?" A voice suddenly rang out. Chen turned around and saw a level 8 God Race looking at him. Beside him were a dozen other God Race members. "There are two of us," Chen said. "Don't worry. More people means more power." The level 8 God Race member smiled and said, "I'm Clay." Chen. Chen said, then looked at Aegis. Aegis. Clearly, he agreed to form a team with the other party. "It's rare to see a team like yours here." Clay and the others walked over. Chen said, "Aegis saved me once. That's why we've been forming a team." Clay said in surprise, "Oh, that's even rarer." The few people beside Clay also looked at Ang Wei with strange expressions on their faces. Aegis didn't explain. Chen's words were enough to explain some things. "Let's hurry up and set off. Many teams have already entered," Clay said. "Aren't you recruiting anymore?" Aegis asked doubtfully. "We're not recruiting anymore. Actually, we've already stopped recruiting before. We only invited you because we saw the two of you as a strange team." Clay said, "I don't think the same as them. Compared to those people, people like you are more trustworthy. Thank you." Chen and Aegis immediately thanked him. The group walked out of the city. Clay's team had 15 people. Including Chen and Aegis, they had 17 people. As they walked out of the city, Clay said, "The team doesn't have any rules. There's also no distribution because we might not be able to reach the depths. If it's too dangerous midway, we might have to turn back. Of course, if we reach the depths, we'll split the loot equally." Chen and Aegis nodded. This was fair. The others didn't react. Clearly, they already knew this. Noises came from all around. The other teams started to move out. "If we can really find a way to kill the Misty Shadow, we'll make a fortune. I believe that if we bring back the resources, it'll definitely cause a sensation," Clay said with a hint of longing. The others' expressions also changed. Chen didn't say anything. Aegis was very excited. Their group and the other teams quickly reached the outside of the city. At this time, the poisonous fog didn't disperse. Instead, it became thicker and started to envelop the city. Clay and the others lit up. Chen and Aegis also raised a light shield. The fog was poisonous, and the poison was very strong. This time, almost all the experts in the city have set off. I believe that we'll definitely be able to find the Misty Shadow's secret. Clay, whose body was surrounded by divine light, was very confident. Chen thought of a possibility. So many experts had entered the poisonous fog forest. What if they all died? How great would the loss be to this area? Or, how many resources would they get? Or, was this a conspiracy? A conspiracy similar to the one they had done outside. Although the possibility wasn't high, Chen couldn't help but be vigilant. Once they entered the poisonous fog forest, energy would have to revolve around their bodies. The consumption would continue. The usual outer area was now covered by the dense poisonous fog. As the energy shield came into contact with the poisonous fog, the consumption of energy increased slightly. As expected, it's going to be difficult. Clay's expression became serious. Light flashed, and a divine crystal appeared in his hand. He said, "Before this, we must ensure that we have enough energy. Don't waste it." The others took out their divine crystals. Chen and Aegis also took out their divine crystals. At this moment, shouts came from the depths of the forest. A battle had broken out. We've just arrived, and we've already encountered danger. Everyone, be careful. Clay reminded them again. The battle cries coming from the depths soon stopped. It was unknown whether Misty Shadow was killed, or whether the entire team was wiped out. In several other places, shouts of killing could be heard one after another. Powerful energy fluctuations shook the area, and the thick fog around them became unstable. As the thick fog churned, a sharp blade silently appeared. Die! A shout came from the side. It was a brawny man with a divine axe. He slashed forward with his axe. The divine axe fell. Divine light curled around it, and the thick fog parted. The sharp blade dissipated along with the fog shadow behind it. Boom! The axe light landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Soil flew everywhere, and a huge crack extended forward. A powerful aura circulated, and the thick fog in the surroundings rolled violently. The fog was very thick, and it was impossible to disperse. It was like a thick layer of clouds. Everyone's consumption was even greater. The thick fog around Zi Chen churned violently, and a sharp blade quickly appeared behind him. Kai! The sharp blade slashed through his body, and Zi Chen's body disappeared. Zi Chen was standing a few meters away. There was a hole in his black robe. Are you okay? Ang Wei looked at Zi Chen worriedly. Zi Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. They seem to be even scarier than the ones in the periphery. Is this little brother's first time here? The fog here is one level higher than the outside world. Outside, it was level 7, but here, it is level 8. Clay said, you must be careful, or else you will only die if you are attacked. However, some people have already found some patterns. For example, when the fog is rolling or in dense areas, they will immediately take action. As he spoke, rays of divine light circulated around Clay's body. These rays of divine light formed numerous sharp blades that shot out in all directions. The thick fog around them was being cut apart, and a sizzling sound could be heard continuously. This method was indeed somewhat effective, but it would consume a lot of energy during this period of time. Furthermore, the speed of advancement would obviously be hindered, and it would even increase the distance between the team. Chapter 2851. Zi Chen wanted to warn Ang Wei, but it was already too late. The misty shadow was very fast. By the time they noticed it, his attack had already landed. Ang Wei's body disappeared into thin air. The poisonous fog around him churned violently, and he reappeared several feet away. He was missing an arm, and fresh blood flowed out of the wound. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. It was just an injury, but it was not fatal. Zi Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, be careful. Clay reminded them again. Rays of sharp light shot out from his body, cutting through the poisonous fog around them. The poisonous fog was still churning, and it was pierced through by the attacks again and again. Ang Wei's body glowed, and a new arm grew out of his wound. He walked toward Zi Chen, his face pale, as if he had been seriously injured. Zi Chen looked at him in confusion. If he had only lost an arm, he shouldn't be so weak. It's poisonous. It can corrode life, Ang Wei explained. His pale face still hadn't recovered. This place is more dangerous than we thought. Zi Chen nodded and said, then be careful. The group moved forward again, full of vigilance, and slowed down. Zi Chen followed suit, shooting out rays of energy. He had seen the real misty shadow before, and he didn't think this would be effective. Reality was the opposite of Zi Chen's guess. Not only was this effective, it was extremely effective. For the rest of their journey, they didn't suffer any more attacks from the misty shadow. In other places, one could occasionally hear the sound of violent energy, but it would soon disappear. They didn't know if they were also using this method. In the end, all the experts in the poisonous fog forest had sharp energy blades shooting out of their bodies. They pierced through the thick fog around them, and the sound of ripping could be heard. This method brought safety, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Everyone held a crystal in their hands, and they absorbed the energy from the crystal. Zi Chen did the same. Up until now, he had been acting like everyone else. He wasn't too special, but he wasn't too ordinary either. They kept going deeper. Strangely enough, they hadn't encountered any danger. Everyone was very happy. They believed that this method was indeed useful. With this, they could use this method to enter the depths. However, Zichen didn't think so. The misty shadow was formless, and these attacks couldn't affect them at all. But why didn't he appear? Shadowless walked out of the fog like a shadow. He looked at Zichen and said, "There's no swamp ahead either. Without a swamp, there would naturally be no giant crocodiles." This seemed a little strange. It seems that this method is indeed effective. The brawny man with the divine axe said. The others nodded in agreement. Zichen remained silent. He was getting more and more confused. I wonder if we'll be able to reach the depths like this. Maybe. As they moved forward, the people who were on guard gradually began to chat and relax. Slowly, Zichen noticed that the thick fog around him had thinned out. It was no longer as thick as before, just like when he had just entered. The others also noticed this anomaly, and their expressions gradually changed. Could it be that the misty shadows have retreated? Such a guess appeared in the group. Everyone turned their heads and looked around. The poisonous fog around them was getting thinner and thinner. They were sure of this guess. Some of the bolder ones no longer released sharp blade lights. After moving forward for a while, they indeed didn't encounter any attacks. It's very simple. Where there is thick fog, there will be misty shadows. Where there isn't, there isn't. A skinny level 8 God clan member said confidently. The others nodded in agreement again. Then, they removed their energy blades. As they moved forward, they indeed didn't encounter any danger. Time passed day by day. Everyone was getting more relaxed. At the same time, they were getting happier. Sometimes, when two groups from different factions met, everyone would look at each other and smile. Then, they would give way. So far, there had been no infighting. This was because everyone knew that they hadn't encountered any misty shadows yet because they were all gathered in the core. When that time came, there would definitely be a fierce battle. If a battle broke out at this time, not only would there be no benefits, it would also cause the number of people to decrease. They didn't need to eat or drink. There was no distinction between day and night here. Everyone kept moving forward without stopping. They walked for several months. The area that was once filled with danger was now unobstructed. Zichen noticed that the number of people they met was increasing. It seemed that the speed of those groups was also slowing down. After another 3 days, everyone had reached the depths. An extremely rare open area appeared in front of them. There was no poisonous fog there, and there was a rare ray of sunlight. At this time, many groups were gathered in this open area. Clay led everyone forward. Soon, a God clan member came forward to negotiate with Clay. During this time, the God clan member's gaze swept over Ang Wei. It seemed that he was surprised that there was a divine clan member in the God clan's camp. There won't be trouble, right? Ang Wei noticed the God clan member's expression. There will definitely be trouble, but this trouble isn't you. Zichen's eyes looked forward. At the end of this open area, the poisonous fog reappeared. The poisonous fog was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. One couldn't see beyond 10 meters. According to everyone's guess, there should be many misty shadows in the poisonous fog. Obviously, this was the reason why everyone had stopped here. At this time, Clay finished negotiating with the God clan member. The God clan member turned around and left. Clay walked over and said, "We still have to wait here for a few more days. After all the groups have arrived, we'll join hands and enter the depths." Clay pointed at the poisonous fog and said, "If my guess is correct, we'll reach the core after another 10 kilometers. The spirit shadow fruit is 10 kilometers away from us. However, we have to be careful. The misty shadows will be our greatest threat." Not only was there the spirit shadow fruit in the depths, but there was also the secret to killing the misty shadows. It was a great opportunity. It could be said that if they could obtain this opportunity, the value they would create would be unimaginable. After waiting for another 7 days, almost all the groups had arrived. Afterwards, the groups of the two camps were divided according to the number of people they had. The reason why they entered at the same time was to fill up the gaps with people and catch the misty shadows unprepared. On the 8th day of Zichen's arrival, the groups began to advance. Around the divine generals at the very front, sharp blade lights appeared one after another. These lights floated around them and then began to rotate. Whoosh! Under the high-speed rotation, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The first group of divine generals entered the dense fog. In another direction, there were many celestials who had entered as well. The dense fog was cut apart by the rapidly rotating blades, constantly tumbling. After the first group of experts entered, the second group followed. Before the dense fog could recover, they began to cut it apart again, faster and faster. Then the third group, the fourth group, and so on. Zi Chen and Ang Wei were the third group to enter. Facing this situation, the two of them didn't dare to hold back. Energy crazily surged, bringing with it an extremely sharp sound of air being torn apart. Then, one person after another went in. The dense fog was rapidly cut apart, constantly tumbling, and then dimming. At this moment, Zi Chen and Ang Wei were not only on guard against the dense fog, they were also on guard against the people in the group. Because just now, these people had protected them. Aside from the sound of air being torn apart, no battle had occurred. This situation persisted for an hour, but no misty figure appeared. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that this method had worked, the dense fog around them began to tumble violently. Then, a terrifying aura began to circulate. Amidst the circulating aura, misty shadows appeared one after another, followed by sharp blades that tore through the air. Pu. 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 At this moment, no less than 10 experts were hit. The powerful aura surged wildly, abnormally terrifying. They all took advantage of the gaps between the sharp blades to launch their attacks. After a successful attack, their bodies directly dissipated. Looking at the two people beside him who had fallen, Zi Chen truly felt the power and terror of the misty shadows. Such an existence was truly a killing machine. It was even more terrifying than those assassins. Be careful, there's a misty shadow. Cries of alarm came from all around. Following these cries, one attack after another appeared, and even more misty shadows appeared. Many experts launched a counterattack, but their attacks couldn't harm the misty shadows at all. On the contrary, they would be killed by the misty shadows. Go, directly into the depth. Clay shouted, and the team immediately moved forward. During this time, several people came up and protected the two of them. At this moment, no one cared about the camp or the team. They just continued to charge forward, trying to rush into the depths and obtain the secret to killing the misty shadows. More misty shadows appeared. They were like mysterious hunters, watching the prey that was rushing into the depths. Pu. Pu. The sound of weapons cutting into flesh continued to ring out, and experts fell one after another. After they died, the originally solid ground became soft, and a small swamp appeared. Their corpses sank into the swamp. This scene happened in every place where there were corpses. Until now, no one had been able to kill the misty shadows. Go quickly, Clay shouted. The team that originally had 17 people was now left with 13 people, and 4 of them had already been killed. The screams that kept ringing in his ears made Clay even more nervous. Pu. Pu. 2 more people fell beside him. Clay suddenly found an open area, and as if he had seen his savior, he shouted, "Let's go there first." Everyone quickly rushed to the open area, and then once again moved forward, protecting Zi Chen and Ang Wei in the middle. The poisonous mist around them rolled. Clay looked at Zi Chen, and no longer cared about hiding, and said coldly, "Hurry up and hand over the method to kill the misty shadows." Chapter 28:52. Although he already knew that these people were up to no good, Ang Wei was still stunned when he heard Clay's words. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct without any intention of beating around the bush. However, the current situation was indeed dangerous, and Clay was obviously anxious. The remaining people's expressions were extremely cold. Obviously, they already knew that Zi Chen had a secret. It could even be said that the divine generals in this team were all acquaintances, and they all came from that shop. Clearly, they deliberately asked Zi Chen to join the team. "The situation is urgent now, and I don't want to play games with you. Hand over the method to kill Shadow Mist, or you'll die," Clay said coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. Chen smiled bitterly and said, "If I had the method to kill Shadow Mist, would I team up with you? Wouldn't I go in by myself?" Clay said coldly, "My time is limited. Either hand over the method or die." The thick fog around them rolled, and screams could be heard from time to time. Experts were killed every moment. They were in a unique open area, and the surging thick fog didn't reach them. They had already surrounded the two of them, and their eyes flashed with cold glints. It seemed that they were going to attack at any moment. "Rise!" Chen, who was smiling bitterly, suddenly shouted and grabbed Ang Wei to fly into the sky. "Want to leave?" Clay's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he flew into the sky. The ground rolled, and the soil was swept up like hidden weapons, breaking through the air. Powerful auras surged up one after another, and strong winds whistled. Screams rang out as the divine generals who had followed Chen into the sky fell to the ground. Below them, one after another, giant crocodiles launched a surprise attack. The originally solid ground had now turned into a swamp. Chen and Ang Wei successfully flew into the sky. Clay reacted quickly and dodged the attack. There were two other divine generals, and one of them was holding a battle axe. He swung his axe, and the axe light went straight for Chen. "Let's go." Chen pulled Ang Wei, and his figure flashed quickly, leaving behind an afterimage as he rushed into the poisonous fog. His instantaneous burst of speed was much faster than the others. "Chase!" The three of them did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the poisonous fog. Chen didn't attack Clay and the others. Without using his full strength, he would still be in danger. After moving forward for a while, he quickly landed on the ground. At the same time, 8 Saber Ancestor Steelies appeared. Chen had already reached level 8 and had comprehended 8 general level Saber intents. He was able to display his Saber domain to its strongest state. After the domain appeared, the two of them entered it and stopped advancing. Looking at the poisonous fog that was still rolling around him, Ang Wei was very confused. "Why did you stop?" "Wait a moment." Shadowless had already entered the depths to investigate. He always felt that this matter was strange. "But this won't make us safe," Ang Wei said as he looked at the poisonous fog in his domain. "Wang." Chen nodded. A moment later, the power of laws spread out from his body. Wherever the power of laws passed, the surrounding poisonous fog immediately thinned out. At the same time, some of the poisonous fog also became clearer. Ang Wei's expression changed. Soon, their expressions changed drastically, and disbelief filled their faces. That was because when the light of the rule of law swept past, the invisible mist actually all appeared. Swoosh! Chen's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already next to a mist shadow and slashed it with his saber. Poof! The mist shadow fell to the ground. More poisonous fog spewed out from its body, turning into a complete rule shadow skin. Seeing this, Ang Wei was almost petrified. When the other mist shadows in the domain saw this, they all retreated in horror. They were blocked by the saber domain's barrier and could not leave. Chen's figure flashed as if he had teleported. Poof! 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 One mist shadow after another fell, their bodies turning into rule shadow skins. Ang Wei was stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. The mist shadow was the biggest secret in this area. Both the Celestial Camp and the Protoss Camp wanted to obtain this secret and control it at the same time. The first time he saw the refined rule shadow skin was when Chen killed that level 7. The second time he saw the complete rule shadow skin was when Chen made a deal. This was the third time he saw the rule shadow skin. It was also the first time he saw the mist shadow being killed. This was the biggest secret, and he actually knew about it. Chen did not treat him as an outsider and shared this secret with him. Because of this, he was even more shocked. At first, he was curious about the rule shadow skin on Chen, but he thought that it was just a coincidence. After all, over the years, there were still some people who could get the rule shadow skin by coincidence. However, seeing Chen make a move today, it was obviously not a coincidence. Chen put away the rule shadow skin on the ground and walked toward Ang Wei. The saber domain around them began to shrink, and there was no more poisonous fog in the domain. Ang Wei was stunned, still motionless. He only came back to his senses when Zi Chen patted him on the shoulder. He looked at Zi Chen, very surprised. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to start. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "The reason why I teamed up is to confirm their identities. Only then can I make some decisions. After all, I need resources." Ang Wei did not understand and asked, "What do we do now?" Zi Chen said, Wait. Ang Wei was puzzled. "Let's see what's going on," Zi Chen said in a low voice. Screams were still heard around them, and the thick fog was rolling violently. Zi Chen and Ang Wei stayed in the saber domain. The domain had shrunk, so they were not worried about being hit by others. In the core area of the poisonous fog forest, the poisonous fog was even thicker. It was so thick that one could not see his fingers. There were swamps on the ground, and there were giant crocodiles hidden in the swamps. These giant crocodiles were even more powerful. This was why no one had been able to cross the poisonous fog forest for so many years. It was difficult to move in such a place, and one had to be wary of hidden dangers. Outside, there were sounds of fighting everywhere, but here it was still quiet. Even if it was only a few miles, those powerhouses still could not rush over. Today, a person came here. He passed through the poisonous fog easily, ignoring the giant crocodiles around him. Those giant crocodiles were lying there quietly. He stepped on their heads, but the giant crocodiles still did not react. This dangerous poisonous fog forest was not dangerous to him at all. He was shadowless, an existence even more mysterious than the mist shadow. He passed through the thick poisonous fog and came to the core area. The poisonous fog dissipated, and he saw a spacious area, about 1 mile in radius. He was surprised that there was no poisonous fog here, but there was still a swamp under his feet, and there were giant crocodiles hidden in the swamp. In the center of this spacious area, there was a phosphorescent light. Shadowless stepped on the giant crocodiles and walked forward. The muddy swamp gradually became clear, and the giant crocodiles disappeared. He came to the core area and saw a lake, or rather, a pool. The pool was less than 50 meters in radius, and the water was extremely clear. It gave off a bright light, and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was hard to imagine that there would be such clear water in this area. Shadowless walked towards the pool, came to the top of the pool, and looked down. He saw the bottom of the pool, and his pupils shrank. There were many crystals underground, and each crystal was in the shape of a human. He saw the dead powerhouses' corpses being swallowed by the swamp earlier, and he was very surprised at that time. Now it seemed that those powerhouses were all here. These were corpses, and also the purest crystals in the world, containing pure and powerful energy. Shadowless was extremely shocked as he looked at the human-shaped crystals that were piled up at the bottom of the mountain. He didn't even know how thick they were. Why did those dead powerhouses come here? Although he didn't know the exact answer, Shadowless knew that this was a conspiracy. And he also understood why the water here was so clear. Because this couldn't be considered water anymore, it was more like liquefied crystals. There were no other creatures living here, but the misty shadows and giant crocodiles needed to survive, so they obviously relied on the energy here. This was the core secret. Where was the shadow spirit fruit? It was all a lie. After discovering the secret, Shadowless turned to leave. At that moment, a ripple appeared in the calm pool, and then more ripples appeared, spreading in all directions. The pool was no longer calm. He curiously turned around, and looked at this scene in confusion. The change came from underground. He saw a green plant, through the human-shaped crystals, slowly growing out from below. Shadowless watched silently. They floated to the surface of the water and continued to grow. During this time, they grew leaf after leaf and shoot after shoot. They turned into small trees, their trunks releasing light and surging with an extremely powerful aura of spiritual energy. Is the shadow spirit fruit real? Shadowless was very surprised after seeing these small trees. Then he looked down, and could still see that the human-shaped crystals were slowly disappearing from the bottom of the pool. These crystals were pierced by the growing roots, and spread all over the ground. So they rely on these human-shaped crystals to grow. At this moment, whether or not these small trees would bear fruit, or if the fruit they bore was the shadow spirit fruit, Shadowless was very sure that this was a conspiracy. This was a conspiracy of the misty shadows against all the powerhouses here. These small trees grew quickly, and more branches split, and on these branches, flower buds appeared one after another. The flower buds expanded, and then bloomed, and a fragrance spread, spreading into the distance. Shadowless noticed that the human-shaped crystals underground were being consumed at a rapid rate. I smell flowers, it must be the shadow spirit fruit. Hurry, we're getting closer and closer to the shadow spirit fruit. If we rush over, we can get the misty shadow's secret. Shadowless heard a series of excited shouts. He shook his head, and turned to leave. The shadow spirit fruit still hadn't appeared, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before it bore fruit, because many people came to die. With these human-shaped crystals, the shadow spirit fruit would be able to mature. He went back the way he came to find Zi Chen. Chapter 2853. Shadowless told Zi Chen everything that he had seen. Zi Chen nodded. It seemed that this was indeed a conspiracy. Ang Wei sat aside and did not say anything. He could not see Shadowless and did not know about his existence. Shadowless looked at Zi Chen and asked, "What's your plan now?" "Wait." Zi Chen only said one word. Next to him, Ang Wei glanced at Zi Chen. He was waiting anyway, so there was no need for him to repeat himself. If the purpose of those mist shadows was to kill everyone who came here, Zi Chen did not intend to stop them. The shadow spirit fruit was real, and he was very interested in it. However, it was not the time for him to show up yet. The cries of killing were still ringing in the surroundings, but he believed that those experts were the ones who were killed after they shouted. This time, everyone in that city had come. He did not know how many of them would make it out alive. This situation lasted for a few more hours, and the surroundings became quiet. Outside the Blade Domain, the thick mist rolled and became thicker. Nobody knew how many mist shadows had gathered. Swoosh! Zi Chen withdrew the Blade Domain. Ang Wei stood up and said cautiously, "Are we going deeper?" Zi Chen shook his head and said, "No, we'll stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules around him flickered and spread in all directions. The thick mist rolled, and mist shadows appeared one after another. Ang Wei was extremely shocked when he saw the mist shadows that surrounded the city. Their figures appeared under the power of the rules, and the mist shadows were also shocked. The feeling of being completely exposed made them extremely uncomfortable, and they immediately began to retreat. "Go and call your king here. I have something to discuss with him." Zi Chen looked at the mist shadows that were retreating and said. He believed that the mist shadows could understand him. However, they did not respond and kept retreating. The power of the rules released by Zi Chen was expanding and chasing after them closely, making it impossible for them to hide. "If you don't call me, I'll have to kill you and then kill you," Zi Chen said coldly. His tone was similar, but the meaning was completely different. The mist shadows that were retreating suddenly paused and then immediately charged forward toward Zi Chen. Wang! A beam of divine light appeared beside Zi Chen. It was the heaven-piercing divine needle, and it went straight for the misty shadows. The misty shadows' combat strength was actually not very strong. Their greatest reliance was concealment and ambush. Once they lost their greatest reliance, they would not be able to threaten the experts here. The misty phantoms that charged forward quickly died, none of them were able to get close to Zi Chen. As for the misty figures behind him, they quickly retreated, appearing extremely terrified. "Looks like I'm still not sincere enough." Zi Chen's expression turned cold and murderous intent surged in his eyes. As the laws spread out, the heaven-piercing divine needle followed closely behind. With him as the center, it drew circle after circle. Within the circle, the misty figures were killed one after another. Ang Wei watched this scene in shock. It seemed that ever since he had met Zi Chen had always been able to slaughter his opponents. So far, he hadn't seen any existence that could threaten him. The misty shadows were extremely frightened and immediately retreated. However, the speed of their retreat could not compare to the speed of Zi Chen's rule light. More misty shadows appeared, and more misty shadows were killed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 misty shadows had died. The rule shadow skin on the ground emitted light and was full of attraction. Zi Chen didn't pick it up. Ang Wei didn't dare to pick it up. When some misty shadows retreated, Ang Wei discovered that there were still some misty shadows that advanced. Their bodies emitted a tyrannical aura, and their eyes were extremely cold. Zichen's expression remained unchanged as the heaven-piercing divine needle swept towards these misty shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the heaven-piercing divine needle swept past their bodies, their figures immediately changed and flashed to the back. A look of shock flashed across that cold face. They didn't die. This was the first time the heaven-piercing divine needle failed. It's a level 9 misty shadow, Ang Wei exclaimed when he saw this scene. Zichen's lips curled into a sneer as a long saber appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Poof! A level 9 misty shadow in the distance fell. A saber light swept forward like a waterfall, cutting through the bodies of several level 8 misty shadows. The saber light disappeared as Zichen returned to his original position. A level 9 misty shadow died. The other level 9 misty shadows no longer advanced and retreated in horror. Zichen withdrew his saber, and the rule power no longer extended. The heaven-piercing divine needle turned into a ray of light and returned, suspended above his head. At the edge of the rule, some misty shadows were faintly discernible. "I know you're here," Zichen's cold voice sounded. "Why are you looking for me?" A voice came from the darkness, but it was impossible to tell where it came from. Zichen's lips curled into a sneer as he said, "Do you think I'm weak? Or do you think I'm not sincere enough? What do you want?" A light shadow appeared in the rule. It was the Misty Shadow King. Its entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and its true face could not be seen clearly. The aura emitted from its body was extremely cold, which made Ang Wei very uncomfortable. At this moment, after seeing the true body of the Misty Shadow King, there was only shock left in his heart. This powerful existence that everyone wanted to control actually appeared in front of Zichen like this. "Submit to me," Zichen said. Ang Wei was shocked by Zichen's straightforwardness. "Are you kidding? Human?" The Misty Shadow King's voice became cold, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, as if there were blades condensing around. "Seeing that you're still useful to me, I can give you two choices. One is to submit to me, and the other is to be slaughtered," Zichen said, his voice cold and domineering. The other party was a powerful existence who dared to scheme against many strong cultivators. He was arrogant and unruly. In order to subdue such an existence, what Zichen needed to do was to be stronger than him. Of course, he needed to be stronger. "You're just a level 8. How dare you boast so shamelessly? You're courting death," the Misty Shadow King said sternly. "Even the ranked divine generals among you don't dare to talk to me like this." Zichen smiled coldly and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." After that, the sky where he was, the space began to distort, and a huge black hole appeared. The power of rules fell from the black hole. The poisonous fog began to churn and become thinner. Shadows of the fog began to appear one after another below. The light of rules was expanding, and more misty shadows appeared. The faces of the fog figures that had appeared were filled with fear. Soon after, they discovered that they were unable to hide themselves again. The atmosphere of panic began to spread, and some of the misty shadows quickly retreated. Feeling the aura around him getting colder and colder, Zichen said, "Don't doubt my means. If I want, this space can cover the entire poisonous fog forest in an instant, so that you have no place to hide." The Misty Shadow King did not speak, but just stared at Zichen. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Of course, you can also try to attack me. Let's see if a level 9 like you can defeat a level 8 like me. But there's only one chance. If you fail, not only will you die, but all the misty shadows here will also die. Because I can refine the law shadow skin, it's just a little troublesome." When the other misty shadows heard Zichen's words, their expressions changed greatly. They knew very well what the law shadow skin was. "Are you threatening me?" the Misty Shadow King said coldly. Zichen said faintly, "I'm just stating a fact. If you've thought it through, then go to the depths and take the spirit shadow fruit, then come with me. Speaking of which, you're quite bold to scheme against so many expert. Do you really think that you're invisible in the great thousand world?" The Misty Shadow King's aura changed, and the expression under the black robe also changed. Zichen continued, "Of course, I'm not interested in knowing your purpose. What I want to say is, remember to give me all their spatial spirit rings. I only care about that thing. Where are you taking us?" After a long silence, the Misty Shadow King asked. His voice was no longer as cold as before. Zichen said, "To the outside world. I have a force, and you will guard that place for me." The Misty Shadow King said, "Just surrender." Zichen said, "Originally, I wanted to control your soul, but after thinking about it, I decided not to, because I don't think you're the real Misty Shadow King. You guys come with me for the time being. As for whether to control the Misty Shadow King's soul, I'll think about it." Zichen said, "I don't have much time, so you'd better discuss with the Misty Shadow King and make a decision quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to leave with the Law Shadow Skin." There was a commotion all around. The misty shadows that could no longer be hidden were like assassins, and the threat was greatly reduced. Just as the one in front was thinking, Zichen continued, "Remember to bring your giant crocodile companion." There was another long silence. Just as Zichen frowned and was getting impatient, the existence that seemed to be the Misty Shadow King said, "All right, we agree. Then let them go in. You guys stay here for the time being. If your Misty Shadow King is worried, he can always follow me." Obviously, Zichen had concluded that he was not the Misty Shadow King. "Wait a moment, we still have some things to take care of." The Misty Shadow King cupped his fists at Zichen, and then quickly left. Not long after, he reappeared and walked toward Zichen, saying, "These are all the spirit rings." As he spoke, he took out a large pile of spatial spirit rings. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 of them. Clearly, they did not die from resisting this wave of powerhouses. Zichen took these spirit rings and said, "Did you take away all the resources? Once we leave, we definitely won't come back." "Everything has been taken away," the Misty Shadow King said. "Good, then go up." Zichen waved his hand. The Misty Shadow King was a bit embarrassed. "If your king doesn't want to show up, then you can stay beside me." "Yes." The Misty Shadow King cupped his fists again, and then turned around to send a signal to those misty shadows. One after another, rays of light shot into the sky and flew toward the black hole in the sky. Chapter 2854. Zichen was able to subdue these shadows just like that, causing Ang Wei to be in disbelief. This was a historical moment. In this world, countless people had tried to subdue them, but no one had succeeded. Over the years, who knew how many adventurers' bones had been left behind in this area? But Zichen had succeeded. The poisonous fog became thinner and thinner as more and more shadows soared into the sky. Zichen dispersed the light of laws, and the shadows in front of him disappeared, leaving only a faint white fog lingering in front of him. The shadows in the distance could no longer be seen, only some rolling white fog could be seen entering the black hole above. Aside from these shadows, there were also crocodiles entering the world one after another. The crocodiles were inseparable friends with the shadows, and they cooperated very well. Looking at the shadows and crocodiles, Zichen imagined such a scene in his mind. In a forest formed by ancient trees, the air was filled with poisonous fog, and there were crocodiles hidden in the swamps. When a war broke out, if the enemy forces wanted to attack the city, they would have to enter the forest, and they would have to be wary of the ancient trees, shadows, and crocodiles. In such a situation, how many people would be able to survive? "The shadows outside should be with you, right?" Zichen asked. He could no longer see the shadows. "Yes, do we need them to hurry over?" A voice came from the darkness. Zichen said, "No need, we'll talk about it when we get out." "Yes." The shadow said, "We didn't kill all the humans this time. Some of them retreated after the war started." Zichen nodded. This wasn't out of his expectations. The fog around them became thinner and thinner, and all the shadows entered Zichen's world. The danger level of this poisonous fog forest rapidly decreased. Zichen walked forward, where there were still some law shadow skins he obtained from killing the shadows. At this time, the sound of rushing wind came from afar, and a team quickly flew over. They were chasing after the shrinking black hole. This was a rank 8 team, made up of 7 divinities. When they arrived, they immediately saw the law shadow skins on the ground, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Stop. Halt. If you dare to take another step forward, you will die. Those level 8s roared and flew forward, but Zi Chen simply ignored them. With a wave of his hand, these rule shadow skins disappeared. Looking at the disappearing rule shadow skin, the 7 level 8s felt a sense of loss, as if their beloved item had been taken away by someone else. They came to face Zi Chen, their expressions cold and their eyes full of murderous intent. Zi Chen glanced at them and said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." Arrogant. Did you kill all these misty figures? Did you get the spirit shadow fruits? Hand them all over. Otherwise, we'll kill you and search your soul. Those level 8 warriors were surrounded by divine light. Weapons appeared in their hands, and all of them harbored malicious intentions. Ang Wei looked at them and shook his head, a look of pity on his face. The fact that Misty Shadow didn't kill them was already a great honor. These guys didn't run away quickly and instead came looking for trouble with Zi Chen. They were simply courting death. Wang. Ang Wei heard a familiar shudder. After that, there was no after. Everything was over. The previously insufferably arrogant level 8 had already turned into a corpse under the heaven-ascending divine needle before even rushing in front of Zi Chen. One could see the frozen coldness on their faces and the shock and fear in their eyes at the last moment. Ang Wei shook his head again. He had traveled with Zi Chen for decades and had some understanding of Zi Chen's nature. Although he needed resources, he had his own bottom line. If these people didn't come looking for trouble, Zi Chen would never take the initiative to kill them. Even if he really wanted their resources. However, if they were deliberately courting death, then Zi Chen would be more than happy to make a move and obtain some extra resources. The sound of breaking through the air could still be heard. One could feel the urgency of the people flying. Were they rushing to their deaths? Ang Wei thought to himself and deliberately kept a distance from Zi Chen. More powerhouses had come. This time, there were not only level 8s but also level 8s. They didn't know what had happened, but after seeing the disappearing black hole and the dispersing poisonous fog, they could guess the reason. They stood in the air and saw Zi Chen and Ang Wei. A level 9 Heavenly Clan member said coldly, "You did this, didn't you?" He wasn't sure, so he asked, his eyes full of coldness. Zi Chen nodded and admitted it. "You got the spirit shadow fruit? Then you killed the nearby Misty Shadow?" The level 9 Heavenly Clan member asked again. His tone changed and his breathing became hurried. Beside him, the expressions of the other grade 8s changed as well. There was greed in their eyes. Zi Chen nodded again and admitted it sincerely. It looked very urban. Ang Wei stood to the side silently. He knew that Zi Chen was going to collect resources again. This time, he had already obtained a lot of resources, but he still wanted the resources on them. It seemed that he was going to leave. Seeing Zi Chen nod again, the level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression became excited. He immediately said to Zi Chen, "Hand over the things, and I can leave your corpses intact." Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the level 9 Heavenly Clan member. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking expression. "You're courting death. Kill them." The level 9 Heavenly Clan member was enraged by Zi Chen's mocking expression and gave the order. "Kill." Shouts rang out. These level 8s couldn't wait any longer. Strong lights surrounded them like sharp blades, tearing apart the last of the fog around them. Seeing these level 8s charging forward, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He glanced at the level 9 Heavenly Clan member in the sky. The level 9 Heavenly Clan member stared coldly at Zi Chen. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Zi Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good. His expression changed. He immediately turned around, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. He slashed behind him. The sharp blade swept through space, making a screeching sound. Zi Chen's figure, which had just appeared, was cut in half. However, before the level 9 Heavenly Clan member could smile, Zi Chen's voice rang out from behind him. "Here." The level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression changed. He roared angrily and immediately turned around. The sharp blade in his hand surged with a powerful aura. Kai. Kai. The space was turbulent, as if it was about to be cut open. This attack was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it was too late. In front of the world's fastest speed, all speed was futile. Moreover, he had lost the initiative. Poof! The blade light swept through the level 9 Heavenly Clan member's body. The flickering yin and yang energy within forcefully extinguished his life force. The level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression froze. The light surrounding his body dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. A ray of light wrapped around his body and brought him away from Zi-Chen's side. Zi-Chen turned around and looked behind him. The level 8 Heavenly Clan members who had been charging forward had all fallen to the ground, dead. The Heavenly Needle flew back. Beside Zi-Chen was a misty shadow who had been following him the whole time. He had seen everything. He had witnessed the power of the Heavenly Needle with his own eyes. It had killed many of their companions, so he had long been aware of it. Now that he saw Zi-Chen's powerful battle strength, he was extremely shocked. Because Zi-Chen was only level 8, he could actually kill a level 9 Heavenly Clan member in one blow. This kind of battle strength was rare in this world. After killing the first batch, a second batch of powerhouses came. None of them had come with good intentions. Zi-Chen had no intention of holding back and killed all of them. He had gained a lot this time, but since these people were rushing to their deaths, he naturally had to fulfill their wishes. Moreover, even if he tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen. After all, would a group of level 8 Heavenly Clan members listen to the words of one level 8? His persuasion might even be taken as a bluff. Hazy Shadow followed beside Zi-Chen and witnessed his power with his own eyes. Zi-Chen was only level 8 and could kill a level 9 Heavenly Clan member. What would happen when he reached level 9? Wouldn't he become a divine general? It didn't seem to be shameful for them, Hazy Shadows, to follow a future divine general. When they went in, it took them a long time because they were walking. When they came out, Zi-Chen flew. There was no danger along the way, so he quickly reached the periphery. He saw the city of trade again. When he left last time, this city was already empty. Zi-Chen wasn't sure if this city was still empty, but he already saw that it wasn't empty outside the city. Not only was it not empty, but there were also many powerhouses gathered. There were hundreds of them. He didn't know where these powerhouses came from. In short, they were all standing outside the city, looking over here. Among them, there were divine clans and divine clans. They seemed to be waiting for something. After Zi-Chen came out, everyone's gaze fell on him. There was curiosity, doubt, excitement, and disappointment in these people's eyes. In short, there was a variety of expressions. You're the one who got the spirit shadow fruit, right? You did a good job. Now hand it over. When we go back, we'll definitely give you a big opportunity. Just when Zi-Chen didn't understand why they were standing here, a voice suddenly sounded. It was a level 8 divine clan member. He had a kind smile on his face as he looked at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen looked at him in confusion. He didn't understand what he meant. The method to kill Hazy Shadow has always been wanted by both camps. This time, you got the method. For the Divine Clan camp, it's a great merit. The level 8 Divine Clan member continued, hand it over. When we go back, we'll reward you with a level 5 Black Order and a level 9 General City. This reward seemed generous, but how could it be compared to Hazy Shadows? I don't know what you're talking about. Zi-Chen said indifferently. He was about to leave in another direction. The smile on the level 8 Divine Clan member's face disappeared. He said coldly, you know very well what I'm talking about. The method to kill Hazy Shadow must belong to the government. If you don't cooperate, then I can only take you back. Zi-Chen found it very funny. Why should the things he got belong to the government? He didn't know the government here, and he had never dealt with them. He didn't have any interests involved. He ignored the other party and prepared to leave. Take him back. Chapter 2855. The level 8 Divine General's words were sonorous and forceful, carrying great authority. Listening to his arrogant tone, Zi-Chen guessed that he must be from an official faction. Naturally, he wouldn't bother with him. It was impossible for him to take his things. No one should even think about it. Some level 8s rushed over. Their expressions were cold and arrogant. As representatives of the government, they seemed to think that they were better than others. Ang Wei stood in the forest and didn't come out. He knew that Zi Chen had a faction behind him, but it was definitely not an official faction. Now that the other party had accused him of treason, this accusation could be confirmed once he went out. Sure enough, where there were people, there would be underworld, and where there was underworld, there would be shadows. The divine race was like that. The divine race was like that too. Kid, come back with us obediently. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the faction and family behind you will also suffer because of you. That's right. If you hand over the things now, you can still get rewards. Once you force us to take action, forget about rewards, you won't even be able to keep your life. These level 8s approached, their expressions full of ridicule. They seemed to be persuading Zi Chen, but in fact, they were eager for him to resist so that they could watch a good show. Many of the experts in the divine realm were from the official factions, including the 9 great gods. Those who offended the official factions didn't have a good ending until now. Of course, these people had this mentality because they didn't know Zi Chen's combat strength. Boom! The energy on Zi Chen's body vibrated, forming a surge of energy. This surge of energy spread in all directions, preventing those level 8s from advancing. He looked back at those level 8s whose expressions had turned gloomy and said, "Don't provoke me, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Haha, what an arrogant guy. Who do you think you are? Bear the consequences? I'll return those words to you. One of the level 8s said coldly, "You led the misty shadow to rebel. We won't let you go today." Zi Chen sneered and said, "If I don't give you my things, it's a rebellion. If you don't work for us, it's a rebellion." The other party's eyes flashed coldly. Cripple him first, then keep his soul and soul search. The other level 8s rushed forward, their bodies filled with killing intent. They represented the government, the strongest faction in the divine realm. No one dared to go against them. Over the years, they had relied on their official status and had been tested time and time again. "You're courting death." A cold glint flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. Although he was a little wary of the government, he was absolutely not afraid. Since the other party was so aggressive, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a grade 8 expert. He pointed his finger forward, and a finger light formed by the power of yin and yang pierced towards the center of the opponent's eyebrows. The finger beam pierced through the space between his eyebrows and flew out with a trace of blood. The haughty expression of this level 8 expert froze. Disbelief was written all over his face as his vitality was gradually extinguished. He didn't expect to meet someone who wasn't afraid of death. The other party really didn't put the government in his eyes. Was he not worried that his family and forces would be implicated? This level 8 divine general was dead. Whether or not Zi Chen's actions would bring about unimaginable consequences had nothing to do with him. Seeing that one person had died, there was an uproar in the distance. Zi Chen's move was clearly a show of defiance against the government. Regardless of whether he was a traitor or not, he was still a traitor if he killed someone from the government. There was no turning back. The other level 8 experts who represented the government were also stunned. It was the first time they met someone who ignored the government like this. "You traitor, how dare you? Kill him." The level 8 expert standing in the distance shouted sternly. The other level 8 experts came back to their senses. They didn't care anymore. They all charged towards Zi Chen with powerful auras surging from their bodies. Blade light and sword shadows flashed. Divine light lingered between heaven and earth, filled with powerful auras. Although they represented the government, they were still true black token war generals. Their combat power was outstanding among those of the same level. Their gazes were cold as they charged towards Zi Chen. So they died. The level 8 experts who charged forward were instantly killed by Zi Chen. This scene was as easy as a massacre. There was an uproar again. No one expected Zi Chen to have such powerful combat power. Damn it. This person is a traitor of the Protoss. Whoever captures him will be rewarded with a level 5 black token. The level 8 expert in the distance shouted coldly, "Also, he will stay in the government forever." Brave men were bound to be attracted by great rewards. Some level 8 experts who weren't afraid of death flew up. The level 5 black token was very tempting. They could buy things at a 50% discount in the camp. Staying in the government forever was an excellent treatment. They charged forward. Feeling the turbulent auras, Chen shook his head. Buzz! The heaven-ascending magic needle appeared and swept past the level 8 experts. With a flash of divine light, the heaven-ascending magic needle flew back. The level 8 experts were all dead. The massacre was even easier than before. It caused even louder exclamations. "It's the heaven-ascending magic needle. I didn't expect him to have the heaven-ascending magic needle." Among the exclamations, some Protoss recognized the heaven-ascending magic needle. After seeing the heaven-ascending magic needle, the level 8 divine general in the distance was shocked. Although he didn't think that the heaven-ascending magic needle in Chen's hand was the real thing, even if it was a replica, its lethality was still terrifying. To fight against such a treasure, one had to take out a treasure of the same level or a higher level. The heaven-ascending magic needle was still floating above his head. Rays of light flew out in front of Chen. Those rays of light swept up the corpses of the level 8 experts and returned to him. Obviously, Chen treated them as his spoils of war. This scene infuriated the rank 8 powerhouse even more. He snorted coldly and cupped his fists toward the void. "My lord, not only did this man rebel, but he also killed innocent people here. I hope that my lord can kill this scoundrel. Return peace to the Protoss." Chen sneered when he heard this. As expected of someone from the government, even his words were so dignified. Even when he was accusing someone, he spoke so righteously. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited. A figure of light appeared in front of him. It was a level 9 divine general. Under such circumstances, only a level 9 expert would dare to appear. "Sir, it's him. He has killed many innocent people here." The level 8 expert pointed at Chen and said. The level 9 expert was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air and looked down at Chen with a cold expression. He looked down and didn't find any corpses. He frowned and asked, "Do you know your crime?" Chen said coldly, "If you want to fight, just come. Don't be so hypocritical. You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the level 9 expert's eyes. Divine light erupted from his body and he slammed his palm towards Chen. Buzz! The void vibrated. A palm print surrounded by divine light and released a powerful aura appeared above Chen's head. Some people in the distance retreated, afraid of being affected. Boom! Chen stood there motionlessly. The palm print fell and disappeared into the ground, leaving a deep fingerprint. The level 9 expert snorted and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Divine light flickered and he disappeared from where he was. Kai! A blade swept past where he disappeared. After that blade, Chen appeared. He looked at the level 9 expert in the distance and said, "Your reaction is not bad." There was a wound on the level 9 expert's shoulder. Glowing divine blood flowed out of it. He didn't completely avoid the previous blade. When the people around saw this, they were also shocked. A level 8 expert injured a level 9 expert. This was unbelievable. The level 8 expert representing the official force was also stunned. Die. Looking at the wound, the level 9 expert's eyes flashed with killing intent. He rushed toward Chen in a flash. Chen, who was standing in the air with a blade, sneered and disappeared from where he was. The level 9 expert felt his vision blur. Chen was already in front of him. At the same time, a blade light appeared. He raised his palm to meet it. Divine light flashed in his palm. Boom! The energy was violent. The level 9 expert retreated in the air and Chen appeared. He was cold and indifferent. The scattered energy swirled around his robe. There was another wound on the level 9 expert's body. The spectators in the distance were shocked. Chen's strength was beyond their expectations. Chen took a step forward. His body froze and then dispersed. It was an afterimage. Poof! A soft sound came from the distance. The level 9 expert flew backward. Blood splattered in the air. The level 9 general was shocked. He shouted at Zi Chen, "How dare you rebel? The divine realm will not tolerate you." He didn't expect that the other party would still threaten him at this time. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body paused again and another afterimage appeared. Poof! The blade light flashed past his body. Zi Chen stood beside the level 9 expert. The level 9 expert's face froze. His expression was completely fixed. The divine light around his body quickly dissipated. His breath dissipated. He was dead. There were exclamations all around. A level 8 expert killed a level 9 expert. Such a scene was rarely seen. The level 9 expert's body fell to the ground. Zi Chen looked back at the level 8 expert with a pale face in the distance and said, "How was it?" The level 8 expert said coldly, "You're dead meat." Zi Chen walked forward. A powerful breath emerged from behind the level 8 expert. Another level 9 expert came up. This time, it was not 1, but 3. Zi Chen rushed forward. He pulled out his blade. The blade light swept forward. Poof! A level 9 expert couldn't dodge in time. The blade light swept past his body. The light on the surface of his body immediately broke. His body was separated from the middle. The surging vitality dissipated. Zi Chen pulled out his blade and attacked again. Poof! Poof! The blade light flashed twice. It went straight for the 2 level 9 experts. The yin and yang blade light swept past their bodies and disappeared. The 2 level 9 experts' incomplete bodies fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 level 9 experts died. The surroundings became extremely quiet. This method was too terrifying. "Rebellion! Rebellion!" The level 8 expert shouted, "Sir, help! Someone is going to rebel. Who dares to rebel?" A cold voice came from the city. Then, a powerful breath swept over. This breath was surging and powerful. Zi Chen felt pressured. A ray of light flew out from the city and appeared in front of Zi Chen. Chapter 2856. Cries of alarm rose and fell. The people in the distance all stared at the scene in front of them, their faces filled with shock. The 8th grade Divine General who represented the official forces smiled confidently and proudly. Zi Chen's expression didn't change much. He was only slightly surprised. This scene wasn't too unexpected. A 9th rank Divine General stood in front of him. He wore an extremely eye-catching set of armor with a large general written on the front. If Zi Chen's guess was correct, there should be a number on the other party's back. There were countless experts in the God realm, but only a mere 108 of them could afford to wear this kind of armor. This person was a ranked Divine General, one of the 108 strongest in the God realm. Zi Chen was sure that this wasn't the last one, because he'd seen that person before. The cries of alarm suddenly disappeared and the surroundings fell silent once more. They didn't expect a ranked Divine General to be in the city. What was even more unexpected was that the strongest Divine General was going to make a move against an 8th rank Divine General. A ranked Divine General against an 8th rank Divine General. This was completely unheard of. Ang Wei, who'd snuck out of the forest and blended into the crowd, saw this scene and his face filled with worry. Zi Chen was only an 8th rank. How could he be a match for a ranked Divine General? The fog surrounding Zi Chen was already far away. Because Zi Chen's speed had been too fast during the previous battle, it could no longer keep up with him. Although he was a shrouded figure, he knew a few things about the God realm and the Celestial realm, such as ranked Divine Generals. Today, the master they'd just submitted to had actually provoked a ranked Divine General. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ranked Divine General was just standing there. He didn't do anything, but he gave off a great deal of pressure. Zi Chen's gaze swept past the Divine General and into the distance. A few more people were flying over, including the old man from the shop. At this moment, he had a look of surprise on his face. "So it's you." Zi Chen looked at the old man and spoke in a calm voice. "Young friend, what do you mean?" The old man looked at him in confusion. First it was the level 8 Dark Shadow Assassins, then it was Clay's team, and finally it was the government. Zichen had a mocking look on his face. Now, even the ranked divine generals are here. You guys sure are generous. You already know. The old man's innocent expression turned gloomy, and the way he looked at Zichen also turned hostile. Since Zichen already knew, he no longer pretended and said indifferently, "In that case, you'd better be smart and hand it over. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Zichen replied, "I'll say the same to you. You'll regret being so overbearing." The surroundings were quiet as everyone quietly listened to the conversation in the air. No matter what happened to Zichen in the end, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. This was because he could face ranked divine generals without flinching or even disregard them. This is very impressive. Shockwaves rippled through the air, spreading out in all directions like huge waves. The source was the divine generals. Being ignored by Zichen, he was naturally angry. His emotions caused the surrounding temperature to change. A chill filled the air like snow, piercing to the bone. Zichen moved. He took a step forward and disappeared, only to reappear in the next moment. His fist surged with the blazing light of yin and yang, carrying a violent aura as it blasted toward the divine general's side. The quiet surroundings were once again in an uproar. No one had expected that Zichen, a level 8 divine general, would choose to take the initiative to attack instead of running away in fear. The divine general raised his hand. Light swirled around his palm, causing the air to distort. Boom! The sky shook, and cracks extended from beneath the two of them. Zichen's body was sent flying into the distance. Every time he retreated, he would be several miles away. The divine general stood motionless in the air. It was obvious who was superior. Whoosh! Several miles away, Zichen disappeared again. In front of the divine general, space distorted, and another fist appeared. The speed Zichen displayed now was even faster than when he had killed the level 9 divine general. A hint of surprise appeared on the divine general's expressionless face. He clenched his fist and attacked. This punch arrived first and was clearly faster than Zichen's. The moment the two fists collided, the world exploded again, and terrifying shockwaves spread out. Zichen retreated several miles, but the divine general still did not move. Steadying himself, he said indifferently, "The divine general is just SOSO. A cold smile appeared on the divine general's lips. He said, "You're not strong, but you talk big." His voice was deep, powerful, and full of authority. In the entire god realm, other than the true experts, who dared to provoke the divine general? Even the sons of gods did not dare. Zichen, a level 8 divine general, was probably the only one. In the two exchanges, the divine general had not moved, but Zichen had been forced back twice. With such an obvious difference, Zichen dared to say that the divine general was just SOSO. In everyone's eyes, he was boasting shamelessly. Zichen smiled coldly. The divine general raised his arm, and a ripple surged out from his arm. A powerful collision sounded, and a beam of divine light flew out. It was the heaven-connecting divine needle that had tried to sneak an attack. The divine general said, "Insignificant skill." Even the heaven-connecting divine needle had failed, which showed how powerful the divine general was. Zichen had been able to kill a level 9 divine general in an instant, but he could not gain any advantage over the divine general. The heaven-connecting divine needle flew back, but Zichen's expression did not change much. If the divine general could not block the heaven-connecting divine needle, then he would be very disappointed. The light of yin and yang flashed on his body, each occupying half of his body. The next moment, he punched out. Fist lights appeared and flew forward like brilliant shooting stars. The shockwaves were not strong, but there were many of them. The divine general stood there without moving, his face full of disdain. The fist flashing with the light of yin and yang landed on the divine general's body and exploded. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded in the sky as fist lights exploded one after another, and the terrifying power of yin and yang spread out wildly. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves spread out, and the generals in the distance all retreated, their faces full of fear. They felt a strong sense of threat from this wave of energy. Even as they retreated, Their eyes were still fixed on the area in front of them, which was surrounded by yin and yang energy. They could no longer see the divine general. Explosions continued to resound, and the terrifying shockwaves spread out layer after layer. He's only at level 8, and he's already so strong. How strong will he be once he reaches level 9? The old man from the shop narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He felt threatened. At this moment, everyone could see how powerful Zichen was. They could also predict that if Zichen reached level 9, he would definitely become a divine general with his current combat strength. But now, Zichen was facing a dangerous situation. If he could not resolve it, he would have no chance of advancing. Amidst the explosions, the fist lights finally exploded. Zichen stood in the distance, quietly looking ahead. There, the power of yin and yang surged wildly, wreaking havoc like a storm. The divine general was in the center of the energy storm, and he did not know what was going on. The violent energy gradually dissipated, and the figure of the divine general appeared. The armor on his body was shining, and the divine light lingered around his body. His body was in perfect condition. He looked at Zichen and said, "What other tricks do you have? Just show them. If you wait for me to act, you won't have another chance." Zichen's response was to form a seal. As the seal moved, the power of yin and yang around him surged out and gathered in the air, fusing into palm-sized thunder lotuses. These thunder lotuses were still made of yin and yang energy, but their aura was much stronger than the fistlights from before. The number of yin and yang thunder lotuses around Zichen instantly exceeded 1,000. Ang Wei had seen Zichen use this trick before. At that time, he used these thunder lotuses to kill a group of level 8 experts. But now, his opponent was the divine general. He did not know if it would be effective. The thunder lotuses were still expanding, and there were thousands of them. With a thought from Zichen, they flew forward. When the divine general saw these thunder lotuses, his pupils shrank. As the thunder lotuses approached, the deafening roar sounded again. Intense yin and yang energy waves spread out, carrying a terrifying aura. The light shield above the trade city in the distance was affected, and it began to distort violently. Thousands of thunder lotuses exploded in an instant, and the destructive power they formed was indescribable. Not to mention the level 8 experts, even the level 9 experts were shocked. No matter how many of them worked together, it was useless against such a horrifying trick. Zichen did not expect to kill his opponent with this trick. He only hoped to injure him, even if it was just a little bit. The thunder lotuses exploded one after another. His expression immediately turned serious, and yin and yang energy appeared in his hands again. The yin and yang energy began to fuse, forming yin and yang thunder lotuses again. This time, there was only one yin and yang thunder lotus. Its color deepened and darkened. The space in front of him was violently distorted, and the violent yin and yang energy kept flashing, illuminating the faces of the experts in the distance. Just then, there was a cry of surprise. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the violent energy. Then, the violent yin and yang energy dispersed to the sides, and the divine general walked out. No matter how violent and terrifying the energy around him was, it could not hurt him at all. Wherever he passed, the violent energy would disappear. He walked out of the violent yin and yang energy, still intact. He was ready to show Zichen his strength and disdain. But when his gaze fell on Zichen, his expression changed slightly. An even more intense wave of energy came from Zichen's body. Another thunder lotus flew out. Compared to the thousands of thunder lotuses before, this thunder lotus was insignificant. But at this moment, the divine general's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Chapter 2857. The enlarged yin-yang thunder lotus instantly enveloped the divine general. Even though they were far away, they could still sense the terror and power of this thunder lotus. The power of this one thunder lotus was more terrifying than the thousands of thunder lotuses from before. Zichen was also filled with anticipation at this moment because this was one of the few powerful attacks he had. If even this move couldn't hurt the divine general, there was no point in fighting this battle. The key was to escape as soon as possible. The thunder lotus exploded, creating an even more violent and terrifying wave. Even Zi Chen had to retreat in the face of this wave. The light barrier in the distance was affected and started to distort as if it was about to shatter. The spectators were extremely shocked. With the strength Zi Chen had displayed, only the Divine General could deal with him. In the midst of the raging energy, a violent wave appeared and a figure rushed out. It was the Divine General. Although he had rushed out, he was no longer as calm as before. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. Seeing the Divine General in this state, the crowd was in an uproar again. A level 8 had injured a Divine General? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. Die. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, the Divine General's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Being injured by a mere level 8 made him feel humiliated. He slapped the air with his palm. The sky suddenly darkened as a palm print emitting divine light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zi Chen's head. Light flashed in Zi Chen's hand as his long saber appeared. The power of yin and yang gathered around the saber. The saber began to tremble and emitted a blinding light. He unsheathed his saber. The saber light shot up like a waterfall and slashed at the palm print surrounded by divine light. The palm print was split in the middle and dissipated. After destroying the palm print, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He returned his saber to its sheath and blocked it. A fist radiance surrounded by divine light appeared and hit the scabbard. Boom! There was an explosion of energy, forming a halo ripple. Zi Chen was sent flying. The Divine General appeared where he had been standing. He stared coldly at Zi Chen. Swish! The retreating Zi Chen disappeared. The Divine General said coldly, "Your speed is not bad, but it's impossible for you to injure me." Really? Zi Chen's cold voice came from the side. The Divine General turned around and punched forward. Zi Chen's figure shattered, but it was just an afterimage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, Zi Chen left behind several afterimages beside the Divine General's, but they were all destroyed one by one. After several afterimages, the real body appeared. When the real body appeared, he unsheathed his long saber and slashed forward. Clang! Divine light flickered. A long spear blocked in front of him, meeting the blade edge, blocking this blade. Through the clash of weapons, Zi Chen could sense the coldness in the Divine General's eyes. His saber flashed with divine light as it pressed forward. Boom! The energy went berserk. He and the Divine General both retreated. Through the previous battle, Zi Chen had already seen everything clearly. Of the 108 generals, this man was ranked 107. Although his ranking was very low, he was still a great expert in the divine realm. There were countless divine generals in the divine realm, but there were only 106 who were stronger than him. Buzz! Behind him, the 12-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared, releasing streaks of lightning. Ang Wei had never seen the heavenly thunder wings before. Now that he saw them, he was shocked and amazed by Zi Chen's endless means. Swish! Zi Chen's figure disappeared. After using the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would reach a real limit. Not only would it be the fastest speed in the world, but it would also be the ultimate speed in the world. The Divine General only saw a blur before his eyes, and then a flash of light appeared in front of him. At this moment, his reaction couldn't keep up with Zi Chen's. His spear pierced through the air, but it only pierced through a flash of light. Then there was a clanging sound. Zi Chen's saber had fallen on his waist, but it was blocked by the armor. Swish! Swish! Zi Chen's figure flickered like a beam of light, moving around the Divine General. During this time, the Divine General continuously attacked with his spear, but he only pierced through one afterimage after another. The sound of the saber colliding with the armor was constantly heard. The surroundings quieted down again. The Divine Generals all had their mouths agape, their eyes wide open as if they were petrified. Zi Chen's speed actually suppressed the Divine General. If it wasn't for the armor blocking the attacks for him, his body would have been cut into several pieces. This scene was simply too shocking. Get lost. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Zi Chen's body flew backward. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. There were several holes in his black robe, but they didn't pierce his skin. His burst of speed could completely suppress a 9th-grade divine general, even if his opponent was a divine general. However, after gaining speed, his attack power was slightly weaker, so he couldn't break through the divine general's armor for the time being. Even so, it was enough to prove that Zi Chen had the strength to fight against a divine general. The observing Misty Shadow was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He wanted to inform Wang Lai to watch this battle, but unfortunately, Zi Chen's world was sealed. Golden Flood Dragon kills gods. The divine general let out a roar and shook the spear in his hand. A circle of ripples spread out as he stabbed forward. A powerful aura burst out, and the spear flashed with a dazzling light. With a roar, the spear instantly turned into a golden flood dragon. The flood dragon was more than 10,000 feet long. Its body snaked as it headed straight for Zi Chen. Its eyes were cold and sharp. A strong aura locked onto Zi Chen. The space around him became extremely viscous, affecting his speed. He looked at the charging flood dragon, and the light of yin and yang circled his body again. The scabbard shook again, and a blinding light burst out from it. He unsheathed his saber and slashed down. 8 general-level saber intense circled the blade. The saber radiance rose into the sky and collided with the golden flood dragon. Bang! The saber radiance shattered, and the 8 saber intense dissipated. The golden flood dragon continued to charge at Zi Chen. Buzz! The void trembled, and a saber ancestor's tablet appeared. It immediately enlarged like a mountain, blocking the golden flood dragon. Boom! The golden flood dragon and the saber ancestor's tablet collided. The powerful shockwave sent the saber ancestor's tablet flying. Buzz! Then, a second saber ancestor's tablet appeared. One after another, the saber ancestor's tablets appeared in front of the golden flood dragon. In the continuous rumbling, the golden flood dragon's huge body collapsed and turned into a golden spear that flew back. 8 pieces of Zi Chen's saber ancestor's tablet had been sent flying. As expected of a divine general, his combat strength was extremely powerful. Die! The divine general thrust his spear again. This time, the spear whistled as it tore through the air. The space seemed to be pierced through, and it carried with it a cold chill. Zi Chen continued to hold his saber and slashed forward. Clang! A ripple spread out, and Zi Chen's body flew backward in the air. As he flew backward, his expression was indifferent. He shouted and activated his saber domain. Buzz! The 8 saber ancestors' tablets that had been scattered released light at this moment. The light connected together, forming a saber domain. Outside the domain, the spectators were very surprised to see this scene. Zi Chen, who seemed to be defeated, had secretly arranged such a backup plan. Looking at the sudden appearance of the saber domain, the divine general said coldly, "You're just digging your own grave." "Is that so?" Zi Chen smiled coldly. Light flashed on his body, and energy gathered toward the blade. "You can't break my defense at all. You're just trapping yourself." The divine general thrust his spear again, and the spear momentum was more powerful and terrifying. Zi Chen drew his saber and slashed. The people outside the saber domain could only see what was happening inside the domain, but they couldn't hear what the two were talking about. They could only see the divine general thrust his spear forward, and Zi Chen slashed down with his saber. In this attack, Zi Chen was still the one who retreated. The divine general was very strong. However, Zi Chen's performance today was already very shocking. It was already very impressive that he could fight against the divine general for so long in the 8th level realm. Zi Chen, who had retreated, rushed forward again and drew his saber for the second time. This time, 8 rays of light surrounded the saber and collided with the incoming spear. In this confrontation, Zi Chen and the divine general both retreated. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Then, Zi Chen attacked again. This time, 8 rays of light fell from the domain and merged into the saber. It looked no different from the previous attack. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, when the saber slashed down and collided with the spear, a strong light burst out. Zi Chen stood there without moving, while the divine general was sent flying backward. Such a change shocked the divine generals around. The changes brought by these 3 slashes were too great. In the domain, Zi Chen looked coldly at the divine general who was sent flying backward and slashed down again. The 8 saber ancestor tablets trembled, providing him with general-level saber intent. It could be said that at this moment, he had also displayed the power of the saber domain to the extreme. The divine general's spear turned into a golden Jiao dragon again. However, this time, the golden Jiao dragon was firmly suppressed. The saber light flashed, and the golden Jiao dragon was separated from the middle and dissipated into thin air. At the same time, the saber light did not lose its momentum and fell on the divine general. As the saber light exploded, the divine general coughed up blood and flew backward. His defense still didn't break, but the huge impact caused him to suffer internal injuries. Zi Chen's expression was slightly cold, and the heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped. Whoosh! His figure disappeared. Seeing Zi Chen disappear, the divine general's expression changed. There was a fluctuation beside him, and he stabbed back with his spear. The spear light pierced through the void, and the spear missed. Buzz! The light shield on the surface of his body trembled and began to distort, enduring an unimaginable impact. His body flew out diagonally, just in time to see Zi Chen put away his saber and disappear again. He knew that things were not going well. Without any leverage, he stabbed his spear in the air. Some golden blood splattered from the tip of the spear. His body flew out again, and the light shield on the surface of his body shattered instantly. Seeing the light shield on the surface of his body disappear, a look of horror appeared on the divine general's face. "Ha!" he shouted, and the spear stabbed again for the 3rd time. Puff! Zi Chen's figure appeared, and the spear pierced through the divine general's chest. He stood in front of the divine general, and blood dripped down the penetrated spear. However, the divine general did not show the slightest excitement at this time. He grabbed the spear and looked down at his body. There was a long crack on his armor, and blood was seeping out of the crack. The defense of his armor had been broken. Chapter 2858. In the core region of the divine realm, there was a city. It was located in the center of the 10 regions. This city was not the heavenly god city, but its fame was not inferior to the 9 great heavenly god cities. This was because it was the first city in the divine realm. The name of the city was God City, indicating the origin of all god cities. It was said that this city had already existed long ago, before the heavenly gods were heavenly gods. Apart from its origin, the other reason why this city was so famous was because there were 2 divine steles in the city. The 2 divine steles were divided into 2 categories, general and king. There had always been 108 names on the general-level divine steles, representing the 108 generals of the divine realm. On the king-level divine steles, there were 36 names, representing the 36 godly kings. Regardless of whether it was the 36 godly kings or the 108 godly generals, they all represented the supreme glory of the god clan. Every god clan member who came to this city would go to the 2 divine steles to take a look. They all looked forward to the day when they could enter the rankings. Under normal circumstances, the names on the 2 divine steles would not change. Unless a godly general became a godly king, the name would naturally disappear and be replaced by the next godly general. Of course, there were also accidents, such as a godly general dying in battle. However, this kind of situation was very rare, so much so that it had not happened for many years. There were only godly generals who were seriously injured and had their realms reduced, but there had never been a godly general who died in battle. On this day, the general-level divine steles suddenly trembled. The 108 names on the divine steles all lit up, emitting a dazzling light. This kind of change indicated that the rarely seen godly generals' rankings would change. The god clan members who sensed the commotion all rushed over, curiously staring at the top of the list. They were guessing which godly general had become a godly king. Especially the names at the top of the list, they were the most promising because this list had not changed for several hundred years. The names at the top did not change, but at the bottom, the second-to-last name, Huckle's name, disappeared. The disappearance of his name meant that Huckle had lost his qualifications to become a godly general. Everyone was in an uproar, guessing who Huckle had been defeated by. Usually, a new godly general would replace him in this kind of situation. At the same time, It meant that Huckley had lost his qualifications. Just as everyone was waiting for the new name to appear, they were disappointed to find that the name did not appear. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned. Then, they thought of a certain possibility, and their expressions changed greatly. They felt that it was inconceivable. Only when an immortal general died in battle would there be no new name. Huckleberry is dead. A divine general had been killed. Outside the Saber domain, everyone widened their eyes and stared ahead without blinking, afraid to miss any detail. Zichen's speed was too fast. The battle strength of a divine general was also extremely powerful. Both sides were fighting in the domain. They could only see the changes in light and shadow, but they could not hear anything else. The illusory figure quickly froze. Zichen's body was pierced through by the spear and fixed in place. The battle also stopped at this moment. An uproar broke out in the quiet surroundings. Looking at Zichen, whose body had been pierced by the spear, Ang Wei's emotions fluctuated greatly. There was sadness in his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to make such a friend, but he was killed by a ranked divine general. Hayes was also stunned, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought that he would be leaving this area this time. Zichen's combat strength had shocked him, and he was very satisfied. He believed that the king would be satisfied as well. They were willing to leave with such a powerhouse. However, unexpectedly, Zichen encountered a ranked divine general. Although his combat strength was strong enough, he was still one level below a ranked divine general. Now, the battle was over. It seemed that they should consider going back. A smile appeared on the face of the old man in the shop, and he became excited. The battle was over, and he could get what he wanted. The level 8 representative of the official faction also smiled. He was very satisfied with this result. No one who had offended the official faction had a good ending. Moreover, this matter was not over. When they returned, they would investigate Zichen's background through the black token, or investigate the faction or family behind him. Regretful voices came from all around. A powerhouse with great potential had died just like that. If they were of the same level, they believed that this ranked divine general would not be a match for him. Unfortunately, there were no IFS. The battle was over. The battle was indeed over. Zichen's body was still motionless. In front of him, the ranked divine general's body fell down. As he fell, his body was split in two. The domain had not dissipated. When the crowd saw this, their expressions immediately changed. The smile on the old man's face froze. Ang Wei's sorrowful expression also froze. The misty shadow was stunned. Within the domain, Zichen moved. He reached out and pulled out his spear. With a flash of light, he put away the spear. That spear was of the same quality as the armor. It was something that only a champion could have. The ranked divine general who fell below the domain remained motionless. Zichen turned around. Only then did they react. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Zichen was still alive. A ranked divine general was dead. A level 8 had killed a ranked divine general. How was this possible? No one could believe what they had just seen. Even if this was something that had really happened, something that had already happened. He won. Zichen actually won. Ang Wei was the first to accept this. A smile appeared on his face again. He was happy for Zichen's strength. Does this mean that Zichen is now a ranked divine general? One could replace a ranked divine general after defeating one. Now that Zichen had killed a ranked divine general, he naturally became a ranked divine general. Everyone was in a daze. They had just witnessed the death of a ranked divine general and the appearance of a ranked divine general. The domain of Blade dispersed. Zichen's figure appeared. At this moment, everyone saw Zichen with their own eyes. The crowd was in an uproar. A new ranked divine general had appeared. He was a level 8 divine general. This was too unbelievable. It was too unremarkable. Zichen had already taken away the ranked divine general's body. They believed that he would gain a lot this time. He looked ahead and saw the level 8 divine general who represented the official force. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. He didn't dare to look at Zichen at all. Zi Chen's gaze continued to move. Eventually, it fell on the old man in the shop. The old man looked terrible. He didn't expect Lin Huang to be so powerful. A mere level 8 divine general could kill a level 9 divine general. Old man, it's time to settle the matter between the two of us, Zi Chen said. His tone was calm, but it was full of dignity. He wasn't a ranked divine general. However, at this moment, everyone thought that he was already a ranked divine general. He was ranked 107th. His voice was calm. It was a normal voice, but everyone felt that it already had the dignity of a ranked divine general. What is it? The old man in the shop looked a little pale. He looked at Zi Chen and asked. You know very well. Zi Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. You sent people to kill me several times. This isn't a small matter. The old man in the shop said, this might be a misunderstanding. Moreover, you're seriously injured now. I think you should treat your injuries for the time being instead of discussing this with me. Are you threatening me? Zi Chen's eyes turned even colder. Of course not. The old man in the shop said, you killed Huck, so you've become a ranked divine general. You're also a member of the official force. Naturally, I have to congratulate you. I believe that the divine generals above you will also congratulate you, because they also represent the official forces. Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, it seems that you're still threatening me. Murderous intent surged from his body as he rushed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Zi Chen would really dare to kill him. Boom! With a violent explosion of energy, Zi Chen, who was rushing toward the old man, was sent flying in midair. He smashed heavily on the light shield, causing it to distort violently. Such an unforeseen event stunned everyone. They didn't know what had happened. Zi Chen's body landed on the ground. He kept coughing up blood and his aura became weak. He looked up at the sky and saw a person standing there. He was the one who had launched a sneak attack on Zi Chen. The other divine generals also saw him and cried out in alarm. A divine general, it's a ranked divine general. The existence standing in the air was from the divine race. He was also wearing a battle armor with the word divine on it. The divine race had ranked divine generals, and the divine race also had ranked divine generals. Perhaps it was because when in Rome, do as the Romans do. They were both ranked 108. It's a pity that he didn't die even after that. The ranked divine general shook his head, looking very regretful. The surroundings fell silent again because the unforeseen event had happened too quickly. No one had expected that there would be a ranked divine general hiding in the dark. Moreover, this highly reputable divine general had launched a sneak attack. Zi Chen was already seriously injured, and his combat strength had decreased a lot. It was impossible for him to fight a ranked divine general. But under such circumstances, the other party still launched a sneak attack. They really wanted to say that he was shameless. Zi Chen stood up. His injuries were extremely serious. The other party's sneak attack had caught him off guard. If not for his world and powerful body, he might have really died. He looked up at the ranked divine general and said coldly, it's indeed a pity because I didn't die. You're the next one to die. The ranked divine general said mockingly, with just you? Zi Chen said, of course. I'm an existence who killed a ranked divine general. How could I not kill a scoundrel like you who only knows how to launch sneak attacks? His words were confident and arrogant, and the mockery in them was extremely obvious. The ranked divine general's expression turned ugly. It was indeed embarrassing for him to launch a sneak attack on a seriously injured level 8 expert. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After Zi Chen finished speaking, he pointed forward and a ray of light landed in the void. Chapter 2859. The speck of light in the vortex was like a spirit seed that began to germinate. It grew very quickly. As the spirit seed changed, the surrounding space began to distort violently and spread into the distance. A storm appeared from all directions. The roar of the storm resounded in the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions as if doomsday had arrived. The battle generals who were already far away retreated even more quickly. At this moment, their faces were filled with deep shock. Zi Chen, who was already seriously injured, could still display such a terrifying attack. In fact, this attack had little to do with Zi Chen. After he attacked, he could no longer control this attack. At this moment, everything was controlled by the world. In his world, the power of heaven and earth rotated and gathered in one place. That place was the roots of the outside world. It could be said that the plant seemed to be rooted in the void, but it was actually rooted in his world. It absorbed the power of the world and grew. Although the world belonged to Zi Chen, he could not control such a huge power. After the ranked heaven general sensed the change in the aura, his expression became solemn. A strong wave spread out from the front. In the center of the branches and leaves, a flower bud appeared. Everyone retreated far away and looked in front of them in shock. The flower bud spun and bloomed, turning into a flower that looked like a lotus. Wave after wave of even more powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions as the flower buds bloomed, like ribbons of color. The ranked heaven general's idea of killing Zi Chen in advance was shattered. At this moment, the only feeling in his heart was the danger of death. The wave was too terrifying. The flower bud bloomed, and the wave spread out. When it encountered the light shield behind it, the light shield kept distorting. Cracks appeared on the distorted light shield, and it exploded with a bang. The defense of a 9th grade general city, and it was very likely that it was a divine general city, was broken just like that. This was caused by the aftermath of the energy. What if it was hit directly? Everyone's face was filled with shock. The wave was still spreading. The city began to collapse, and there was a rumbling sound. The rocks and trees in the distance were all destroyed. Endless light was released. Gold and silver changed and dyed the surroundings. The roots, branches, and leaves from before had all disappeared, and a lotus flower floated in the air, slowly rotating. Zi Chen, who had also dodged, raised his head and looked at the two-colored lotus flower that had already formed. The lotus flower flew towards the heavenly general. The dual-colored lotus was somewhat similar to the yin-yang thunder lotus, but it was more lifelike. This was because it grew naturally and was not formed by a forced fusion. The two-colored lotus flew forward, and at the same time, a black hole appeared in the sky. The power of rules fell from the black hole, shrouding the celestial general and trapping him. Ha! The ranked celestial general bellowed, pushing his general armor to the limit. Intense light burst out from the armor, forming violent waves that shook off the descending rules. At this moment, the two-colored lotus arrived in front of him. It was still spinning, and the fluctuations were still strong. The heavenly general's body shone with a strong light as he blocked with his saber. The two-colored lotus was spinning, and every time it spun, there would be a clash of power, creating even more powerful waves. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out in all directions. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were no longer any buildings or vegetation. The light on the heavenly general's body dimmed bit by bit. His face was filled with fear and shock, as well as some regret. If he had known that the other party had such a terrifying method, he would not have appeared no matter what. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Such a powerful attack had appeared, and he had to block it. The two-colored lotus flower was Zi Chen's final trump card. It finally extinguished the light of energy on the heavenly general's body. At the same time, it reached its limit and exploded with a loud bang. The moment it exploded, the heavenly general was devoured by this energy. The world lost its original color and turned into gold and silver. It dyed the world like an ink painting. No one could open their eyes. It was extremely dazzling. Even though they were far enough away, the intense shockwave still caused their blood and qi to churn. This situation lasted for a long time. The dazzling yin-yang energy disappeared, and half of the huge trading city disappeared. There was a deep pit on the ground that stretched for dozens of miles. Occasionally, energy would sweep out, bringing with it some flying dust. The surroundings became extremely quiet. Many people looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect the second battle to start and end like this. Previously, Zi Chen had displayed powerful combat strength, but they did not expect him to still be so powerful. The two heavenly generals were nowhere to be seen. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Finally, Someone mustered the courage to fly forward and out of the deep pit. There were two figures in the huge pit. They were the two heavenly generals. At this moment, the two of them were lying on the ground, motionless. No one dared to go forward. They all stood there and watched. When they looked at each other, they looked at each other. Ang Wei wanted to go forward, but he did not dare. He was worried that if he moved, the others would move as well. This situation did not last for long. Just as everyone's emotions became restless, one person stood up. It was the level 8 Zi Chen. The quiet surroundings were in an uproar again. No one had expected Zi Chen to still be alive. He stood up and walked toward the heavenly general. The heavenly general remained motionless. He walked very slowly. It looked like he was severely injured, and his life was in danger. Still, no one dared to go forward. Perhaps deep down, they were still hoping that something else would happen. Even when Zi Chen walked in front of the heavenly general who was lying on the ground, the latter's body did not move. Why bother? Zi Chen shook his head as he looked at the heavenly general who was no longer breathing. He picked up the battle blade that the heavenly general had dropped and put away his body. Why bother asking for death? An even greater uproar came from all around, because the heavenly general was dead. On this day, the level 8 Zi Chen had killed two heavenly generals. Although they did not dare believe it, it was a fact. The level 8 Zi Chen had killed another heavenly general. He was ranked 103rd in the divine race. After collecting the spoils of war, Zi Chen coughed up blood again. His injuries had worsened. Everyone, he is seriously injured. Whoever can represent the official forces to kill him will stay with the official forces forever and enjoy endless resources. At this moment, a cold voice was suddenly heard. It was the level 8 heavenly general from before. Upon hearing this, Zi Chen turned around. He had yet to cause trouble for the other party, but the other party had taken the initiative to make things difficult for him. Both parties looked at each other and he coughed up blood again. Ang Wei stood there without moving. As he looked at Zi Chen, he only felt that he was amazing. Very amazing. As for the instigation of the level 8 heavenly general, his expression did not change at all. If anything, it would be pity. Why bother? Why bother throwing away their lives? If these people dared to step forward, none of them would survive. It was not because he believed in Zi Chen's combat power, but because he believed in the misty shadows. All the misty shadows were with Zi Chen. The people around him were somewhat hesitant because Zi Chen was too strong. Everyone, he has the spirit shadow fruit. Obtaining the spirit shadow fruit will allow you to kill the misty shadows. Where else can you find such a good thing? The level 8 heavenly general said again. Furthermore, he has the weapon and armor of a heavenly general on him. Those are even more amazing resources. Of course, his weapon and the heavenly god needle are also amazing weapons. If we kill him, the resources will be enough for everyone to use. Most importantly, he is heavily injured and his life is in danger. This is your only chance. If you miss it, when you see him in the future, you can only grovel and call him Lord. Benefits could make people lose their minds and make them lose their rationality. The experts who were hesitating before all thought of what had happened and their breathing became rapid. Whoever dares to step into the range of the deep pit will be killed without mercy. Zi Chen's cold voice sounded. It was still sonorous and powerful. The expressions of the experts around him changed. Some people immediately retreated out of the deep pit. His bluffing. He won't live for long. The level 8 heavenly general walked into the range of the deep pit. Zi Chen did not attack. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and put a pill into his mouth. There's not much time left. The level 8 heavenly general shouted. This shout caused the people around him to lose their last bit of rationality. They roared and charged forward, their powerful auras surging. For benefits, they became crazy. Ang Wei shook his head. Was it not good to live? Why throw away their lives? He looked at the motionless Zi Chen and was not worried. In his expectation, Zi Chen would release the misty shadow at the next moment. Then, the thick mist would cover the deep pit and kill everyone who charged forward. However, this did not happen until they reached Zi Chen. This stunned Ang Wei. Buzz. With a buzz, a saber arc appeared on Zichen's body and then drew a circle. This circle spread out more than a dozen zhong. Within this range, all the warlords died, regardless of whether they were level 8 or level 9. This scene caused the people who came later to be shocked. Zichen was still sitting cross-legged and healing. Next to him stood a second Zichen. However, this Zichen was surrounded by divine light. He held a sheathless saber in his hand. The saber was lime in color. It was a stone saber. Blood splattered around him. He looked at the experts in the distance and smiled. His smile was ferocious and cold. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The heaven-ascending magic needle turned into a beam of light and flew forward. Zichen was not a god and could not control the heaven-ascending magic needle. It had always been his avatar that was controlling it. Although he was only an avatar, he was an amazing avatar. Because he had the heavenly god's bone. The heavenly god's bone that even the abyss could not destroy. The heaven-ascending magic needle could easily kill level 8 warlords. As for him, he rushed toward the level 9 warlords. He did not defend and did not know how to defend. He only knew how to attack. A level 9 warlord stabbed his chest with a sword, but it only pierced his skin and was blocked by his bones. He slashed down with his saber. A divine light flashed on the stone saber. A level 9 warlord died. This was a massacre. It was very tragic. The people in the distance were terrified. They shouted and wanted to retreat. Buzz. The void shook. The world's rules descended from the sky and shrouded the deep pit. The people outside the deep pit could not enter, and the people inside could not get out. Separated by the world's rules, the people outside the rules looked at the massacre in shock. Heart-wrenching screams came through the rules, chilling people's hearts. The level 8 official's face was pale. The old man's face was also ugly. At this moment, they finally knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 2860. The massacre continued. The screams continued, causing people to feel extreme terror. Outside the deep pit, many people were celebrating. They hesitated and did not immediately go forward. Fortunately, they managed to keep their lives. Too strong. They did not expect that he would have such a powerful clone when he was injured. The clone was even more fearless than the real body. It did not defend against any attacks and only charged forward with its blade. He had killed many people and was in a terrible state. There was almost no place on his body that was intact. There were wounds everywhere. God blood sprayed and colorful light lingered. The price for such injuries was the death of many rank 9s and a group of rank 8s. Save me. Lord, spare me. Lord, I was wrong, please spare me. Among the screams, there were pleas for mercy. There were no threats. No one dared to threaten him. The rank 8 official looked at the battle in front of him, the corner of his eyes twitching. He knew that he had caused a great disaster this time. He glanced at the old man of the shop next to him. The old man was silent and had a dark expression. A beam of light appeared on his body and then disappeared. He was going to run. In this situation, it would be stupid not to run. Whoosh. The old man who had just disappeared appeared again and retreated in fear. There was a shallow wound on his neck, and blood was seeping out of it. A ball of white mist spread in front of him and then disappeared. Mist shadow. It's mist shadow. Exclamations came from all around. The battle generals not far from the old man retreated in fear. They would never have thought that there would be a mist shadow here. Why was the mist shadow here? Why did it attack the old man? They did not understand. Or rather, they thought of a possibility but did not dare to believe it, so they pretended not to understand. Why is it like this? The rank 8 official who also had thoughts of running was also filled with fear. Even the rank 9 old man was injured. If he moved, he would definitely die. The appearance of the mist shadow was definitely not a coincidence. Attacking the old man was also not a coincidence. Putting these two events together, which were not coincidental, he came to a terrible conclusion. He turned his head and looked into the distance. That was the most dangerous poison mist forest. But at this time, there was no poison mist. If there was no poisonous fog, then where did the fog shadows go? He looked at Zi Chen again, and the chill in his heart grew stronger. The screams disappeared. Everything was just as Zi Chen had said. Not a single one of them would survive. There was only blood on the ground. There was no corpse. The power of laws around the crater dissipated, and the avatar of God, covered in blood, walked out. He walked towards the level 8 expert. The level 8 expert was terrified. "What did you just say?" The divine avatar said indifferently, "You said that I'm an arrow at the end of its flight." He said that he was going to cause trouble for the forces behind me and my family. "My lord, it's a misunderstanding." "This is a misunderstanding." The level 8 expert was terrified, but he didn't dare to threaten him anymore. The divine avatar that was covered in blood shook his head, disdain flashing in his eyes. "I thought you government officials would never feel fear." After saying that, he raised his stone knife and cut down. As expected, blood splattered, and a head flew off. The divine avatar looked back at the old man in the other direction and said indifferently, "Old man, you're a businessman, but you don't do business properly. You've tried to frame me several times. I think we need to settle the scores between us." The old man's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "What do you want? Name your price." The divine avatar walked up to the old man. "I want your life. If you kill me, you'll be in a lot of trouble," the old man said. The divine avatar said, "Actually, I've always wanted to tell you something. If you offend me, you'll be in even bigger trouble." After saying that, the divine avatar shone with divine light. He held the stone knife and turned into a beam of light, charging forward. Humph! The old man let out a cold snort, releasing his level 9 aura. Divine light surged wildly with a hint of violence. The divine light made contact with the old man and disappeared in a flash. The divine avatar stood behind the old man, still holding the stone knife tightly. There was a deep wound on his abdomen, and one could almost see his wriggling intestines. The divine light shrouded the wound, and he turned around. The old man stood there with a cold expression, motionless. The next moment, blood gushed out from his chest, forming a diagonal line, and then his body separated. The divine light flashed and swept away the old man's body and the level 8 corpse in the distance. Then, the divine avatar flew toward the collapsed city. The real body was still there, sitting cross-legged and healing, but at this time, no one dared to go forward. Many people followed the divine avatar into the city, and then they saw the divine avatar go straight to a shop. It was the shop that the old man had been running. Boom! There was an explosion of energy, and the closed door of the shop was forcibly shattered. The divine avatar walked in. No one dared to go in, so they could only wait outside. After a while, the divine avatar walked out. The shop building behind him exploded with a boom. Then, the divine avatar walked toward the core. There was a mansion there, and the core that controlled the city was in the mansion. He walked in, and there was no battle during this time. Because the city lord had been killed. After a while, the divine avatar walked back. This time, the city lord's mansion did not collapse. The divine avatar left the city and met up with the real body. After that, the divine avatar turned into light and disappeared. He entered Zi Chen's world and shouted at the surging white fog, "All of you, come here and help me find these spirit rings." The white fog rolled, and one misty shadow after another appeared. They saw the corpses all over the ground, and they were all very shocked. At the same time, hundreds and thousands of divine avatars also appeared here. These divine avatars did not have much attack power, and were only used to organize the spirit rings. They opened all the spirit rings and poured out all the resources inside. When they found other spirit rings, they opened them one by one. Those resources were put aside for the time being. The Black Order would pick them all out and then classify them. The Divine Black Order would naturally be left behind. As for the Divine Black Order, Zi Chen did not plan to leave them behind. The number of spirit rings obtained this time was very large, more than 10,000 at a glance. Some of them were given by the Misty Shadow, but under normal circumstances, after opening them, they would find other spirit rings. As for the tokens, there were more than 100,000 of them. This number was very shocking, because each token was equivalent to a human life, and as for the resources, it was even more so. At this time, among the corpses, there were two that were particularly eye-catching. They were both wearing battle armor, and even after death, they were still releasing their auras. The divine avatars opened their spirit rings, and the amount of resources in them was shocking. As for the Black Order of the different factions, there were hundreds of thousands of them, more than the total amount of resources in all the spirit rings. This was the total amount of tokens that had been collected for many years. The harvest this time was so great that the divine avatar had a smile on his face. In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes. At this time, the spectators had not left yet. They were all standing outside the deep pit, afraid of causing misunderstandings. If you have resources, you can come to me to exchange them for the Black Order. After Zichen stood up, he looked at the people in the distance and said. Everyone was stunned, not understanding the meaning of Zichen's words. Zichen waved his hand, and more than 100,000 Black Order appeared. These Black Order belonged to the divine faction, and Zichen had no use for them. When Ang Wei saw this, he knew that Zichen was about to leave, so he started to clear the useless Black Order on him. Zichen said, all the resources can be exchanged, and the price will be according to the normal transaction price. I'll leave the resources here, and you can take the Black Order. Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to go forward, worried that this was a trap. Who would dare to take the resources of a divine general? Seeing that no one came forward, Ang Wei took the initiative to go forward. He took out some half-beast bones and corpses. He put the corpses and bones aside, then chose a suitable price from the hundreds of thousands of Black Order. Zichen looked at Ang Wei and did not say anything. Ang Wei's action was to take the lead. After exchanging the half-beast corpses, he took out some other resources and exchanged them for hundreds of Black Order, then walked back. When the others saw this, they were all tempted and immediately went forward. They had many resources that they could not use, and these resources were useless in their hands, so it was best to exchange them for tokens. Moreover, the price here was the transaction price, which was slightly higher than the purchase price of the shops. Therefore, more people came forward and began to exchange for the resources they had. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, Zichen wanted them as long as they were resources. This also made many warlords excited because they had many resources that could not be sold here. Now, they gave all of them to Zichen, even if the price was lower. Even the number of black tokens that were given to them were all taken by them. There were hundreds of thousands of Black Order of all ranks. Zichen was worried that they would not be able to exchange all of them, so he said, you can also exchange for Black Order from other factions. In this way, a large number of Black Order were exchanged until all the Black Order had been exchanged. By now, Zichen's injuries had almost recovered. He put away the resources and turned to leave. An uproar came from afar. Obviously, they had started to discuss the previous battle. They had seen the death of a ranked warlord with their own eyes, and they had also seen a newly promoted ranked warlord. Naturally, they were excited. Zichen stood in the middle of a dense forest. Not long after, Ang Wei appeared. Are you leaving? Ang Wei asked. Zichen nodded. Then, he took out a corpse and a Black Order and handed them to Ang Wei. This belongs to a ranked divine general. Ang Wei's expression changed when he saw these things. Zichen said, these things should be more valuable than ordinary Black Orders. I have no use for them. You can keep them. Ang Wei did not refuse. He took these things and said, can we meet again in the future? I'm afraid not here. If you want to find me, go to the Divine Realm. I'm in the periphery of the 10th domain of the Divine Realm, near the area where the Mother Nest is. It's very easy to find me. Zichen and Ang Wei parted ways here. He was leaving, and Ang Wei still had to train here. After returning to the thick fog, Zichen opened the World Channel. Chapter 2861. In addition to the deep poisonous fog forest, there were 2 poisonous fog forests in the periphery. At this time, Zichen was standing in the first poisonous fog forest. After he opened the world, the Misty Shadow naturally told the Misty Shadow in this poisonous fog forest to leave. Those giant crocodiles followed the Misty Shadow. Looking at those giant crocodiles, Zichen was very satisfied. With the misty shadow's poisonous fog as a cover, the giant crocodiles had unimaginable lethality. This time, he came to the Black Order battlefield. His harvest was much greater than last time. He had a lot of Black Orders, and he needed to exchange all of them for resources. Of course, before that, he first had to upgrade the Black Order. Those 6th-level warlords in the periphery quickly found that the poisonous fog blocking them disappeared. This made them very confused, and some began to try to go deeper. After collecting all the misty shadows, Chen went straight to the camp. The misty shadow that followed him before also returned to the world. At this moment, the real Misty Shadow King should have known everything that happened in the outside world. The real body flew to the camp, and the clone cultivated in the world. A light shadow appeared in front of the clone, and turned into a humanoid creature. The clone opened his eyes, looked at the misty shadow in front of him, and said, "You are the king?" The misty shadow nodded. His aura was more obscure, and he had a majestic aura, which other misty shadows did not have. In fact, after they came to this world, Chen had already found the real Misty Shadow King. Because this was his world, no one could hide here, but he never said it, nor did he expose it. "You are finally willing to show yourself," the clone said faintly. "This time, I am ready to meet the master," the Misty Shadow King said respectfully. After the clone heard the Misty Shadow King's words, he shook his head and said, "It's just subduing, not recognizing a master." "How can there be a master?" The Misty Shadow King was stunned. The clone continued, "You can say that he is a subordinate. Do you have any requirements?" The Misty Shadow King was very surprised by the clone's words. The former was a subordinate, so he did not need to recognize a master, which made him very happy. But he did not understand the following words. "The real body went to the camp to exchange for resources, and then left here. If there are any resources you need, he will exchange some." The doppelganger smiled and said, "You should know that the real body doesn't like others to recognize him as their master. Even his subordinates get along with him as friends. And he never mistreats his friends." The Misty Shadow King was touched. He shook his head and said, "We don't need resources." The clone said, "How can you grow without resources?" "Grow in battle." The Misty Shadow King's answer was actually vague. What they needed was a corpse. The thing that could help them grow faster was actually the spiritual shadow fruit. His doppelganger didn't understand this, but when he transmitted this thought to his real body, Chen was very clear. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger. He killed a few battle beasts along the way before returning to the camp. This was the second time he was here. The last time he was here, Bly had led the way. There weren't many changes here. Chen familiarly walked to the place where he could exchange contribution points. He still remembered where he was last time. He saw the number 9 and walked forward. He didn't encounter any restrictions, which obviously indicated that there was no one inside. He pushed open the door and entered. He saw the old man from last time. The old man was sitting behind the table. He looked up at Chen with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "It's you." Chen nodded and walked forward. "I haven't seen you for many years. I thought you were dead." "I didn't expect you to be alive and well," the old man said casually. "Where's Bly? Did he come here to exchange for resources recently?" asked Chen. "He came here a few years ago. He shouldn't be dead for the time being. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" The old man said lightly, "Take out your things and see how many contribution points you can exchange." Chen said, "Your attitude is as bad as always." The old man snorted, "If you want this old man to change my attitude, you must have a level 5 Black Order. Do you have it, kid?" Chen smiled and said, "Not now." Then, before the old man finished speaking, his expression changed. Chen took out 20 Black Orders and said, "But I'll have it soon." His Black Order was level 3. If he wanted to upgrade it to level 5, he would need 10 level 8 Black Orders and 10 level 9 Black Orders. These 20 Black Orders were just enough. After the old man checked the levels of the Black Orders, he said in surprise, "You're the first person in this battlefield to upgrade your Black Order to the highest level in 2 tries. I really don't know how you did it. Should I give you the contribution points now?" Chen shook his head and said, "No hurry. I still have some black orders to exchange." "Oh, you have more?" The old man's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he had a big customer today. There were many level 9 black orders in this battlefield, but there were not many who could upgrade their black order to level 5. There was not a single level 8 black order who could have a level 5 black order. Chen then took out more black order tokens. The old man looked at them and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Chen was a big customer. Black order tokens appeared one after another and soon filled the table. Seeing that Chen didn't plan to stop, the old man's smile grew wider. But soon, the smile on his face froze and turned into shock. Because Chen was still taking out the black order tokens, many of them floated in front of him, overlapping each other. At a glance, the number of black order tokens had exceeded 10,000. But it wasn't over yet. It could even be said that this was the beginning. The black order tokens were stacked together and arranged neatly, floating in all directions. The old man's face gradually revealed a shocked expression. His eyes slowly widened in shock. After Chen took out hundreds of thousands of black order tokens, the room was filled. The old man cried out involuntarily, "What did you do to get so many black order tokens? Can I exchange them for contribution points?" Chen didn't answer and asked instead. "Of course." The old man immediately nodded, looking extremely shocked. He had never seen so many black order tokens before. One had to know that a black order token represented a life. How many Tian clan lives did this mean? Did he go to the Tian clan's base camp? But even in the base camp, it was impossible to gather so many experts, right? "I'll exchange them all for contribution points," Chen said. "Wait a moment." With so many black order tokens, he obviously couldn't count them all by himself. He took out a jade pendant and wiped the sweat from his forehead without leaving a trace. "Young man, what did you do?" The old man looked at Chen, looking shocked and curious. "Nothing." Chen smiled. "Young man is mysterious." The surrounding space trembled, and then the room began to expand, turning into an independent space. The nearly 200,000 tokens were floating in this space at this moment. "Old Jeddah, I heard that you have a lot of tokens to count. How many do you have?" At this moment, a voice full of laughter sounded from this space, and then a figure surrounded by divine light appeared. "Take a look for yourself," the old man said faintly with a proud look on his face. The other party saw the black order tokens at a glance, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Following that, rays of light appeared one after another. Almost everyone said the same thing when they appeared. But when they saw the tokens, their faces were also full of shock. A total of more than a dozen people came, but there were more than 100,000 tokens here, and each person had to count more than 10,000 tokens. Seeing this scene, Chen said, "You have too few people, I'm in a hurry." They looked at Chen, who was only at level 8, and were speechless and shocked. Through the perception of aura, these were all tokens of the Tian clan. The old man called for more people again. This time, he called for more than 50 people. Seeing that Chen was about to say something, the old man said, "These are all the people here, there's no one else." Chen nodded and said, "Okay then." Then he sat there, and the others counted the tokens. After checking the level, they put the tokens of each level aside. When they were counting, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Because these tokens were of different levels, and not only were there low-level tokens, there were also many high-level tokens. But what they couldn't understand was that Chen was only at level 8, so why did he have so many level 9 tokens? Could it be that he could kill a level 9? A level 5 token could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, level 6 for 10,000, level 7 for 100,000, level 8 for 1 million, and level 9 for 10 million. This time, Chen's contribution points were definitely a considerable number. Moreover, when the token was upgraded to level 5, he could buy resources here with a 50% discount. Last time, he exchanged for a lot of level 5 lore crystals, so the contribution points he obtained now could be exchanged for more lore crystals, and of course, the level could also be raised. By the same logic, Level 6 lore crystals required more contribution points, and level 9 was a terrifying number. At this time, in this trading ground, there were other divine generals who came to exchange for contribution points, but they were surprised to find that there were restrictions outside all the rooms. This caused them to be extremely shocked. Could it be that there were people inside? Zichen suddenly thought of something and said, "Old man, I wonder if this thing has an additional bonus." Zichen took out another Tian Clan black token. Hearing this, the old man looked back at the black token and said, "Is there anything special about that black token?" The others also turned their heads, looking very curious. "I can't see its uniqueness, but I think you guys should be able to see it." "Oh, the two of them are together. Is there an additional bonus?" Zichen took out another set of armor and placed it beside the black token. When everyone saw this set of armor and the black token, their expressions instantly changed. Chapter 2862. Looking at the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Zichen asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly so polite?" The old man said respectfully, "You're a divine general, so you're naturally our lord." Zichen asked in surprise, "How do you know I'm a divine general?" "Since you can take out a divine general's armor, you're naturally a divine general." The armor of a divine general was always carried with him, so he naturally wouldn't give it away for no reason. Moreover, there was the battlefield black token. The old man was shocked. Recently, the news of Divine General Harkri's death had spread. Because Divine General Harkri was on this battlefield, many forces were paying attention to this battlefield. At the same time, they were also trying to find out who killed Harkri. During this period, another piece of news came. It was said that other than Divine General Harkri, another Divine General was also killed. Now that Zichen had taken out a Divine General's armor, it naturally revealed his identity. At the same time, they also understood why Zichen had so many tokens. According to the news they received, Divine General Harkri was killed by a level 8. Now, Zichen was also a level 8. Seeing their respectful and shocked expressions, Zichen said, "You all know?" The old man nodded and said, "Everyone has been looking for it recently. I didn't expect it to be Lord." Zichen said, "What Lord? Tell me first, are there any extra contribution points?" The old man said, "Yes. It's equivalent to 100 level 9 black tokens. A level 9 black token could be exchanged for 10 million contribution points, so 10 million was 100 times that would be 1 billion. This number made Zichen very satisfied. The old man asked, "Do we have to exchange the armor for contribution points?" "Of course," Zichen said. He had no use for the Divine General armor, so it was best to exchange it. Everyone was very excited when they heard this. The divine race had a total of 108 divine generals, and such experts were usually very difficult to kill. It was also an honor for them to be able to exchange their armor here. Everyone sped up and counted the tokens. During this period, the contribution points given to Zichen was definitely a huge number. Compared to the last time, it had increased by thousands of times. Of course, the items that Zichen wanted to exchange for were also of high quality. Even with a 50% discount, it was still not a small number. With these contribution points in hand, Zichen began to sweep the goods. What he needed to do was to immediately spend these contribution points and leave this place. What followed next was a shocking scene. Zichen wanted all the cultivation resources of every level. He didn't want weapons, pills, cultivation methods, or battle skills. He only wanted cultivation resources. This scene attracted the attention of far too many divine generals. In this period of time, the old man who had been exchanging contribution points for Zichen had been by his side the entire time, explaining some sort of resource to him. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, and Level 9 lore crystals were what Zichen mainly exchanged for. The rest were some resources that could help him break through bottlenecks, as well as crystal stones that he would need for his daily cultivation. The old man followed Zichen and looked at the things he had exchanged for. He was very puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, those things were useless to the current Zichen. "Are there any resources here that can help me become a divine king?" Zichen asked. The old man shook his head and said, "No. All the resources that can help you become a divine king are in the 36 royal cities. Zichen knew about the 36 royal cities. They were the cities of the 36 divine kings. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zichen. They watched as he, a level 8 divine king, held a level 5 black order and used up an almost inexhaustible amount of contribution points. Finally, after all the resources here had been swept clean, Zichen's contribution points were finally used up. He put the resources into his world and prepared to leave. Over here! The old man who had been following Zichen suddenly shouted. A group of people quickly walked over from afar. Zichen looked back at the group of people. He felt that they had come for him. Greetings, sir. After these people arrived, they immediately bowed respectfully to Zichen. Zichen waved his hand. Sir, can you take out your token for me to take a look? The level 9 divine general at the front asked with a nervous expression. Zichen frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. We need to report this and get the approval of the rules, the level 9 divine general explained. Zichen took out his level 5 black order and handed it to him. After the divine general received the black order respectfully, a ball of light appeared in his hand. The ball of light emitted a purple-gold color and fused with the level 5 black order. Within the level 5 black order, rays of purple-gold light appeared. In the next moment, the light exploded and turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. At this moment, everyone in the camp saw the purple-gold light that shot into the sky. They were all shocked. It's really like this. At the sight of the purple-gold light, the divine generals who had just arrived were all excited. In the core divine city, the divine general Steely emitted light again and trembled. At the 107th position, which had been empty for more than a month, a new name suddenly appeared. Zichen. The experts who'd sensed the commotion and arrived were all puzzled when they saw this name. It seemed like an unfamiliar name. Who would have thought that he'd become a divine general? What a lucky guy. That was what they thought. But in the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. This was because a new message had appeared behind Zichen's name. Level 8. What? He's only level 8. He can enter the divine general Steely at level 8. Is there a mistake? Was he the one who killed divine general Harkri? Why is he only level 8? Cries of surprise rose and fell. Entering the divine general Steely at level 8 was simply too inconceivable. It's not like there's never been a divine general Steely at level 8 in history. It's just that it hasn't happened in many years. Some of the old men from the Shen clan were very emotional when they saw this scene. Usually, when those people break through to level 9, they will be able to compete for the top 10 spots. The crowd was in an uproar. They were all shocked. Soon, their expressions changed again. Because the 107th Zichen's name was glowing brightly as it moved upward. His name reached the 106th place, but it only paused for a moment before reaching the 105th place and continuing upward. He reached the 103rd place, pushing down the 103rd place divine general. Level 8. 103rd place? How was this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked. It was inconceivable. But the laws of the divine realm were never wrong. Since Zichen could reach the 103rd place, it meant that he had the strength to do so. For a moment, Zichen's name spread throughout the divine city. More divine generals knew about him. In the transaction area, the divine general returned the medallion to Zichen with both hands after the purple gold light disappeared. The surrounding people looked at this scene in astonishment, not understanding what was going on. "My lord, this is your armor." A moment later, the divine general's hand flashed with light, and a set of dazzling armor appeared. The moment they saw the armor, cries of surprise came from all around. Everyone looked in front of them in shock. Zichen took the armor and poured his soul into it. The armor turned into light and automatically appeared on his body. It was a general armor, a divine general's general armor. At this moment, the general armor showed that he was ranked 107th. Level 8 had become a divine general. The surrounding people were shocked. Then, they thought of the recent rumors and were even more shocked. "My lord, what kind of weapon do you need?" I brought 3 this time, a saber, a sword, and a spear. If you have any additional needs, we can specially make one for you. The divine general said, each set of armor corresponds to a weapon, and the divine patterns in them are different. Zichen said, then give me the spear. He didn't lack weapons, but since he had to choose one, it was naturally a spear. Okay. The level 9 divine general immediately took out a spear. The spear's body flowed with light and emitted a cold aura. The moment he held the spear, Zichen felt the connection between the spear and the armor. The two were one and could increase his strength. He was very satisfied with this. Right at that moment, a strong light was suddenly emitted from the ranking general armor. Following that, the number 107 began to jump. It went from 107 to 106. When the surrounding people saw this, they were even more shocked. This meant that the ranking had risen. The divine generals who came to deliver the armor were also shocked. It was already amazing for a level 8 to be able to enter the rankings. They didn't expect that Zichen's ranking was still rising. It finally reached 103. Congratulations, my lord. The old man beside Zichen said respectfully. The armor on Zichen's body kept releasing light and an oppressive aura. He sensed that some of the sealed patterns on the armor were unlocking as his ranking rose. It seemed that the level of the armor would change according to the ranking. Greetings, my lord. The surrounding people bowed to Zichen, their eyes full of shock. Zichen nodded to the others and then walked out. It was time for him to leave. At this moment, a general wearing general armor walked in and bowed to Zichen. Bowie greets my lord. Zichen had heard of Bowie before. It was said that he had once been a divine general and this city had been his. It was just that his cultivation had dropped due to serious injuries, so he wasn't a divine general. The general armor was still there, but there was no ranking on it. At this moment, divine general Bowie was filled with shock. He knew everything about Zichen. When he had first arrived, he had only been a level 1 divine general and had trouble even protecting himself. But after a short while, he had already become a divine general. Does my lord have any orders for me? Divine General Bowie asked politely. No orders. I'm here to gain experience and plan to leave this place. He nodded to Divine General Bowie and then walked forward. Chapter 2863. In a campsite in the general level battlefield, a divine general sat cross-legged. The general armor he wore was very eye-catching, and the hall was shrouded in a strong pressure. The hall was empty, and he was the only one in it. The armor suddenly burst into light, and the general armor began to tremble. The light that burst out gradually dimmed. After the change returned to normal, the divine general opened his eyes, and there was a fierce glint in his eyes. Zichen, a mere level 8, how dare you step on my shoulder to rise to the top? His general armor was originally ranked 106, but now it was 107. When the general armor changed, a message was transmitted to the divine general's mind through the armor. It was about the reason for the change. The explanation was very simple. Zichen, level 8, had advanced. But this short explanation was enough for the divine general to understand the meaning behind it. You're only at level 8. I'd like to see what you're relying on to push me down. A cold glint flashed in the divine general's eyes. Men. Sir. A man walked in from outside the hall. Go investigate a man named Zichen. He just advanced to the rank of divine general. The divine general said coldly. Yes, sir. The realm of the gods did not only have one general level battlefield. Even the Black Order battlefield had multiple battlefields. Among them, there would be a ranked divine general overseeing each battlefield. However, this divine general was not in the same battlefield as Zichen. The same scene was playing out in several other places. Those were the divine generals who had been pushed down by Zichen. If they were pushed down by a level 9, or even by a level 8, they would accept it. After all, they had only dropped by 1 rank, and they were not disqualified. But if they were pushed down by a mere level 8, they would naturally feel ashamed. Moreover, the rules of the divine realm were not infallible. There were precedents. Under such circumstances, they would need to use their own strength to protect their reputation. Moreover, There was only a difference of 1 rank, so the difference in combat strength was not too great. Zi Chen did not know what effect his advancement had on the battlefield, or what effect it had on the divine realm. After obtaining so many resources, he was very satisfied. It was time to leave. He didn't know if there would be any follow-up issues regarding his massacre outside the city of exchange that day. But even if there was, he wouldn't be afraid. There were no rules in the God realm to begin with, and this was even more true on the battlefield. Zi Chen put on his general armor and arrived at the teleportation array. Along the way, all the God realm cultivators stared at him in shock. Under Zi Chen's gaze, those divine generals all bowed towards him humbly and respectfully. This was how divine generals were ranked. As long as they wore the general armor, all divine generals would have to maintain the most basic level of respect. Stepping into the teleportation array, Zi Chen left the battlefield. The soldiers guarding the teleportation array bowed respectfully when they saw a divine general in armor. "Don't be so courteous, everyone," Zi Chen said indifferently as he walked forward. A divine general quietly raised his head and glanced at Zi Chen. Then, his expression changed and was filled with shock. This was because he recognized Zi Chen. He was the one who had easily killed the other Black Order divine generals outside. At that time, he was only a level 5 general. He didn't expect him to become a ranked divine general. This was too unbelievable. They were all very clear about his achievements. Because of some benefits, he entered the Black Order battlefield when he was only a level 1 general. This was unprecedented. Wearing the general armor, Zi Chen would become the center of attention wherever he went. This couldn't be helped. He had just obtained the general armor and had only fused it with his soul. He hadn't completely refined it, so he couldn't use it freely. Even the God realm didn't encourage people to put away their armor. This was because there were only 108 ranked divine generals. To all the divine generals, this was an extremely high honor. To the other divine generals, this was also a kind of motivation. Ranked divine generals also had a great privilege, which was that they didn't have to pay the teleportation fee. Along the way, Zi Chen finally arrived at Tobi City after being teleported again and again under the reverent and fanatical gazes. This place was more lively than before. Zi Chen's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. The general armor was too dazzling. When the guards at the teleportation array recognized Zi Chen, they were very excited. In order to not cause a commotion, Zi Chen immediately flew toward the city lord's mansion. Flying in a city where no one could fly, Zi Chen's appearance was even more eye-catching. Before the guards of the Castellan Manor could react, Zi Chen had already rushed into the Castellan Manor. Tobi appeared. When he saw Zi Chen's outfit, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Ranked divine general," he said. Zi Chen glanced at him and said, "How could it be fake? How many years has it been? You're already a ranked divine general?" Tobi was very shocked. "They haven't come back yet, right?" Zi Chen asked. He didn't want to continue this topic. "Not yet," Tobi said. At this time, Tobi City was in an uproar because they saw a ranked divine general. In the boundless God realm, there were only 108 ranked divine generals. It was rare to see one. Where did this ranked divine general come from? What is he doing here? When Jolina heard the news, she was very surprised and worried. "It's the Lord. He's back. He's a ranked divine general," a female emissary said, her expression full of excitement. "Are you sure?" Jolina looked at her. "I saw it with my own eyes. The Lord is wearing the ranked general armor. He's so handsome." Jolina said, "Okay, stop being love-struck. I'll go take a look." Jolina walked toward the city lord's mansion. If this news was true, it would be icing on the cake for Tobi City. In Tobi City, Jolina's existence was second only to Tobi. In some people's hearts, Jolina's status was even higher than Tobi's. This was because City Lord Tobi didn't care about the city's affairs, while Jolina was in charge of all the affairs in the city. Sometimes, even the City Lord's words might not be effective. Here, she had the absolute right to speak. She went straight into the City Lord's mansion and saw Zi Chen. That general armor was indeed very dazzling and very handsome. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she walked toward Zi Chen. Congratulations on becoming a ranked divine general, my lord. She sat down next to Zi Chen without any trace of politeness and said with a smile, but my lord's general armor, don't tell me it came from an improper source? There's also a general armor with a shady background? Zi Chen asked. But my lord clearly hasn't reached the 9th level yet, Jolene said with a smile on her face. Who says that a rank 8 can't be a ranked divine general? There's no rule. Then that's great. Jolene stood up and tilted her head to look behind Zi Chen. At this moment, she was very close to Zi Chen, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Those almost surging twin peaks were only inches away from Zi Chen's shoulder, as if they could unexpectedly meet at any time. Zi Chen looked down and didn't say a word. 103. Not bad, my lord. Keep it up. She laughed softly and turned to leave. Zi Chen secretly sighed in relief. Toby, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. In less than 15 minutes, news of Zi Chen's return spread. At the same time, news of his 8th level cultivation and his ranking spread. A city under the control of a divine general would naturally be more popular. The city was too lively, so Zi Chen didn't go out. He began to refine the armor. Once he completely refined it, he'd be able to use it freely. That way, he'd be able to use it in battle and wouldn't be so ostentatious. 3 days later, Yi Qian appeared in front of Zi Chen. She was very happy to hear that Zi Chen had returned, but after 3 days, Zi Chen still hadn't come to find her. This made her a little unhappy, so she could only come alone. When she saw Zi Chen helplessly refining the general armor, she laughed out loud, and the trace of displeasure in her heart immediately disappeared. This is something that many people wish for, but you're actually hiding it, afraid to see it, Yi Qian teased. I don't want to be treated like a monkey, Zi Chen said. Wherever I go, people will see me. Yi Qian sat next to Zi Chen and asked, what do you plan to do next? First, call the monk and the others back, Zi Chen said. The training is about to end. We need some experts to oversee this place. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. So you're saying that you've gained quite a bit this time? Zi Chen said, nurturing all of them to 9th level won't be a problem. 9th level was the limit of divine generals. Any higher and they'd become divine kings. However, this would be very difficult, so Zi Chen wouldn't consider it for the time being. However, nurturing a few 9th level experts wouldn't be a problem. Seems like you've gained quite a lot. Yi Qian nodded. As long as Zi Chen returned safely, she would be happy to see him even if he didn't gain anything. How's the city? Did anything unexpected happen? Zi Chen asked. Everything's fine. The city was still bustling. Zi Chen didn't go out again. Yi Qian stayed with him. 1 month later, Zi Chen completely refined the armor. Then, his mind flickered, and the armor automatically put away. Let's go. He pulled Yi Qian and walked out of the City Lord Mansion. Then, the two of them flew toward Yi Qian's City Lord Mansion. The area here was even larger. Giano was still expanding, and more creatures from the other spacetime appeared in the forest. At this moment, the city was completely guarded by ancient trees and creatures from the other spacetime. This time, Zi Chen's return didn't count as a departure. Next, he would focus on developing and expanding his force, making the life star truly rise in this place. Yi Qian had already sent a message to the battlefield. After Tyrant and the others received the news, they would return soon. This time, Zi Chen brought back a lot of resources. Most of these resources would be given to the craftsman ancestor so that he could forge weapons suitable for the cultivators on the life star. It would take some time for Tyrant and the others to return. After Zi Chen returned to the core city, he stepped on the teleportation array and headed toward the life star. Chapter 2864. Zi Chen entered the teleportation formation and returned to the Sky Marshal continent. There were other people guarding this place. When they saw Zi Chen appear, they were all extremely shocked. There were also some people who were preparing to enter the God realm. When they saw Zi Chen, they were extremely excited. Zi Chen nodded towards them, then soared into the sky. In the void, he released his soul aura, allowing the world to sense his realm. At the same time, he summoned the lightning divine palace. Lightning began to flicker in the void, and a vast pressure appeared. The lightning divine palace appeared. From the god realm to the endless world down to the life stars, the lightning divine palace was the most mysterious thing. However, in front of Zi Chen, the lightning divine palace could come and go as he wished. "What's the matter now?" A cold voice came from the lightning divine palace. "Is there anyone else? Give me some more," Zi Chen said. "No more," that cold voice replied straightforwardly. "Then give me my universe origin cauldron," Zi Chen said. "I don't know what you're talking about," that cold voice said. Zi Chen's expression changed. "Why? Do you still want to possess it? We have never seen your cauldron. Stop pretending. My universe origin cauldron is definitely here. After the great battle back then, it was lost inside," Zi Chen said with certainty. He directly asked for it, not giving the other party any chance to quibble. That cold voice's attitude was also very firm, saying that it did not have it. Looking at the lightning divine palace that disappeared in the void, Zi Chen revealed a smile. In his hand, the universe origin cauldron had shrunk to the size of a palm, releasing an ancient aura. It was impossible for the other party to refuse to give it to him. No one could refuse to give it to him, not even the monk. After bringing the universe origin cauldron back to the Sky Martial continent, Zi Chen did not stop. He once again stepped into the teleportation formation and returned to the core city. Next, he was going to plan this place. Before that, he had to release those misty shadows. However, he had to meet the Misty Shadow King first. After returning to the world, Zi Chen flashed into a thick fog. The surrounding poisonous fog rolled and dispersed, and the Misty Shadow King walked out of it. He cupped his fists and saluted Zi Chen. "I've already left the battlefield. What do you plan to do next?" Zi Chen asked directly. "We pledge our lives to follow you, my lord," Mist Shadow King said. After knowing how strong Zi Chen was, he had no other thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to follow Zi Chen. It had always been their wish to leave the battlefield. Zi Chen said, "Well, I've found a place for you. I don't know if you're satisfied with it. Come with me and take a look." Zi Chen opened the world, and the Misty Shadow King appeared with him. The two of them flew out of the city and stood on an ancient tree. Zi Chen said, "Behind me is my city, and this place is the outer defense. If you think it's okay, you can live outside the city, in this ancient forest. Of course, these ancient trees are alive and can attack on their own." Mist Shadow King said, "This place is not bad, but we need to fight." Zi Chen smiled when he heard this reply. In the realm of the gods, there was nothing else but a lot of enemies. Those creatures from another space-time couldn't be killed even if they wanted to. At this moment, there were too many creatures from another space-time gathered outside this ancient forest. "Come with me." Zi Chen flew out of the ancient forest and arrived at the edge. There were many creatures from another space-time gathered there. Zi Chen said, "Are these enemies okay?" Mist Shadow King said, "Although they are very weak, they have a lot of numbers, so it's okay." Now that there was an enemy and they had confirmed the direction, Zi Chen released the mist. During this time, Zi Chen greeted Giano and the mother nest. After these fog shadows appeared, they scattered. How they killed the enemies was not within the scope of Zi Chen's consideration. There were too many creatures from another spacetime here, and it was impossible to kill them all. After Zi Chen returned to the city, he discussed with Yi Qian how they should develop this place. Right now, what he needed the most was a treasure pavilion to store all the resources he had brought with him. Moreover, it had to be a spatial treasure pavilion because he had too many resources. The craftsman ancestor didn't leave to train last time, so he quickly returned. After meeting the craftsman ancestor, Zi Chen told him his current thoughts. The craftsman ancestor didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. "If we want to stand firm here, we need our own things. You don't need to worry about refining. I will train some new people." The craftsman ancestor returned to the Tianwu continent. Next, he would do his old profession and bring out a group of Grandmaster refiners. Although this would take a long time, the Lifestar had just developed, and there weren't too many experts who needed weapons. Time was enough. LV Peng's transportation array was finally completed. It was a transportation array directly from Tobi City to Yiqian City. This was an internal transportation array, and it wasn't announced to the public. Yiqian notified Tobi to buy a 9-story spatial palace at the trading ground and send it here. A few days later, Zichen went to the second city. This was the trial city. When he had left, its development was still very ordinary. After several decades, the ancient trees outside the city had already grown into a forest. Zichen had left behind some mist shadows here. One reason was to fight, and the other was to protect this place. Many cultivators from Life Stars had come here to train. Their progress was very fast, and many progenitors had already appeared. They were equivalent to divine envoys of the god race. The starry sky was vast, and Life Stars weren't small. So every once in a while, a batch of cultivators would reach a certain level and be sent here to train. Now, the resources they needed to grow were provided free of charge. Zichen had to provide for so many people to cultivate by himself. It was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, he had a trading ground, so it was much easier. 2 months later, Tyrant and the others returned. After returning, Tyrant expressed his dissatisfaction to Zichen. He had said that he would set up a camp on the battlefield. Obviously, he was called back before the camp was opened. Except for Tyrant, the others were very happy. Zichen took out the mother thorn and threw it at Zhong Haotian. "You're lucky to find this." Zhong Haotian caught the mother thorn, and a touch of excitement appeared in his indifferent eyes. That's it. With the mother and son thorns, his fighting strength would naturally increase a lot. Tyrant glanced at Zhong Haotian and said, "So what? You still can't beat me." Zhong Haotian put away the mother thorn and said disdainfully, "If it weren't for that turtle shell, I would only need one move to kill you." Tyrant was furious, feeling humiliated. Zichen didn't pay attention to Tyrant. This guy was always restless wherever he went. Several of them had reached the 7th level of general, and their fighting strength wasn't weak. "Okay, now go into seclusion. Don't come out until you reach the 8th level." Zichen took out the resources he had obtained this time and distributed them, and then urged them to go into seclusion immediately. After getting the resources, Tyrant looked very happy. He immediately said, "When I reach the 8th level, I'll go back and set up a camp easily." They returned to the city lord's mansion and began their seclusion, while Zichen was thinking about the next step of the plan. The teleportation formation lit up, and Jolena walked out of it. After coming out, she looked up at the ancient guardian tree in the city and saw the crystal fruits on it. She had sold this thing at the trading place, so she naturally knew how precious it was. "Sir, I've brought the things." Jolena didn't knock on the door. She directly entered Zichen's room and said politely. She took out a thick catalogue, which recorded some records about the medicinal materials of the god realm, and some prescriptions for elixirs. Zichen ignored her somewhat revealing clothes and took a cursory glance at these things. He nodded and said, "Next, we'll have to pay more attention to some medicinal materials. Later, we may have to buy them on a large scale." Jolena said, "There's no need to pay special attention. Our trading city is connected to other places. As long as there's something in other trading city, we can easily get it." This was the advantage of having a trading city. It could provide great convenience for the development of one's power, and all of this came from Luo Wei. "Is it good for Divine General Luo Wei to come in?" Zichen asked. Jolena said, "Of course it's not good. The more lively our city is, the higher the income, the worse it will be for him." Back then, Luo Wei sold the trading city to him at the cost price, which affected the interests of many people. Although these people abandoned him first, the loss of the trading city still made them uncomfortable. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Wei to advance in the government. Zichen thought for a moment and said, "If he doesn't want to stay there, you can invite him to Tobi City to help. It's not like we're short of one person. After he comes, you will be in charge of him." Jolena said, "Although he's not well liked, it's not bad for him. Although he has little authority, there are still many people who want to curry favor with him. If we need something difficult, he can still provide us with some convenience." Zi Chen said, "That's good too." Jolene did not linger and left. Following that, Zi Chen handed the catalogue to the cauldron spirit so that it could understand the characteristics of the medicinal herbs in the divine realm. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. At present, the most important thing for a lifestar was time. Everything in the divine realm was accumulated over a long period of time. Now that the lifestar had just started, it obviously needed a long period of accumulation. As Zi Chen's cultivation increased, the edicts of the lifestar also became more active. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere became denser. Saints, sage rulers, great saints, and other existences also sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Due to the changes in the edicts of heaven and earth, making breakthroughs became easier. However, it still required time. At this moment, in the general battlefield where Zi Chen once trained, a silhouette was flying towards the campsite at lightning speed. When he arrived at the campsite, he shouted angrily, "Zi Chen, get the hell out here." His voice exploded in the campsite like thunder. Upon hearing that voice, many divine generals walked out of the campsite. Then, they saw a divine general wearing a general's armor. "Get the hell out here." The divine general shouted angrily again. Chapter 2865. Zi Chen, get the hell out here. His cold voice reverberated throughout the camp, filled with chilling intent. Many people did not know who Zi Chen was, but when they saw the divine general with ill intentions outside the camp, they could more or less guess the purpose of this divine general's visit. After all, there were still rumors about the level 8 divine general, and it was said that his ranking wasn't low. "My lord." A person walked out of the city. It was Divine General Bao Wei in his armor. "Bao Wei, where's Zi Chen? Is he too scared to come out?" Han Jin looked at Bao Wei and said coldly, "Tell him to get the hell out here." "My lord Zi Chen is not here," said Bao Wei. "My lord Zi Chen? Haha, you used to be a divine general, but now you're calling a level 8 divine general, don't you feel ashamed?" Han Jin said sarcastically. "My lord Zi Chen is a divine general, so he's naturally our lord." "My lord Han Jin is also a lord," said Bao Wei. "Bao Wei, it seems that you're really useless, haha." Han Jin laughed proudly and said, "Tell Zi Chen to get the hell out here, I want to ask him for advice. If I kill him, you might have a chance to be promoted." Divine General Bao Wei said, "You've come too late. My lord left several months ago." "Bao Wei, do you know the consequences of lying to me?" Han Jin's eyes flashed coldly. "If my lord Zi Chen is really here, he would have come out already." Bao Wei said, "He left, but I don't know where he went. My lord Zi Chen is here to train, not to guard this place." "Humph." Han Jin snorted and flew directly into the city. Since Zi Chen wasn't here, he obviously wouldn't stay here. Han Jin entered the city. Just as he was about to leave the teleportation formation, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "My lord, Zi Chen is in Tobi City, there's a trading center there." Han Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since there was someone who knew about Zi Chen's movements, he believed that Bao Wei would definitely know. That damned fellow actually didn't say anything. However, he didn't pursue the matter. With Bao Wei's current strength, it was impossible for him to become a ranked divine general again. It would be beneath him if he got entangled with an outdated ranked divine general. After leaving the transportation portal and returning to the 10th domain, he went to the official exchange. All the divine generals represented the government. As long as he had the black token and showed his identity, he would naturally be able to obtain the information he needed. He didn't even need to take out the black order. The general armor was the best proof. If it was Tobi City, not many people knew about it, but if it was the exchange, it was marked on the official website. It's actually so far away. After learning the location of Tobi City, Han Jin frowned and headed there. After finding out everything about Zi Chen, he rushed over there. He was determined to kill that level 8 expert. After several teleportations, he finally arrived at Tobi City. The general armor shone with a dazzling light and released a powerful aura. He scanned the bustling city and shouted, "Zi Chen, get out here." His voice was as loud as thunder, exploding in the city. In an instant, the bustling city quieted down. Han Jin's figure rose into the air, attracting everyone's attention. The general armor on his body was extremely eye-catching, causing a commotion. Zi Chen, get out here and accept your death. Who are you? A cold voice sounded as City Lord Toby walked out. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Han Jin stared at Toby, his eyes flashing coldly. Then who do you think you are? How dare you cause a ruckus in a trading center? A cold voice sounded as Zhou Lina walked out from the crowd. You're courting death. Han Jin's aura surged as he charged towards Toby and Xiao Lina with a powerful pressure. This is a trading center. Even if you are a divine general, you have to follow the rules. Zhou Lina's face was pale, but she still did not back down. Her attitude was very tough. The people in the distance were shocked, but at the same time, they admired Zhou Lina. It was rare for a woman to dare to talk back to a divine general. It was amazing for a woman to do this. Do you believe that I will tear this place apart? Han Jin said coldly. He had just returned from the battlefield and had never seen anyone who dared to disrespect him. Zhou Lina said, Of course I don't believe you. This is not only a trading center, but also a trading center under the jurisdiction of the goddess. I don't believe you have the guts. In the divine world, there was only one kind of person who could be called a goddess, and that was the daughter of a god. After Han Jin found out where Zi Chen lived, he immediately rushed over. He did not know anything else. Because he did not need to know. His purpose was to kill. After killing, he would leave. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. But now, he was in a difficult situation. Destroying a city of trade required a great price. Although Han Jin could bear such a price with his strength, it was clearly unwise to offend a divine daughter. Even though he didn't have much of a relationship with this divine daughter from such a remote place. My lord, Zi Chen is not here. Just as Han Jin was silent, a voice transmission rang out in his mind. That voice accurately told him where Zi Chen was. My lord, that place cannot be reached by teleportation. We can only fly there. Han Jin snorted coldly and said, After I kill Zi Chen, I will come back and kill the two of you who don't know the difference between life and death. After saying that, he released his divine general aura and flew out of the city. After Han Jin left, the quiet surroundings burst into an uproar. Is there a battle between divine generals? Let's go and take a look. A battle between divine generals is rare. If we don't go, we will miss it. The city was in an uproar. Following that, many people left the city and followed the divine generals. Obviously, they did not want to miss a battle of this level. Go and inform my lord. Zhou Lina looked at Toby and said. Toby nodded. They had a teleportation array here, so it would be very fast. At the same time, another person stepped onto the teleportation array and left. This person was the one who had sent Han Jin a message. Benson Lu City. The trading center still existed. Although it was not as popular as Toby City, there were still people coming here every day to exchange for resources. In terms of some small resources, the two trading centers were about the same. Benson Lu was still in the City Lord's mansion, but he was in a very bad mood. Zi Chen had returned, and this time, he had become a divine general. This made him very angry. Most importantly, Zi Chen was only at level 8, but he had become a divine general. What would happen if he broke through and reached level 9? My lord. My lord. A voice came from outside the mansion. Come in, Benson Lu said indifferently. My lord, there's a battle to watch, the divine general said after entering. What's there to watch? Benson Lu said angrily. My lord, this is a battle between divine generals. A divine general ranked 107th came. He went to Toby City to cause trouble for Zi Chen, but I led him to Goddess City, the divine general said. Oh! Benson Lu's eyes lit up. This time, a divine general went. Zi Chen is dead for sure. I think we can't miss this chance. Of course we can't miss it. Hurry and inform Sina and the others to come. Not long after, Sina and the other two arrived. Among them, there was no Wavering Wei. After learning that Zi Chen had become a divine general, Wavering Wei ignored their advice and left. He went to the battlefield. Let's go and see how Zi Chen dies. The 4 sons of gods led the divine generals and left the city, heading for Yi Qian's city. After seeing Zi Chen, Toby told him about the arrival of the divine general. "What's his rank?" Zi Chen asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. 107th, Toby said. The current 107th was the previous 106th. Clearly, Zi Chen had pushed him down a rank. "What should we do?" Toby asked worriedly. Although Zi Chen's rank was higher, he was still only at the 8th level. Zi Chen smiled faintly. "Let him come. I can also see how strong they are." Zi Chen looked outside the city, where the fog was rising. The poison fog forest was once said to be untraversable, and this included the divine generals. Now that they had been brought out by Zi Chen, it was time to test their true strength. Yi Qian's city was far enough away from Toby City that even a divine general would need a long time to get there. As for the spectators, if they wanted to reach there, they needed to be strong enough. Because Zi Chen's city was within the range of the 9th level, if they were not at the 9th level, they would not be qualified to watch. Even a 9th level divine emissary would need to travel in a group. Ben Sonlu and the others sped up, worried that they would miss this battle. Actually, their worries were unnecessary because Han Jin, who had reached the forest, did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the forest and waited. He knew that there were people behind him, so he wanted to wait. What was the point of directly going to kill Zi Chen? He came for his reputation, so he naturally wanted many people to witness it. Moreover, he found that this forest was somewhat unusual. The leaves were lush, and they seemed to merge into one. It seemed that it was impossible to enter from the sky, so he could only enter from the ground. After a long wait, the spectators finally reached the range of Han Jin's divine sense. "Zi Chen, get out here." The loud voice spread out, and everyone within a few hundred miles could hear it clearly. Naturally, there was no response. The spectators sped up again, afraid that they would miss the details of the battle. When they got closer, they were dumbfounded. Because they did not see a city, only a forest, and the divine general was standing outside the forest. The next moment, the divine general pulled out his saber and slashed forward. Buzz! The entire forest began to glow, like a law barrier that extended into the distance. The saber did not cut through the barrier. The spectators were in an uproar. They did not expect the forest to have such a defense. "Good, since you don't dare to come out, this divine general will go in and kill you." Chapter 2866. Jin Jin entered the forest, which was something no one wanted to see, because what they wanted to see was a battle. But if a battle happened, it would be blocked by the forest. What the hell is this forest? Ben Senlu frowned as he looked ahead. He had heard that there was a forest outside Yi Qian's city that had been expanding. But he didn't expect this forest to be so special. Not only could it form a defense, but even a divine general couldn't break through it. Thus, they could only enter through the forest. But no one knew if there were any dangers in the forest. The golden-armored divine general walked in without encountering any danger. The other spectators were unwilling to accept this. How could they miss such a battle? Thus, they followed him in. They also didn't encounter any danger, and they could even faintly see the figure of a divine general. "I feel like something is wrong," Xavier suddenly said as they walked forward. "What's wrong?" Ben Senlu asked. "These trees seem to be very unusual. Will they suddenly attack us?" Xavier said. "How is that possible?" Sina said, "How can the trees attack? If they won't attack, then why did Goddess Yi Qian create this thing and place it outside her city?" Xavier asked. Sina said indifferently, "Whether they will attack or not, we'll know once we try." Sina stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A ray of light flew out from his fingertip. The ray of light was resplendent and extremely sharp. It shot forward like a sharp blade, about to split the ancient trees in front of them. Wang! The ancient trees trembled and their branches drooped down, forming a defense and blocking the attack. The few of them were startled. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The ancient trees in the forest all moved, and their branches moved like snakes. Cries of alarm sounded in the surroundings. Hearing the voice behind him, Divine General Goldenman's expression changed slightly and he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, fog appeared in front of him. The fog gradually became thicker. When the fog entered his nose, he felt something strange in his body. He knew that the fog was poisonous. His body shone with light as he erected a defense, blocking the poisonous fog. Then, he spread out his divine sense. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the fog. The white fog around him became thicker and thicker. Kai. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared behind him with a cold light. Han Jin immediately turned around and slashed out with his saber, causing a saber light to flash. A misty figure was cut in half and dissipated into mist. Kai. Just as the fog dissipated, another fog appeared behind Han Jin and launched an attack. At this moment, Han Jin could only see the fog around him, but he could not see anything else. Occasionally, humanoid creatures would attack him, but his attacks were unable to kill them. If he could see everything around him, he would find that there were many misty shadows gathered around him. These misty shadows were all at level 9. The fog was still rolling and spreading into the distance. Their target was those outsiders. The misty shadow thirsted for battle. He wanted to obtain those corpses and use the spirit shadow fruit to increase his strength. Their speed was very fast, and the fog was constantly spreading. They were fighting for time with the ancient tree. Because the ancient tree also needed those corpses, although both sides were allies, they were secretly competing against each other. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ben Senlu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, there were miserable screams coming from all directions. The ancient trees had come alive in an instant, and their attacks were extremely terrifying. Young master, be careful. A cry of alarm came from beside him. He saw tree branches wrap around Ben Senlu. Ben Senlu's body shone with divine light as he turned into a ray of light and passed through the tree branches. Ah! A miserable scream came from beside him. A level 5 divine general he brought was swept away by the tree branches and turned into a ball. Go, let's retreat first. Sina shouted. He held a light saber tightly in his hand and cut down all the tree branches blocking his way. At this moment, the others were no longer in the mood to watch the battle. They were only thinking about how to escape and survive. It's the tree spirit's heart. Kill these trees and you can obtain the tree spirit's heart. At this moment, a voice filled with joy came from among the miserable screams. Everyone present knew about the tree spirit's heart. When the two trading cities were fighting, Toby City had taken out such an item. Could it be that the tree spirit's heart came from here? Sina thought. His figure flickered and arrived beside an ancient tree. He slashed down with his sword. Whoosh, whoosh. One tree branch after another fell down, forming a defensive barrier. Sina's sharp sword slashed down and snapped all the branches, leaving behind a shallow wound on the ancient tree. He was only a level 5 divine general. It must be known that on the battlefield, these ancient trees had killed level 6 divine generals, and those had been black tokens. Although Giano's cultivation level was not as high as the ancient tree kings, and these ancient trees were somewhat weaker than the ancient trees on the battlefield, they were still powerful. Among these people, there were some who could kill these ancient trees, but only a very small portion of them. The majority would be killed or flee in terror. Break for me. Behind Sina, Xavier promptly followed up and slashed out with his saber. A stream of saber light swept past the ancient tree that was too late to defend itself. The ancient tree was split apart, revealing a flashing tree spirit's heart. As expected. Upon seeing this tree spirit's heart, they were all very surprised, but they didn't linger and immediately flew away. During this time, a white fog spread out from the forest. Wherever it passed, no matter how powerful an existence was, they were unable to survive. Sina and the others finally escaped. They retreated far away, their eyes filled with obvious fear. All the people they had brought with them had died in the forest. Only they had made it out alive. In other directions, a few divine generals had rushed out as well. In total, there were no more than 20 of them. As for the others, they would remain in the forest forever. Those divine generals who had arrived late and hadn't yet entered felt deeply fortunate. At this moment, they no longer paid attention to the life or death of that ranked divine general. Instead, they all stared at the boundless forest in front of them. Their eyes flashed with light, as if they had seen a treasure trove. Each of these ancient trees contained a tree spirit's heart. This was an extremely valuable resource. I really didn't expect Goddess Yi Qian to be so generous. Xavier let out a sigh, finding this inconceivable. What generous? It's just a bunch of rotten defensive trees. Xin Lin snorted and said disdainfully, now that their secret has been exposed, they can just wait to be harvested. That's right. Benson nodded and said, next, as long as we bring more people and slowly push forward, there will be a day when we can flatten this forest. That idiot Jiawei was shocked and entered the battlefield. If he knew that there was an opportunity here, he would definitely regret it to death. No one cared whether that ranked divine general could kill Zi Chen or not. They quickly turned back and mobilized their troops. To them, this forest was the greatest opportunity. It was not inferior to the opportunity of the mother nest. It wouldn't be long before this news would spread, and even more powerhouses would come. Zi Chen's secret had finally been exposed. Kai. Goldman slashed with his long blade, slicing through the air. A misty figure was cut in half and turned into mist again. Behind him, a sharp blade light appeared and slashed across the general armor. Sparks flew everywhere. The general armor had an extremely strong defense. The misty figure's attack could not break it at all. But at this moment, Goldman's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This was because these things were too strange. They were formless, had physical attacks, and could not be killed. Kai. More misty figures appeared from all directions. They were all at level 9 and attacked Goldman. During this time, Goldman held his blade and spun it. A circular blade arc slashed across the surroundings, dissipating all the misty figures. But just as the blade arc disappeared, more misty figures appeared. They had been prepared for a long time and attacked. All kinds of attacks landed on Goldman's body, erupting with powerful strength. With a boom, a powerful shockwave spread out. The defense of Goldman's armor began to distort. After one wave of attacks, another wave of attacks came. Goldman roared and did his best to kill those misty figures. Shua. At this moment, a yellow light soared into the sky and headed for Goldman. It was a giant crocodile. It caught him off guard and bit him in one bite. This bite was full of power. The light barrier around Goldman's body trembled even more violently. Die. Goldman roared and slashed down. The blade light swept past the giant crocodile's body and directly cut it in two. This was the power of the general armor and weapon. The giant crocodile's powerful defense could not block this attack. Shua. Immediately after, more giant crocodiles soared into the sky. With the help of the misty figures, they attacked Goldman. The giant crocodile launched 3 attacks. During this time, 2 more died. With the help of the other misty figures, Goldman's defense was broken. The moment his defense was broken, a ray of light flew over from afar. The surrounding poisonous mist rolled. A sharp blade pierced through the poisonous mist and stabbed into the back of Goldman's head. A scream sounded from the forest and spread out. Zi Chen, who was standing in the middle of the city, nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard the scream. Amazing. Giano's voice sounded. Although the poisonous mist blocked everything, it still saw the scene through the other ancient trees. Those misty figures were amazing. A person appeared in front. It was the Misty King. He brought Goldman's corpse to the city. Throwing the corpse, he cupped his fists and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "How's the damage?" Zi Chen asked. "We lost 3 level 9 giant crocodiles," Misty King said. Compared to killing a divine general, 3 crocodiles were too small a price to pay. However, Zi Chen still felt a little regretful. Since they followed him, they were all on his side. Misty King was one, and so were those giant crocodiles. He said, "Next time, don't risk your life in a similar situation. Try to consume as much energy as possible and then kill them. It doesn't matter if you delay for a while. Try not to suffer any losses." "Yes." Misty King cupped his fists and said respectfully. He was touched. Someone found the tree spirit's heart. "We're about to be exposed."